It was one of those nights when the road seemed endless, a stretch of asphalt disappearing into the dark. The kind where you can't quite shake the feeling that something's off, even if you can't put your finger on it. I've been driving trucks for over a decade, hauling everything from frozen meat to car parts across the country. The night shift? Not my favorite, but it pays well. And honestly, I've grown used to the solitude, the hum of the engine, the blur of headlights slicing through the blackness. But that night was different, one that I still think about every time I pass that stretch of road. I was about 4 hours into my shift, somewhere in the middle of nowhere, miles of empty highway stretching out in front of me. The clock on the dashboard blinked 2:47 a.m., and my only company was the static buzz of the CB radio. The road was unusually quiet. No other trucks, no passing cars. Just me, the rumble of my 18-wheeler, and the occasional rustle of the wind. Even the stars seemed to hide behind a thick layer of clouds, leaving only the pale glow of my headlights cutting through the dark. I took a long sip from my thermos, hoping the lukewarm coffee would keep me awake for another couple of hours. That's when I saw her, standing there, right at the edge of my headlights, on the side of the road. She was dressed in a white dress, old-fashioned, like something from the 60s, and it flowed around her in the wind. Her hair was dark, long, tangled, as if she'd been out there for a while. She didn't move, didn't try to flag me down, just stood there staring straight at me as my truck approached. I slowed down, trying to get a better look, but a chill ran through me, even with the heater blasting. Everything about her seemed wrong. Like she was a photograph that had been left out in the sun too long, faded but still there. My first thought was that she might be lost, or her car had broken down nearby. I glanced at the shoulder, looking for a vehicle, a hitchhiker's backpack, anything that would make sense. But there was nothing. Just her, standing in the dark, the white dress glowing faintly in the beam of my headlights. I slowed down almost to a crawl as I rolled past her, my eyes locked on her face. She wasn't looking at the truck anymore. She was looking straight at me, eyes wide and unblinking. I couldn't shake the feeling that she was waiting. But for what? "Hey, you all right out there?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and uncertain even to myself. But there was no answer, no reaction, just the wind rustling the leaves and the distant hum of the engine. For a moment I thought about stopping, but something, call it instinct or maybe just plain fear, made me keep rolling past. As soon as I was a few yards away, I checked the side mirror. My breath caught in my throat. She wasn't there anymore. The stretch of road behind me was empty, just my taillights fading into the night. I rubbed my eyes, convinced that the fatigue was getting to me, that maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. It wouldn't be the first time I'd seen something strange out on the open road after too many hours without sleep. But the uneasiness stuck with me, clawing at the back of my mind. I turned up the volume on the radio, hoping the voices would drown out the weirdness of what I'd just seen. That's when the static broke. A voice came through, low and crackling, like it was struggling to reach me through a storm. "You saw her too, didn't you?" The words were barely a whisper, but they cut through the night like a knife. I grabbed the CB radio mic, trying to keep my voice steady. "Who is this? What are you talking about?" But there was no reply. Just the same crackling, the occasional burst of static. My hands felt clammy on the wheel, and I couldn't stop glancing at the side mirror, half expecting to see her walking along the side of the road again. But it was just darkness, empty and silent. A few minutes later, the radio came to life again, but this time, it was just random chatter from another trucker, talking about the snow up north. I shook my head, trying to shake off the lingering creepiness. Maybe it was just some late-night prank, a local messing with the drivers. But I couldn't shake the way her eyes had seemed to pierce through the dark, like she was staring straight into me. I drove on, trying to focus on the road ahead, but the chill from earlier lingered. A fog began to settle in, thickening around the truck, swallowing up the distant trees and the yellow lines on the road. It felt like I was driving through a dream, everything distorted and hazy. The hum of the engine was the only thing keeping me grounded, but even that seemed muffled, as if the fog was swallowing up the sound. I was about to reach for the thermos again when I saw movement in the fog. Something pale and fluttering, just ahead on the shoulder. My breath hitched as the figure stepped out into the light, and I realized it was her again, the same woman in the white dress. This time she was closer, her face clearer, almost too clear, like she was right in front of me even though she stood yards away. I swerved, narrowly missing the figure, the trailer fishtailing slightly before I brought it back under control. My heart pounded in my chest, adrenaline surging through me as I tried to make sense of what had just happened. I glanced in the side mirror, but she was gone again, vanished into the fog like she'd never been there. That's when the radio crackled back to life. "Don't stop. Whatever you do, don't stop for her." The voice was urgent this time, almost desperate. I didn't recognize it, but something about the tone made me grip the wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white. "Who the hell is this?" I demanded, but the radio cut off again, leaving me with the low hum of static. I pressed down on the gas, determined to put as much distance between me and that stretch of road as possible. But the fog seemed to thicken, pressing against the windows like a living thing. My eyes darted to the rearview mirror, half expecting to see her face staring back at me. But it was just the swirling mist, thick and impenetrable. Minutes stretched on, feeling like hours, my mind racing with questions that had no answers. Who was she? How did she keep appearing, and where did she vanish to? I'd heard stories from other drivers, legends of strange things seen out on the highways in the dead of night, but I'd never put much stock in them. Now, though, I wasn't so sure. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the fog lifted. The air cleared, revealing a stretch of road that looked almost familiar. I exhaled, a shaky breath that I hadn't realized I'd been holding, and let my grip on the wheel loosen just a bit. Maybe I was finally leaving whatever strange zone I'd stumbled into. But as I rounded a bend, the headlights caught something up ahead, a shadowy figure standing on the side of the road, right where the fog ended. I slowed, my stomach twisting into knots, and there she was. Again. Only this time she was closer to the road, one hand outstretched as if she was trying to reach for something. Or someone. I kept my foot on the gas, ignoring the cold sweat running down the back of my neck. As I passed her, I forced myself not to look, not to meet her eyes. But out of the corner of my vision, I saw her lips move, forming words that I couldn't hear. I swallowed hard, trying to convince myself to keep driving, to leave her behind once and for all. The radio crackled one last time, barely more than a whisper, but clear enough to send a shiver through my entire body. "You can't outrun her." I hit the gas, the engine roaring as I sped down the highway, not daring to look back. The fog, the radio, the woman, they all blurred together into a nightmare that I couldn't quite shake. Even when I reached the next town, the lights of the diner welcoming me like a beacon, I still felt her presence lingering, like a shadow just beyond the edge of the light. I parked the truck, my hands still shaking as I stepped down onto solid ground. The diner was nearly empty, a few late-night patrons hunched over cups of coffee. I walked straight to the counter, ordered the strongest brew they had, and tried to steady my breathing. When the waitress came over with my cup, I asked her, half joking, half desperate, "You ever hear any weird stories about the highway back there?" She looked at me with a puzzled expression, then shrugged. "Oh, you mean the lady in white?" "Yeah, folks see her every now and then. Some say she's looking for her lost lover. Others say she's just trying to find her way home. But no one's ever managed to talk to her." "Why? You saw her?" I forced a smile, trying to ignore the way my hands trembled around the coffee cup. "Nah, just curious." But deep down, I knew it wasn't over, because every time I close my eyes, I see her standing there, her hand reaching out, her lips forming those silent words. And no matter how many miles I put between us, I can't shake the feeling that one day, I'll look in the mirror and she'll be sitting right there in the passenger seat, waiting for me to listen. The old farmhouse sat on the edge of town, where where the streetlights faded into open fields and the air grew colder, sharper. It had been in our family for generations, though no one had lived there in years. Not since my uncle disappeared and left it to my father. I never thought I'd set foot inside it again, but when I inherited the place after Dad passed, I figured I'd take a weekend to check it out. I wasn't expecting much, just dust, maybe a few loose floorboards. But from the moment I crossed the threshold, I knew something wasn't right. The air inside was stale, thick with the smell of old wood and decay. I left the front door open, letting in a sliver of late afternoon sunlight, which cut through the dust motes swirling in the hallway. Everything was as I remembered from childhood visits: peeling wallpaper, sagging floors, and that creaky banister my cousins and I used to slide down when we thought the grown-ups weren't looking. But now the place felt different. It was like walking into a memory that had twisted itself into something darker. I moved through the rooms, trying to get a feel for what needed fixing. The living room windows were stuck shut, cobwebs draped across the corners like old lace. The kitchen had a layer of grime so thick I could barely see the old oak cabinets beneath it. As I wandered deeper into the house, my footsteps echoed, the boards groaning under my weight like they were warning me to leave. But there was something else, a subtle draft that seemed to come from the far end of the hallway, where the door to the basement loomed. That basement door, it looked exactly as I remembered it, painted a dull, lifeless gray with a rusted lock hanging from a chain. Only, now the lock was missing, the chain coiled loosely around the handle. A chill crept up my spine, but I brushed it off. Old houses have drafts. Old locks rust and fall off. Nothing to get spooked over. Still, curiosity got the better of me. I pulled open the door, revealing a narrow set of wooden stairs that disappeared into darkness. The air that rushed out was cold, biting like it hadn't been disturbed in years. I flipped the switch at the top of the stairs, but nothing happened. Great, I thought. No power down there. I grabbed my flashlight from the truck and made my way down, one creaky step at a time, the beam cutting through the dark. The basement was even colder than the rest of the house, and the air was damp, carrying the faint smell of mold. I scanned the walls, lined with old wooden shelves cluttered with jars, tools, and other bits of junk my uncle had collected. And then, my flashlight caught something at the far end. A small door I'd never noticed before, partially hidden behind a stack of dusty crates. It was wooden, with a brass handle that gleamed in the flashlight's beam, almost new compared to everything else down here. I tried the handle and it turned easily. Beyond the door was a room, a small windowless space with concrete walls and a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling, which flickered as I stepped inside. The walls were lined with shelves, but instead of tools, they held rows and rows of old photos. At first, I thought they were just family pictures, black and white snapshots of relatives I barely recognized, smiling at picnics, posing in front of the farmhouse when it was new. But as I moved the flashlight across the shelves, a chill ran through me. The photos weren't just old, they were recent. There were pictures of my father, my uncle, even me. One of them showed me standing outside the farmhouse from earlier that same day. My hand shook and the flashlight beam jittered across the room. I took a step back, my mind racing. Who could have taken these? No one knew I was coming out here. Hell, I'd barely decided myself until last night. I grabbed the photo of me off the shelf, my fingers shaking. As I did, the bulb above me flickered again, plunging the room into momentary darkness. When the light came back on, my breath hitched. A shadow moved in the corner of the room, something small, shifting just out of sight. I whipped the flashlight around, heart pounding in my ears, but the beam only caught the bare walls, the empty corners. I told myself it was just my imagination, the dim light playing tricks on me. But then I heard it, a soft rustling, like someone shifting their weight, coming from behind me. I spun around, flashlight sweeping the shelves, but the room was empty, just like before. The only sound was my own breathing, harsh and rapid in the confined space. I took another step back, my heel catching on the edge of the threshold, and nearly tripped. My hands fumbled for the door handle, slamming it shut behind me as I stumbled back into the main part of the basement. For a moment, I just stood there, leaning against the door, trying to steady my breathing. My mind kept replaying what I'd seen in that room. Those photos, the shadow that seemed to move when the light flickered. None of it made sense. Maybe it was some kind of prank, some local kids messing with me. But that explanation felt too easy, too simple. I hurried back up the stairs, locking the basement door behind me, as if that flimsy chain could keep whatever was down there at bay. The sun was setting now, casting long shadows across the living room, and the thought of staying here alone for the night made my skin crawl. I grabbed my keys from the counter, but as I reached for the front door, a sound froze me in place. It was a low creak, coming from the direction of the basement, like someone was slowly, carefully walking up the stairs. I turned back, gripping the flashlight tighter, my heart hammering in my chest. The basement door was still shut, the chain hanging loose. But I could hear it, clear as day. Another creak followed by a soft thud, like a footfall just beyond the door. The kind of sound you make when you're trying to move quietly, but can't quite manage. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling more than I'd like to admit. Silence. Then, another creak, closer this time, like it was right on the other side of the door. I took a step back, my mind screaming at me to get out, to just leave the damn house behind. But then the doorknob rattled. It was a soft sound, barely more than a whisper, but in the stillness of that empty house, it was as loud as a gunshot. I stumbled back, my flashlight beam swinging wildly across the walls. The doorknob turned slowly, and for a second, I could have sworn I saw a shadow move through the crack beneath the door. I bolted for the front door, my boots thudding against the hardwood. I didn't look back, I couldn't. I half expected to feel something grab my shoulder, to hear that whispering rustle right in my ear. But the house stayed silent, the only sound the slamming of the front door behind me as I burst outside into the cold evening air. I didn't stop until I was back in my truck, engine roaring to life, headlights cutting through the growing dark. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, expecting to see the farmhouse disappearing into the shadows. But what I saw instead made my blood run cold. Standing in the open doorway of the farmhouse was a figure, small, barely more than a shadow against the dim interior. It wasn't moving, just watching as I sped down the driveway. And as I turned the corner, the last thing I saw was the glint of something silver in its hand. I didn't stop driving until I reached the nearest town, headlights blazing against the deserted gas station parking lot. I sat there for a long time, trying to convince myself that it had all been a trick of the light, a mind playing games after too many hours alone in that old, creaking house. But deep down, I knew better. I knew I hadn't imagined the photos, or the shadow in the basement. I knew I hadn't imagined that figure in the doorway, watching me leave. And as I sat there, gripping the steering wheel with white knuckles, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was in that house wasn't done with me yet. Even now, as I write this, I can't bring myself to go back. The farmhouse is still out there, waiting, and every time I close my eyes, I see that shadowy figure in the doorway, hear the soft creak of footsteps on the stairs. Maybe it's all in my head, or maybe, just maybe, some doors are better left unopened. It all started as a simple road trip. Just 3 old friends, a few days off work, and the promise of adventure on the open road. We had mapped out our route, planned stops at diners and quirky roadside attractions, and were looking forward to a weekend of nothing but laughter and freedom. But the highway has a way of playing tricks on you, especially when you stray too far from the beaten path. And somewhere between those endless miles of trees and the fading signal on our phones, we took a wrong turn that changed everything. We'd been driving for hours, the sun dipping low, turning the sky a burnt orange, when the GPS suggested a shortcut, a winding road that cut through a dense stretch of forest. We were tired, and the idea of shaving off an hour or two sounded perfect. The map showed a small town on the other side, and it looked straightforward enough. So we took the turn, laughing about how we'd probably find some secret diner or a weird roadside attraction to brag about later. At first, the road was fine, paved, smooth, surrounded by thick pine trees that swayed in the evening breeze. But as we kept driving, the pavement turned to gravel, then dirt, and the trees pressed in closer, turning the twilight into shadows. The GPS lost signal, but we figured we'd eventually reach the town or loop back to the main road. After all, how lost could we get? Another hour passed, and the dirt road seemed to stretch on forever, twisting and turning through the woods. I glanced at the gas gauge. It was lower than I'd like, and I felt a flicker of unease. Still, we tried to keep the mood light, joking about how we'd be telling this story for years, how the trees all started looking the same. But deep down, I could tell the others felt it too. That creeping sense that we'd gone too far, that something about this road wasn't quite right. The real trouble began when the car sputtered, then slowed, before dying completely. We rolled to a stop on the edge of the dirt road, the headlights casting long beams into the forest. "Battery's probably dead," Tom said, but his voice lacked confidence. He popped the hood, fiddling with the engine, while Emily tried to get a signal on her phone, holding it up to the windshield as if that would make a difference. Nothing. I stepped out into the cool night air, the chill sinking through my jacket. There wasn't a single sound, no chirping crickets, no rustling leaves, just a dense, heavy silence that made my skin prickle. I turned back toward the car, but the headlights barely pierced through the darkness now, swallowed up by the trees. Tom swore under his breath, slamming the hood shut. "It's not the battery," he muttered. "We're going to have to wait for someone to drive by." Except, deep down, we all knew no one would. We hadn't seen another car since we'd left the highway, and there was no telling how far back that last turn had been. Emily's phone flickered uselessly, and she stuffed it back in her pocket with a frustrated sigh. "Let's just walk back the way we came," she suggested. "Maybe we can find a spot with a signal or a house or something." We grabbed flashlights from the trunk, and the three of us set off down the road, leaving the car behind. At first, we tried to keep up the banter, talking about how we'd laugh about this later, but it quickly died off, swallowed by the dark. The woods seemed to press in around us, the air thick with a strange, heavy stillness. Every so often, a branch snapped underfoot, and we'd all flinch, laughing nervously at how jumpy we'd become. But after about 20 minutes of walking, I started noticing something strange. The road, we should have seen some sign of the way we'd come by now. But the trees looked identical, the twists and turns too sharp, like they'd shifted somehow. Tom seemed to notice too, shining his flashlight into the woods as if trying to spot something familiar. But all he found were more trees, more darkness. Emily shivered, pulling her jacket tighter around herself. "Does anyone else feel like, I don't know, like we're being watched?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I opened my mouth to laugh it off, but the words died in my throat. Because I felt it too. This sensation of unseen eyes following our every move. We kept walking, but the road seemed to stretch on endlessly, the darkness growing thicker, the air colder. Tom tried to make a joke about being in some twisted version of the Twilight Zone, but his voice cracked halfway through and no one laughed. The only thing that kept me moving was the steady crunch of gravel underfoot, a sound I clung to like a lifeline. That's when we saw the lights, faint, flickering through the trees. They weren't headlights or street lamps, too dim for that. More like a fire, or maybe the glow from a house. My heart leapt with relief, and without thinking, we veered off the road, pushing through the underbrush toward the glow. Twigs snapped beneath our feet, and branches clawed at our arms. But the thought of finding someone, anyone, drove us forward. We stumbled into a small clearing, breathless, and froze. It wasn't a house, and it wasn't a fire. It was a lantern, old and rusted, hanging from a twisted branch in the center of the clearing. Below it, half buried in the dirt, were tire tracks. Fresh ones. My stomach twisted as I realized they matched the pattern on our own car. "Who the hell would leave this here?" Emily whispered, her voice barely audible. But before any of us could answer, the lantern flickered, its light swinging wildly, as if caught in a gust of wind. Only there was no wind. The air was still and cold. I reached out, touching the metal, and felt a jolt run through me. Not electric, just a sharp, bone-deep chill that made me yank my hand back. Tom grabbed my arm, his grip tight. "Let's go," he muttered, his voice rough with fear. "We need to get back to the car. Now." We turned back, but the path we'd taken was gone. The underbrush had closed in, the trees shifting, twisting, forming a wall around the clearing. Panic clawed at my throat, and I swung the flashlight in every direction, but the beams only caught more trees, more darkness. "I swear we came this way," I said, my voice trembling. But as I turned back toward the lantern, my breath caught. There, in the glow of the flickering light, were three figures, shadowy shapes standing just beyond the edge of the clearing, barely visible between the trees. They didn't move, didn't make a sound, just stood there watching. And I realized with a sinking feeling that they'd been there all along, hidden just beyond the edge of the light. Tom grabbed my arm again, his grip shaking. "Go," he whispered, and we bolted, stumbling through the woods, branches slashing at our faces, tripping over roots. I didn't look back. I couldn't. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath coming in ragged gasps as the shadows seemed to close in around us, the darkness pressing tighter. Somehow we found the road again, our footsteps slamming against the dirt, and there, in the distance, I spotted the faint outline of our car. Relief surged through me, but as we reached it, I noticed something that made my stomach lurch. The driver's side door was open, and I was sure, absolutely sure, that we'd locked it before leaving. We piled into the car, slamming the doors shut, and Tom fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking. The engine sputtered, groaned, then roared to life, and we peeled out of there, gravel spraying beneath the tires. As we sped down the road, Emily glanced back, her face pale. "They're still watching," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the roar of the engine. I didn't dare look in the rearview mirror. I just kept my eyes fixed on the road ahead, praying we'd find the highway, praying we'd leave this place behind. And somehow, by some miracle, the trees thinned, the dirt turned back to gravel, and the distant glow of a gas station sign appeared on the horizon. We didn't stop until we were parked under the bright, buzzing lights of the station. I killed the engine, and we just sat there breathing hard, the weight of what we'd seen pressing down on us. No one spoke for a long time. I think we were all afraid that if we did, we'd break whatever fragile thread had pulled us back to safety. Eventually, we drove home in silence, the road stretching out behind us like a shadow. We never spoke about that night again, but every now and then I catch Tom or Emily looking over their shoulder, like they're expecting to see those figures standing at the edge of the woods. And sometimes when I close my eyes, I can still see the flickering glow of that lantern, hear the soft crunch of footsteps in the dark, and feel the cold weight of eyes watching, waiting from the shadows. I never thought I'd be the kind of person to go on a cruise. All that open water, the endless horizon, it just seemed like too much emptiness, too much isolation. But when my friends convinced me to join them for a week-long trip, promising drinks, sun, and nothing but good times, I gave in. They'd been hyping up the luxury, the freedom of drifting between exotic islands, but no one warned me about the things you might encounter when you're that far from shore. Things that don't make it into the brochures. It was our third night out, somewhere between two small Caribbean islands with no land in sight. The first couple of days had been fine, mostly lounging by the pool, watching the sunsets and enjoying overpriced cocktails. But on that third night, the air had changed. A thick fog rolled in just after dinner, swallowing up the stars and turning the sea into an inky black void. The ship's lights felt strangely muted, the way they bounced off the fog, casting eerie shadows across the deck. By midnight, most of the other passengers had turned in for the night. I wasn't tired, though, so I found myself wandering the lower decks, where things were quieter. I liked the stillness, the hum of the engine vibrating through the floor. But as I made my way down the corridor, I started to notice how the air felt different down there. Cooler, almost almost damp. And for some reason, the lights along the hallway seemed dimmer than they had before. I passed one of the large portholes, expecting to see just more fog, but something made me stop. Outside, through the thick mist, I caught a glimpse of what looked like a figure, a shadowy shape that seemed to be floating just above the waterline, keeping pace with the ship. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, maybe a reflection. But as I stood there, squinting through the glass, the shape seemed to move, gliding alongside the ship with an unnatural smoothness. I blinked, rubbing my eyes, but when I looked again, it was gone, swallowed up by the fog. I shook it off, convincing myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, and continued down the hallway. But that uneasy feeling lingered, like a weight pressing against my chest. I decided to head up to the observation deck, hoping the fresh air might clear my head. As I climbed the stairs, I kept thinking about that shape, wondering if maybe I'd seen a bird or some driftwood caught in the current. The observation deck was empty, as I'd expected. The fog was even thicker up there, swirling around the railings like a living thing. I leaned over the side, peering into the darkness below, but all I could see was the churning black water, the faint glow of the ship's wake disappearing into the mist. And then, from somewhere out in the fog, I heard it. A low, rhythmic sound, like someone was tapping on the hull of the ship. I froze, straining to hear over the rumble of the engine. Tap, tap, tap. It came again, closer this time, like it was following the curve of the ship. I moved to the other side of the deck, gripping the cold metal railing, and tried to peer through the fog. For a second, I thought I saw that same shadowy figure just beneath the surface of the water. But when I blinked, it was gone. I tried to laugh it off, telling myself I was being paranoid, but the tapping didn't stop. It grew louder, more insistent, like something, or someone, was trying to get inside. My pulse quickened, and I turned back toward the stairs, suddenly desperate to get away from that sound. But as I reached the top of the steps, I caught sight of something that made my blood run cold. On the far end of the deck, barely visible through the fog, was a shape. It was tall and thin, with arms that seemed to reach too far, bending in angles that didn't seem possible. The way it moved, swaying with the motion of the ship, was all wrong, like it was trying to mimic the way a person might walk but couldn't quite get it right. For a moment, I thought it might be a passenger who'd wandered out for a smoke, but something deep inside me knew better. I took a step back, my breath catching in my throat. The figure turned as if sensing my presence, and I caught a glimpse of its face. Pale, featureless, with eyes that were too wide, too dark, like twin voids staring right through me. It cocked its head to the side, almost curiously, and took a step forward. I bolted down the stairs, not caring about the noise I made, my footsteps echoing against the metal. The hallway seemed longer than before, stretching out into the dark. My heart pounded in my ears, drowning out everything but that insistent tap, 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 now echoing through the walls like it was following me. I reached my cabin, fumbling with the key card, and practically fell inside, slamming the door shut behind me. For a few minutes, I just stood there, my back pressed against the door, trying to catch my breath. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what I'd seen, but every explanation felt more impossible than the last. The room was dark, save for the sliver of light leaking in from the hallway, and I kept my eyes fixed on the door, half expecting it to swing open any second. The tapping stopped. For a moment, I let out a shaky breath, thinking maybe it was over. Maybe whatever that thing was had lost interest. But then, from the corner of my eye, I saw something move. A shadow slipped across the room, long and thin, darting past the window. I turned, my hands shaking, and saw the curtains billowing even though the window was shut tight. I backed away, bumping into the edge of the bed, my legs trembling beneath me. The shadow was still there, lurking just outside the glass, its edges blurring with the mist. I could feel its eyes on me even though I couldn't see a face. For a heartbeat, I thought I saw a hand, long, bony fingers pressing against the glass, leaving smudges on the inside. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen, watching that shadow slide back and forth across the window. Eventually, the mist outside began to thin, the fog retreating as the first hints of dawn crept across the horizon. And just like that, the shadow was gone, melting away into the gray light of morning. But the smudges on the glass remained, faint but unmistakable. 5 long streaks, like fingers dragging down the pane. I barely slept the rest of the trip, sticking close to the crowds, avoiding the lower decks and any hint of darkness. My friends noticed my change in mood, kept asking if I was feeling seasick, but I couldn't bring myself to tell them what I'd seen. How could I, when I couldn't even believe it myself? On the last night of the cruise, I worked up the courage to ask one of the crew members about the fog, about any strange experiences they might have had out on the water. He gave me a wary look, like he'd heard the question before but didn't want to answer. After a moment, he just shrugged, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Sometimes the sea, it plays tricks on you," he said, his voice low, almost a whisper. "Out here, it's easy to lose track of what's real, but if you ever hear the tapping, best to ignore it. Don't open the window. Don't look too close." I nodded, forcing a laugh, but the chill in my bones told me he wasn't joking. I spent the rest of the night on edge, watching the sea from a distance, but the fog stayed away. When we finally docked, I couldn't get off the ship fast enough, practically running down the gangway and away from the water's edge. But sometimes, late at night when the wind picks up and the fog rolls in, I still hear that sound, tap, 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 echoing in the back of my mind. And no matter how many miles I put between myself and that ship, I can't shake the feeling that somewhere out there, in the depths of the mist, that shadow is still waiting, still watching, biding its time until the fog rolls in again. I've always loved camping, the solitude of the woods, the crackling of the fire, and the way the night wraps around you like a blanket. There's something about being miles away from civilization that makes everything feel clearer, simpler. So when my buddy Kyle suggested a weekend trip to a remote spot he'd found in a dense stretch of forest, I jumped at the chance. Just the two of us, a tent, and endless miles of trees. But the deeper you go into the woods, the more you start to realize that some places aren't meant for company. We set off early that Friday morning, our car loaded with gear, the sky a perfect blue. It took nearly 4 hours to reach the trailhead, and from there, another 2 hiking along a barely visible path through the trees. As we trekked deeper into the forest, the sound of the highway faded, replaced by the steady rhythm of our boots crunching over leaves. Kyle led the way, confident and upbeat, talking about how this place was supposed to be untouched, a hidden gem. The further we walked, the more I believed him. The trees grew taller, older, their thick trunks blotting out the sunlight. By late afternoon, we reached the clearing Kyle had promised. It was a small patch of flat ground surrounded by a ring of towering pines, the kind of spot that feels like it's been waiting just for you. We set up camp, pitching our tent near the edge of the clearing with a fire pit not far off. The air was crisp, the smell of pine thick around us, and as the sun dipped lower, the forest seemed to breathe, settling into the night. We built a fire and spent the evening talking, watching the flames dance. Everything felt right, until the first noise came. It started as a faint rustling in the trees, just beyond the glow of the firelight. I thought it might be the wind, but the air was completely still. Kyle heard it too. He glanced over, raising an eyebrow. "Probably just a deer or something," he said, but there was a tightness in his voice that made me uneasy. I shrugged it off, trying to focus on the warmth of the fire, but the rustling didn't stop. It moved, circling the edge of the clearing, staying just out of sight. At one point, I thought I saw something move between the trees, a flash of pale skin gone as quickly as it came. My heart skipped a beat, but I told myself I was being paranoid. We were out in the woods. There were bound to be animals. As the night wore on, the rustling faded and we eventually climbed into the tent, exhaustion overtaking our nerves. Kyle fell asleep quickly, but I lay awake, listening to the silence pressing in from all sides. It was the kind of quiet that feels unnatural, the kind that makes you hyper-aware of every creak and whisper of the woods around you. At some point, I must have drifted off, but I woke to the sound of something tapping, soft, rhythmic, like fingers drumming against the canvas of the tent. I froze, holding my breath, my mind racing. The tapping came again, just outside, slow and deliberate, like whoever or whatever was doing it wanted to get my attention. I reached over and shook Kyle's shoulder. He stirred, blinking groggily. "What's up?" he mumbled, but the tapping stopped before I could answer. For a moment I thought maybe I'd imagined it, but then it came back, this time from the other side of the tent. Kyle's eyes widened and he sat up, his face pale in the dim light. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. I had no answer, and neither of us was brave enough to unzip the tent to find out. Instead, we huddled there, listening as the tapping continued, moving around the tent in slow circles like something was walking around us, testing the boundaries. Eventually, it faded into the woods, leaving us alone with our racing hearts. When dawn finally broke, we scrambled out of the tent, hoping to find some logical explanation. A tree branch, an animal. But the ground around the tent was undisturbed, no sign that anything had been there. Kyle tried to laugh it off, but I could see the unease in his eyes, the way he kept glancing over his shoulder as we packed up our gear. We decided to stay another night, convincing ourselves that it was nothing, just our imaginations running wild in the dark. But the atmosphere had changed. The woods, which had seemed so inviting the day before, now felt watchful, like they were hiding something just out of sight. We spent most of the day fishing at a nearby stream, avoiding the clearing, but the uneasiness followed us. By the time evening rolled around, a thick fog had settled over the woods, turning the trees into looming shadows. We built up the fire again, sitting closer to it than the night before, listening to the crackling logs and trying to drown out the growing sense of dread. But as darkness fell, the noises started up again. This time, closer. Twigs snapped in the underbrush, followed by a low, shuffling sound like something dragging through the leaves. Kyle and I exchanged a look, and I could tell he was just as scared as I was. He stood up, grabbing the flashlight, and shined it toward the trees. The beam cut through the fog, revealing nothing but more shadows. But then just as he started to lower it, the light caught a figure standing between the trees. A shape hunched over, its limbs too long, its head cocked at an unnatural angle. I blinked, convinced my eyes were playing tricks on me, but the figure didn't move. It just stood there, staring back at us with hollow eyes. Kyle swore under his breath, dropping the flashlight, and the beam swung wildly as it hit the ground. By the time I grabbed it and aimed it back at the spot, the figure was gone. We didn't sleep that night. We sat by the fire, keeping watch, but the noises continued, moving through the trees, closer and then farther, like a predator circling its prey. Every so often I thought I saw that figure again just on the edge of the firelight, slipping between the trees. Kyle suggested we pack up and leave, but the thought of stumbling through the dark woods with that thing out there seemed worse. At some point I must have dozed off because I woke to the sound of breathing, soft, ragged, just inches from my face. My eyes snapped open, and for a second I thought I saw a shadow leaning over me, its breath cold against my skin. But when I blinked, it was gone, leaving only the dying embers of the fire crackling in the darkness. When dawn came, we packed up and left without a word, our gear haphazardly stuffed into our packs. The forest was silent as we made our way back to the trailhead, the fog lifting as we left that place behind. But the whole time, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that the woods were hiding something in their depths. We never spoke about what we saw that night, not really. Kyle tried to laugh it off when we got back to town, calling it a bad dream, but I could see the truth in his eyes. He never suggested another camping trip after that, and I stopped venturing out into the woods alone. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind rattles the windows and the shadows grow long, I find myself thinking about that figure, how it stood there, watching us with those hollow eyes. And I wonder if maybe, somewhere deep in those woods, it's still out there, waiting for the next fool to wander too far from the safety of the firelight. open road at night has a way of making you feel like you're the only person left in the world. It's just you, your rig, and the endless ribbon of asphalt stretching out into the darkness. I've been a trucker for almost 15 years, and I've learned to love that solitude. The steady hum of the engine, the miles slipping by beneath the tires. But there are some stretches of highway where the darkness feels a little thicker, a little more unnatural. And there's one night on a lonely stretch through the desert that I can't forget, no matter how hard I try. It was a moonless night, somewhere between Arizona and Nevada. The desert around me nothing but shadows and the occasional silhouette of a saguaro cactus. I'd picked up a late-night haul, standard delivery, nothing special. But I needed to make time if I wanted to beat the morning traffic near Vegas, so I kept my foot on the gas, cruising just above the speed limit. The CB radio crackled occasionally with chatter from other drivers, but as the night wore on, even that faded to static. It was just me, the hum of the tires, and the empty road. About an hour past midnight, I spotted the first sign. It was one of those old green highway markers, but the words were too faded to read. A quick flash of the high beams revealed an arrow pointing off to the right, toward a side road I didn't recognize. I ignored it, thinking nothing of it, just another forgotten stretch of desert road that no one uses anymore. But a few miles later, my headlights caught another sign, this one with a word barely legible, "Help." It was crudely painted in white, right across the middle of the sign, like someone had scrawled it in a hurry. My stomach twisted, but I tried to brush it off. Probably just a prank, I thought. Kids messing around. But as I drove on, I couldn't shake the feeling that the darkness outside the cab windows was pressing in a little closer. The desert too silent, too still. About 10 minutes later, the radio crackled to life. At first, it was just static, that familiar hiss that I'd grown used to. But then, beneath the static, I heard something. A voice, faint, like it was struggling to break through the interference. "You saw, didn't you?" The words were garbled, almost unintelligible, but I caught just enough to send a shiver down my spine. I grabbed the mic, trying to sound casual even though my hands felt clammy on the wheel. "Who is this? You got a copy?" For a moment there was nothing but the hum of static. Then the voice came again, clearer this time, but still distant, like it was coming from miles away. "Don't stop. Whatever you do, don't stop." My heart skipped a beat and I scanned the road ahead, half expecting to see a car pulled over or some sign of life. But there was nothing, just the empty highway stretching on into the night. I told myself it was probably just some trucker playing a joke, but my hands tightened on the wheel anyway and I pushed the truck a little faster, wanting to put as much distance between me and that voice as possible. That's when I saw the lights. At first I thought it was just a car parked up ahead, two small pinpricks of light hovering in the darkness. But as I got closer, I realized something was off. The lights weren't stationary. They were moving, gliding across the desert floor, keeping pace with the truck. And they weren't headlights. They were too high off the ground, too far apart, like two lanterns swinging in the wind. My mouth went dry, and I tried to focus on the road, but the lights wouldn't leave my peripheral vision. They danced just outside the reach of my high beams, dipping and swaying like they were playing some kind of game. I pressed the accelerator, but the lights kept up, matching my speed, weaving in and out of the shadows. I grabbed the mic again, trying to keep my voice steady. "Look, if this is some kind of joke, it's not funny. You hear me?" The radio crackled, then went silent again, leaving me alone with the sound of my own breathing. My pulse pounded in my ears, drowning out the hum of the engine, and I kept my eyes glued to the road, refusing to look at the lights. But they grew brighter, drawing closer, until I couldn't ignore them anymore. I glanced to the side, and my breath caught in my throat. The lights were just a few yards away now, floating above the ground, casting strange, shifting shadows across the desert floor. And between those lights I saw something. A figure, tall and thin, its shape barely more than a shadow against the night. I swerved, the truck lurching as I fought to keep control. My tires skidded, sending a cloud of dust up into the air. But somehow, I managed to stay on the road. glanced back, the lights were gone, swallowed up by the darkness as if they'd never been there. But the memory of that figure lingered, burned into my mind, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone out there. I sped up, ignoring the low growl of the engine and the rumble of the wheels. The miles slipped by, and I kept my focus on the distant glow of the horizon, telling myself that morning would come soon, that I'd leave whatever this was behind. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught movement again, this time in the rearview mirror. My stomach twisted as I realized the lights were back, flickering behind the trailer, closer than before. They bobbed and weaved, like they were following me, keeping time with the rumble of the truck. I tried to convince myself it was just a trick of the shadows, some kind of optical illusion, but deep down I knew better. And then the tapping started again, soft, rhythmic, against the back of the trailer, like fingers drumming on metal. I checked the mirrors again, but there was no one there, no sign of anything but those two distant lights. The tapping grew louder, more insistent, and I gripped the wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. "Stay calm," I muttered to myself, even though my voice sounded shaky and thin in the confined space of the cab. "Just keep driving, don't stop." But the tapping didn't stop. It turned into a scraping sound like nails dragging along the side of the trailer, sending chills down my spine. I floored the gas, the engine roaring as I pushed the rig faster than I'd ever dared before. The lights grew dimmer, fading into the distance, but the scraping continued, following me like a whisper in the dark. It wasn't until the glow of a rest stop sign appeared on the horizon that the noise finally stopped. I veered into the parking lot, slamming on the brakes and bringing the truck to a skidding halt beneath the fluorescent lights. For a moment I just sat there, my hands shaking on the wheel, the engine rumbling beneath me. The lights from the rest stop flickered, buzzing in the silence, but there was no sign of movement, no sound but the distant hum of the highway. I climbed out of the cab, legs trembling, and made my way to the back of the trailer, half expecting to find scratches or dents. But the metal was smooth, untouched, no sign that anything had been there at all. I stood there, staring into the darkness, but the desert was still, the shadows undisturbed. The radio crackled one last time as I climbed back into the cab. A voice, faint and distant, barely more than a whisper. "You made it. This time." I turned the dial, cutting off the static, and pulled out of the rest stop, eager to leave that stretch of highway behind. I didn't look back, not even once. I drove until the first rays of sunlight broke over the horizon, and the desert gave way to the dusty edges of civilization. I told myself it was just a bad night, just my mind playing tricks on me. But even now, whenever I drive that route, I make sure to stay on the main road, avoiding those side roads and their faded signs. And sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, I still think I hear it. The soft tap, tap, tap against the trailer, like a reminder that the desert holds its secrets close, and some of them don't like to be disturbed. It's funny how your perspective on rest stops changes when you're on the road late at night. By day, they're just places to grab a coffee, stretch your legs, maybe take a quick nap in the car. But after midnight, they become something else entirely. Lonely patches of concrete surrounded by darkness with flickering lights that never seem quite bright enough. I've spent enough nights driving across the country to know which stops feel safe and which ones don't. But that night I didn't have a choice. The caffeine buzz had worn off and my eyelids felt like lead, so I pulled into the nearest rest stop. I should have kept driving. The place was practically deserted. Just a couple of beat-up cars parked under the dim fluorescent lights, their drivers probably dozing in the front seats. The restroom building sat at the far end of the lot, the light above the entrance buzzing and flickering like it might give out at any second. The air was cooler than I'd expected, with a chill that cut through my jacket as I stepped out of the car. I made my way toward the restroom, my footsteps echoing across the pavement, the hum of the highway fading into the background. It was too quiet, the kind of silence that makes you feel like you're trespassing even though there's no one else around. I quickened my pace, feeling that irrational urge to get inside, to have walls around me. The restroom was just as grim as I'd expected. Grimy tiles, a cracked mirror above the sink, and a flickering light that cast strange shadows across the walls. But I was too tired to care. I splashed some cold water on my face, trying to wash away the fatigue. As I stood there staring at my own reflection, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. The door to one of the stalls at the far end of the room was swinging open, just a little, back and forth, like it had been left ajar. I could see the edge of the door moving in the flickering light, but the shadows inside the stall were too deep to make out anything else. I frowned, turning off the faucet, the drip-drip of water suddenly deafening in the quiet. For a moment I thought I heard something, a faint rustling like fabric brushing against the tile. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding too loud, too small against the tile walls. No answer. The door kept swinging, creaking softly with each movement. I told myself it was probably just a draft, that the building was old and worn down, but my feet stayed rooted to the spot, unease prickling at the back of my neck. After a few more seconds, I shook my head, telling myself I was being ridiculous. I turned back to the sink, but just as I did, the restroom door behind me creaked open. The sound made my heart jump, and I spun around, expecting to see another traveler, someone who'd pulled in looking for a break from the road like I had. But there was no one there. The door slowly swung shut, the heavy metal clanging against the frame. I stood there, feeling a sudden tightness in my chest, my skin prickling with a cold sweat. Something was off about this place, and I couldn't put my finger on what. I grabbed a paper towel and dried my face, trying to shake off the unease. But as I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of something in the mirror, movement, quick and shadowy, in the stall at the far end. I froze, my pulse hammering in my ears. For a second I thought I saw a figure, hunched and misshapen, but when I turned around, the stall door was still swinging, empty. I swallowed hard, suddenly desperate to get out of there, back to the relative safety of my car. I headed for the door, but just as I reached it, the lights above me flickered, plunging the room into darkness for a heartbeat before sputtering back to life. And in that brief moment, I could have sworn I saw a pair of eyes, dark and wide, staring out from the gap beneath the stall door. I shoved the restroom door open, stumbling back out into the cool night air, my heart racing. The parking lot felt too exposed, the shadows between the cars too deep. I glanced back at the restroom, half expecting to see someone watching me from the doorway, but the entrance was empty, the light above it still buzzing and flickering. I hurried back to my car, the gravel crunching under my boots, and yanked open the driver's side door. My hands were shaking as I fumbled for the keys, the feeling of those eyes still burning into the back of my mind. I was about to start the engine when I heard it, soft and faint like it was drifting on the breeze, a whisper echoing across the lot. "Hey, you dropped something." I froze, my hand hovering over the ignition, straining to listen. The voice sounded thin, distant, but there was something off about it, like it wasn't coming from any direction in particular. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing behind the car, but the lot was empty, just rows of empty spaces and a few other cars sitting under the dim lights. I forced myself to look over my shoulder, expecting to see the stall door open wide, or worse, someone standing right behind me. But there was nothing, just the wind rustling through the trees at the edge of the lot. I tried to laugh it off, telling myself I was letting my imagination get the better of me, but the sound came out thin and hollow. I turned the key in the ignition, the engine roaring to life, and wasted no time pulling out of the lot. My headlights sliced through the darkness as I sped back onto the highway, but that feeling of unease stayed with me, clinging to my thoughts like a shadow. About a mile down the road, my nerves started to settle. I turned on the radio, letting the familiar hum of static fill the silence. I was just starting to convince myself that it had all been in my head, that the late hour and the long drive were playing tricks on me, when I noticed something strange in the passenger seat. A piece of paper, folded neatly, sitting on top of the bag I'd left there. My stomach twisted, and I reached out with trembling fingers, unfolding it slowly. The handwriting was messy, scrawled in dark, uneven letters. "You dropped this." I nearly swerved off the road, my heart pounding in my chest. I'd been alone in that rest stop. I was sure of it. No one had been close enough to leave something in my car. I tossed the note onto the floor, trying to focus on the road, but my hands were slick with sweat, and I couldn't stop glancing at the empty seat beside me. The miles slipped by, the dark stretch of desert rolling out in front of me, but the sense that I wasn't alone wouldn't leave. Every time my headlights swept over a curve, I thought I saw a shadow moving just at the edge of the beam, something keeping pace with the truck, slipping in and out of the darkness. I finally pulled into a truck stop just outside the city, my hands still shaking as I parked under the bright lights. I stayed there for a long time, staring out at the empty lot, waiting for that feeling of being watched to fade. It never did. Eventually, I drove the rest of the way home, the note still crumpled on the passenger side floor. I kept the radio off, listening for anything that might hint at a presence in the car with me. But the silence was absolute, pressing in from all sides. I never told anyone what happened that night. Part of me knows they'd just laugh it off, tell me it was all in my head, that long drives do that to a person. But every time I pass by a rest stop at night, I think about those eyes in the mirror and that whisper that seemed to drift out of nowhere. And I can't shake the feeling that somewhere, on some forgotten stretch of highway, something is still waiting, still looking for the next person who's too tired to keep driving, who makes the mistake of pulling off the road. And if I listen closely enough, sometimes, just sometimes, I think I hear that faint voice again, carried on the wind. Hey, you dropped something. There's something unsettling about driving alone through the back roads late at night, when the trees on either side of the road seem to close in, and the only light comes from your high beams cutting through the dark. I've always liked the quiet of those stretches, the sense of being the only person in the world for a while. But there are some places where the quiet doesn't feel right, where the shadows seem to move just a little too much, and the air grows thick with a kind of tension that makes your skin crawl. That's how it felt the night I stumbled on that old motel, the one that never should have been there. I'd been driving for hours, the interstate nothing but a distant memory as I took a shortcut through a series of winding country roads. My GPS had lost signal about 30 minutes back, but I wasn't too worried. I knew the general direction, and I figured I'd hit the main highway eventually. But as the clock ticked past 2 a.m., fatigue started to weigh on me. My eyes felt gritty, my thoughts sluggish, and the idea of pulling over for a few hours of rest was sounding more and more appealing. That's when I saw it, a faint neon glow piercing through the trees up ahead, flashing the word motel in gaudy pink and blue. I couldn't remember seeing it on the map, but I didn't question it. It was a stroke of luck, I thought, and I pulled into the gravel parking lot, my tires crunching over the loose stones. The place looked like it hadn't seen a renovation in decades. The paint on the sign was peeling, the no vacancy light flickering even though the lot was empty. The building itself was a single-story stretch of rooms, their doors facing the parking lot, each one painted a different color that had long since faded. A few of the windows had broken blinds, and I could hear the hum of a soda machine somewhere near the office, but at that point, I was too tired to care about aesthetics. All I wanted was a bed and a few hours of shut-eye. I parked the car and headed to the front office, a tiny room with a flickering fluorescent light and a bell on the counter. The place smelled like old carpet and stale smoke. I rang the bell, and after a moment, a man shuffled out from the back room. He was older, with a thin frame and sunken eyes that seemed to stare through me. His name tag read, Carl. "Need a room?" he asked, his voice raspy like he hadn't spoken to anyone in a while. I nodded, forcing a tired smile. He didn't ask for my ID, just slid a key across the counter, attached to one of those old-fashioned plastic fobs with the room number on it, 7. I handed over some cash, not bothering to ask for change, and he gave me a look that lingered just a little too long before shuffling back into the shadows of the office. I found room 7 about halfway down the row. The door creaked as I pushed it open, the hinges protesting loudly, and I had to shove it with my shoulder to get it to budge. Inside, the room was exactly what you'd expect. Cheap floral bedspread, a nightstand with a sticky lamp, and an old TV with a cracked screen. The carpet was stained, and the air was heavy with the scent of mildew. I shut the door behind me and tossed my bag onto the bed, sinking down onto the worn mattress with a sigh. I didn't bother with the light, just kicked off my boots and lay back, letting the darkness settle in around me. It wasn't comfortable, but I figured it would do for a few hours. But as soon as I closed my eyes, I heard it. A faint tapping, coming from the wall behind me. I froze, my eyes snapping open, straining to hear over the pounding of my own heart. It was rhythmic, steady, like someone was knocking softly just a few feet away. I turned my head toward the wall, half expecting to hear voices or laughter, like someone was playing a prank. But there was nothing, just the tapping, insistent and measured like a heartbeat echoing through the thin walls. I sat up, listening closely, and it seemed to move, shifting along the length of the wall, growing closer, then fading again. My pulse quickened, and I found myself reaching for the bedside lamp, flicking it on. The bulb flickered a few times before casting a sickly yellow glow across the room. The tapping stopped, replaced by a thick silence that pressed down on me, making the air feel heavy. I stared at the wall, half expecting to see something, but it was just an old, stained surface, the kind you find in every rundown motel across the country. I laughed to myself, trying to shake off the unease, convincing myself that it was just the pipes or maybe a rat scurrying in the walls. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that I shouldn't be there. I lay back down, but the moment I switched off the light, the tapping started up again. This time louder, more insistent. I felt a chill crawl up my spine, and I sat up again, heart pounding in my chest. I glanced at the door, considering just packing up and leaving, but exhaustion held me back. I told myself I was just being paranoid, that it was nothing, and tried to ignore it. But then I heard a voice, a faint whisper, barely more than a breath, slipping through the cracks around the window. It was too low to make out any words, but the tone was unmistakable. Pleading, desperate. My skin prickled, and I shot up, moving toward the window, which was covered by thin, yellowed curtains. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the fabric, and then, in a rush of bravado, I yanked them open. The parking lot outside was empty, lit by the buzzing neon sign, the light casting strange shadows across the gravel. But just as I was about to let the curtain fall, I saw it. Something moving at the edge of the lot, where the darkness swallowed up the glow. It was a figure, small and hunched, pacing back and forth along the tree line. The shadows clung to it, obscuring its features, but I could see the way its head jerked back and forth, like it was searching for something. My mouth went dry and I took a step back, letting the curtain fall shut. The tapping grew louder, almost frantic, and now I could hear the voice more clearly. A single word repeated over and over. "Please, please." I stumbled back to the bed, grabbing my bag with shaking hands. I didn't care how tired I was anymore. I needed to get out of that room, away from whatever was out there. But just as I reached the door, the knob began to rattle, the sound sharp in the silence. Someone or something was trying to open it from the outside. I held my breath, backing away slowly, my eyes fixed on the door as it shuddered against the frame. The voice outside grew louder, more urgent, and I could hear it now, the words slipping through the crack beneath the door. "Let me in. Please let me in." I scrambled for the window, throwing it open, and clambered out onto the gravel, my heart racing. As I dropped down, the night air hit me like a shock, cold and damp, but I didn't stop. I ran for the car, my feet slipping on the loose stones, and practically threw myself into the driver's seat. As I fumbled with the keys, I risked a glance back at the motel and my breath caught in my throat. The door to room 7 was wide open, swinging slowly on its hinges, but there was no one inside. Just shadows stretching across the worn carpet, pooling in the corners like something alive. The engine roared to life and I tore out of the lot, gravel spraying up behind me. I didn't look back, not even when I thought I saw movement in the rearview mirror, something pale and thin slipping between the rows of rooms. I drove until the neon lights faded into the distance, until the highway swallowed up the night. It wasn't until I reached the next town that I finally stopped, my hands shaking as I pulled into a diner parking lot. I told myself I'd just had a bad night, that the motel had been empty, that the noises had been my imagination. But when I glanced in the rearview mirror, I thought I saw the door of room 7 hanging open, with a shadow shifting just inside. And sometimes, in the quiet hours of the night, I still hear that voice, soft and desperate, whispering through the dark. Let me in. Please, let me in. I always thought I'd grown out of being scared on the highway at night. After years of late-night drives, you learn to tune out the empty stretches of road, the shadows that flicker in your headlights, the sense that the world around you has fallen away, leaving only the hum of your engine. But then came that night, the one where I picked up the hitchhiker, a kid, standing alone in the dark, hand raised by the side of the road. And I still don't know why I stopped. It was just past midnight, and I was somewhere on a back road that cut through miles of thick forest, the kind where cell service is a distant memory. I'd been driving for hours, pushing through the fatigue when I spotted him. Just a dark silhouette at first, illuminated by the beams of my truck as they swept across the shoulder. He looked like he couldn't have been more than 18 or 19, wearing an oversized jacket that swallowed up his frame. He stood there, one arm outstretched, thumb up, his face partially hidden beneath the hood. I don't usually pick up hitchhikers, especially not at that hour in the middle of nowhere. But something about the way he stood there all alone made me hesitate. He looked like he was freezing, his shoulders hunched against the cold, and for a moment I saw myself at that age, lost, trying to make sense of the world, hoping for a little kindness. Before I knew what I was doing, I found myself pulling over, the crunch of gravel under my tires. He walked over, moving stiffly, like every step pained him. As he reached the window, he lowered his hood, revealing a pale, thin face with hollow eyes that seemed too old for someone so young. I forced a smile, trying to ignore the unease that had crept into my chest. "Where you headed?" I asked, keeping my voice casual. He hesitated for a moment, then gave a small, almost shy smile. "Anywhere down the road," he said, his voice barely more than a whisper. "I just need a ride." It wasn't much to go on, but I nodded and unlocked the door. He climbed in, and the cab suddenly felt smaller, the air colder. He clutched a worn backpack against his chest, his fingers digging into the frayed straps, and he barely met my gaze as he settled into the seat. We drove in silence for a while, the headlights carving out a narrow path through the darkness. I tried to make small talk, but his answers were short, clipped, like he didn't want to give anything away. When I asked where he'd come from, he just shrugged, saying, "Doesn't matter." When I asked where he was going, he stared out the window and mumbled, "Just away." The unease in my chest grew with each mile, but I tried to brush it off. Maybe he'd had a rough time. Maybe he'd just had one of those nights where you needed to keep moving, needed to get as far away as possible. I understood that. But as the minutes ticked by, I couldn't shake the feeling that something about him was off. Like the way he kept glancing over his shoulder, as if expecting to see something there. Or the way he tensed up every time the headlights revealed another curve in the road. After about 20 minutes, the silence between us grew unbearable, so I tried again. "You from around here?" He didn't answer right away, just kept staring out into the night. Then finally he turned to me, his face pale in the glow of the dashboard lights. "You ever see something you couldn't explain?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. I felt a chill run through me, and I forced a laugh, trying to keep the mood light. "I've seen a lot of strange things out on these roads. Comes with the territory." But he didn't smile. He just nodded, like he'd expected that answer, then looked back out the window. "Sometimes, there's things out here. Things that don't like to be seen." I didn't know what to say to that, so I just kept my eyes on the road, my grip tightening on the wheel. Part of me wanted to pull over, to tell him to get out, but another part, the part that was too curious for its own good, kept me driving. Maybe he was just tired or had spent too much time alone in the dark. We continued on like that for another few miles. the air between us thick with unspoken words. But then I noticed something in the side mirror, a shadow that didn't belong. It was faint, barely visible in the darkness, but it looked like another figure, running alongside the truck, keeping pace with us. My heart skipped a beat, and I pressed down on the gas, the engine roaring as the truck surged forward. "What is that?" I muttered, more to myself than to him, but the hitchhiker stiffened beside me, his knuckles going white as he gripped the edge of the seat. "You saw it, didn't you?" he whispered, his voice trembling now. "It's been following me since I left." I glanced over at him, my mouth dry, trying to make sense of his words. But then in the rearview mirror, I saw the shadow again, closer this time, almost pressed against the back of the truck, its shape impossible to make out, like a smear of darkness against the night. "Pull over," he said suddenly, his voice urgent. "You have to let me out, now." I shook my head, adrenaline coursing through me. "I'm not leaving you out here in the middle of nowhere. What the hell is going on?" But he just shook his head, his eyes wide and wild. "It's not after you, it's after me. And if I stay in this truck, it's going to come for both of us. Please, just stop." Something in his voice broke through my fear, and I found myself pulling over, the truck skidding to a halt on the shoulder. He fumbled with the door, scrambling out into the darkness, his breath coming in ragged gasps. I watched as he staggered a few steps away, clutching his backpack, glancing over his shoulder like he was expecting something to appear out of the shadows. Then, just as I was about to call out to him, the air seemed to change. It grew colder, thicker, pressing down against my chest, and the darkness beyond the headlights seemed to ripple, like something was moving through it. For a moment I thought I saw a shape, a tall, slender figure, its limbs twisted in unnatural angles, its face a pale blur. It hovered just at the edge of the light, its eyes fixed on the hitchhiker. He froze, his whole body going rigid, and then he turned back to me, his face pale and drawn. "Drive," he said, his voice breaking. "Just go. Don't look back." I didn't need to be told twice. I slammed the door shut, my hands shaking as I gripped the wheel, and I floored the gas, the tires kicking up gravel as I sped back onto the road. In the side mirror, I saw him one last time, standing there in the beam of the headlights, his figure shrinking as the distance grew. And then, in a blur of motion, the shadow swallowed him up, and he was gone. I kept driving, pushing the truck faster than I'd ever dared before, the road a blur beneath me. I didn't stop until I saw the lights of a gas station up ahead, the sign flickering like a beacon in the dark. I pulled in, my hands shaking as I climbed out of the truck, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The clerk behind the counter gave me a strange look when I stumbled inside, probably thinking I was just another road-weary traveler. I didn't bother explaining. I just grabbed a coffee, paid with a crumpled bill, and got back on the road, driving straight through until morning. I never saw the hitchhiker again, and I never found out what happened to him, or what that shadow was that followed us through the night. But every now and then, when I'm driving those lonely back roads, I catch myself glancing in the side mirror, half expecting to see a figure standing there, just out of reach. And I can still hear his voice, echoing through the dark. "Drive, don't look back." I've driven through deserts at night more times than I can count. There's a kind of peace in it, the way the vast emptiness stretches out on either side of you, the stars above so bright they almost seem close enough to touch. But there's also something unsettling about it, the way the darkness seems to press in, hiding things just beyond the reach of your headlights. I never thought I'd have a reason to be afraid of those empty stretches, but that was before I saw those lights. It happened on a drive between Phoenix and Las Vegas, on one of those long, unmarked roads that hardly see any traffic after sunset. I'd been hauling a trailer full of building supplies, hoping to make good time through the desert before the heat hit in the morning. The night was clear and the road was smooth, just me and the hum of the engine. The first few hours passed without incident, the landscape slipping by like a shadowy ocean. But then, a little past midnight, I saw them. Two faint, flickering lights in the distance hovering low above the ground. At first, I thought they were just taillights from another vehicle up ahead, maybe someone driving with their hazards on. But as I got closer, I realized they were moving strangely, weaving back and forth across the road, too high to be coming from another car. I frowned, leaning forward over the wheel, trying to make out what I was seeing. The lights glowed a dim, unnatural blue, like old neon, and they seemed to pulse in time with my heartbeat. I slowed the truck, my curiosity getting the better of me, and the lights drifted to the side of the road, hovering over the desert floor. I pulled over, turning off the engine, letting the silence of the desert wash over me. The lights floated about 50 yards off the road, their glow casting faint shadows across the scrubby landscape. They swayed gently like they were caught in a breeze I couldn't feel, moving in a pattern that was almost rhythmic. I rolled down the window, leaning out, trying to hear if there was any sound to go along with them. But the desert was deathly still, and the only sound was the ticking of the cooling engine. I reached for my phone, thinking I'd snap a picture, but as soon as I pulled it out, the lights blinked off, disappearing as if they'd never been there. I blinked, rubbing my eyes, wondering if I'd imagined the whole thing. But when I looked again, they were back, closer this time, just on the other side of the road. They hovered above the ground, barely a foot or two off the surface, moving in that same slow, swaying rhythm. A chill ran through me, but I couldn't seem to tear my gaze away. It was like they were beckoning, calling me out into the darkness. Against my better judgment, I opened the door and stepped out onto the gravel, my boots crunching against the dirt. The air was colder than it had any right to be, a sharp contrast to the heat I'd been driving through just an hour before. I took a few steps closer, my breath fogging in front of me, and the lights seemed to react, drifting back slightly, like they were leading me somewhere. I knew I should have gotten back in the truck, turned around, and left those lights behind. But something about them pulled at me, an unexplainable sense that if I just got a little closer, I'd understand what they were. So I kept walking, my footsteps crunching in the stillness, the lights always just a few yards ahead. After about a minute, I reached a small dip in the landscape, a dry wash cutting through the desert floor. The lights hovered over the edge, casting a strange, shimmering reflection across the dry riverbed. I hesitated, suddenly aware of how far I'd wandered from the road, from the safety of my truck. But then the lights dipped down, descending into the wash, and I felt a strange, irrational urge to follow. I slid down the embankment, stumbling as loose gravel gave way beneath my feet. As I reached the bottom, the air grew even colder, and I felt a pressure building in my ears, like I was standing at the edge of a great depth. The lights floated just ahead, casting long shadows that twisted and shifted across the walls of the wash. But then they stopped, abruptly, hanging in the air just a few feet above the dry riverbed. I took a step closer, squinting against their glow, and realized there was something beneath them. At first, it looked like just another shadow, but as I drew nearer, I saw that it was a shape, a small, crumpled figure lying in the dirt. My heart lurched, and I broke into a run, sliding to my knees beside the figure. It was a person, a man, dressed in jeans and a flannel shirt, his face hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat. His clothes were covered in dust, and his skin was pale, as if he'd been out here for a long time. I reached out, hesitating for a moment before touching his shoulder. "Hey, you okay?" I called, my voice sounding thin and uncertain in the quiet. But as soon as my fingers brushed against him, the lights blinked out, plunging the wash into darkness. The air seemed to collapse around me, and I felt a pressure settle over my chest, heavy and suffocating. I scrambled for my flashlight, my hands shaking, and clicked it on, sweeping the beam across the riverbed. The figure was gone. I stumbled back, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. The flashlight beam caught nothing but dirt and rocks, the walls of the wash stretching up into the night. There was no sign of the man, no sign that anyone had ever been there. My breathing grew ragged, panic clawing at the edges of my mind. I turned back the way I'd come, clambering up the embankment, slipping on loose stones in my rush to get back to the road. When I reached the top, I scanned the darkness, half expecting the lights to be there, waiting for me. But the desert was empty, the road stretching out in both directions, bathed in the faint glow of starlight. My truck sat where I'd left it, the driver's side door still hanging open, the cab light casting a small pool of yellow on the gravel. I sprinted back to the truck, slamming the door behind me and fumbling for the keys. The engine roared to life, and I spun the wheel, turning back onto the highway, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. I didn't stop driving until the first hints of dawn touched the horizon, bathing the desert in a pale gray light. By then the fear had settled into a dull ache, a lingering sense of something unfinished. I pulled over at a small diner, desperate for coffee, for something that felt real. Inside, the place was nearly empty, just a few truckers hunched over their breakfasts. I ordered a coffee, trying to steady my shaking hands, and eventually I found myself telling the waitress about the lights, about the figure I'd seen in the wash. She listened without interrupting, her face impassive. When I finished, she just shook her head. "You're not the first, you know," she said, pouring me another cup. "People see things out there sometimes. Lights, shadows, ghosts maybe. Most of them don't come back looking for answers." I left the diner soon after, her words echoing in my mind. I don't know what I saw that night or what happened to the man in the wash, but sometimes, when I'm driving those lonely stretches of highway, I catch a glimpse of that flickering blue light in my mirrors, always hovering just at the edge of sight. And every time I fight the urge to follow it, to find out where it leads, even though I know better. Because out there, in the emptiness of the desert, some things are meant to stay in the dark, and some questions are better left unanswered. There's a strange kind of peace in being the only person awake on a cruise ship in the dead of night. When everyone else is asleep, the ship is like a ghost town. Empty corridors, the soft creak of the hull, and the low hum of engines vibrating through the deck. I'd always been a bit of a night owl, and on this trip, I found myself wandering the ship long after the bars had closed, finding solace in the solitude. But one night, that solitude felt different, more like I wasn't alone at all. It started around 2 in the morning. I was up on one of the observation decks, staring out over the dark, endless ocean. The moon was hidden behind clouds, turning the sea into a rolling black void, and the lights of the ship barely cut through the mist that clung to the waves. The deck was empty, just as it had been every night before. No one out in the cold, salty air except for me. But that night, I felt something change, like a shift in the atmosphere. At first it was just a sound, a faint, rhythmic tapping that seemed to come from somewhere below. It was subtle, like someone gently knocking on a door, but it echoed strangely through the quiet. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just the ship settling or maybe one of the crew moving cargo. But the tapping didn't stop. It grew louder, more insistent, until it seemed to thrum through the metal beneath my feet. I leaned over the railing, peering down toward the lower decks where the noise seemed to be coming from. But all I could see was the dark shadow of the ship's hull against the water, the mist swirling around it. The sound took on a strange rhythm, almost like a pattern, and it sent a shiver up my spine. I turned back toward the entrance to the interior corridors, figuring I'd head back to my cabin and try to sleep off the unease that had settled in my chest. But as I stepped inside, I noticed something odd. The lights in the hallway, which were always dimmed at this hour, were flickering. Not the usual gentle buzz of a bad bulb, but a stuttering, pulsing light that made the shadows jump and twist across the walls. I hesitated, glancing back at the empty deck behind me, half expecting to see someone standing there. But the deck was empty, just the night and the distant wash of waves. I shook my head, laughing softly at my own nerves, and started down the corridor. But with each step, the flickering light seemed to grow worse, like they were reacting to my presence. About halfway to my cabin, the hallway turned a corner, and that's when I saw her. A figure standing at the far end, barely visible in the flickering glow. She was facing away from me, her long hair hanging down her back, her shoulders hunched like she was listening for something. Her dress, some old-fashioned style, a pale color that seemed to shift in the unsteady light, clung to her frame, and she swayed slightly, as if moved by a breeze that I couldn't feel. I stopped in my tracks, my breath catching in my throat. For a moment I thought she might be another passenger, someone who couldn't sleep like me. But the longer I watched her, the more I realized something was wrong. She didn't move, didn't turn around or react to the sound of my footsteps. She just stood there, swaying gently, her back to me, like she was listening to something far away. "Hey, you okay?" I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet. She didn't respond. The flickering lights cast strange shadows across her form, making it seem like she was fading in and out of focus like a projection struggling to stay solid. My unease deepened, turning into a cold knot in my stomach. But I forced myself to take a step forward. As I got closer, the tapping sound I'd heard outside returned, louder now, echoing through the corridor. It seemed to come from all around me, bouncing off the walls in a way that made it impossible to pinpoint its source. And then, as I reached the end of the hallway, the figure finally moved. She turned slowly, so slowly that it felt like time itself had slowed down, her movements fluid but wrong, like a marionette on tangled strings. Her face remained hidden beneath a veil of dark hair, but I could see her lips moving, shaping words I couldn't hear. My heart pounded in my chest, and every instinct screamed at me to turn around to get out of there. But I was frozen, my feet glued to the floor. She took a step toward me, her bare feet silent on the carpet, and I stumbled back, nearly tripping over my own legs. As she moved closer, the air seemed to grow colder, the lights flickering more wildly, casting her shadow across the walls like a dark stain. The tapping grew faster, more frantic, like whatever was making the sound was right behind me, pressing closer. I finally found the strength to move, turning and sprinting back down the hallway, the echo of my footsteps mingling with the tapping. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I just kept running, my breath coming in short, panicked bursts, my mind racing with 1,000 questions I couldn't answer. The corridor seemed longer than it had before, stretching out in front of me, the lights flickering faster and faster. When I finally reached my cabin, I fumbled with the keycard, my hands shaking so badly that it took 3 tries before the lock beeped open. I threw myself inside, slamming the door shut behind me, and pressed my back against it, gasping for breath. For a long moment, I just stood there, listening to the silence that had settled back over the ship, trying to convince myself that it had all been in my head. But as I turned to lock the door, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, on the floor just inside the entrance, was a small, wet footprint, like someone had stepped out of the ocean and walked straight into my room. It was too small to be mine, the shape delicate, like that of a woman's foot. My pulse quickened and I backed away, glancing around the room. But there was no one there, just my bag, my clothes, everything exactly where I'd left it. I spent the rest of the night sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at the door, waiting for some sound, some hint that she might be just outside. But the hours dragged by in silence, and when the first light of dawn filtered through the small porthole, I finally allowed myself to breathe again. The next morning, I tried to ask one of the crew about what I'd seen, but they just shrugged it off. "Old ships make strange noises," the bartender told me, cleaning a glass with a practiced hand. "And you wouldn't be the first to see things that aren't there. The sea has a way of playing tricks on your mind." I nodded, forcing a laugh, but his words didn't comfort me, because I knew what I'd seen. I knew that the tapping had been real, that the figure in the hallway hadn't been a trick of the light, and I knew that whoever she was, she hadn't wanted me there. I spent the rest of the trip avoiding the lower decks, sticking to the crowded areas where I could hear the chatter of other passengers, the clinking of glasses, the hum of the engines. But every time I passed a hallway or glanced out at the empty sea, I found myself looking for her, expecting to see that figure standing in the shadows, waiting for me. I disembarked as soon as we reached port, eager to put as much distance between myself and that ship as possible. But even now, weeks later, I can't shake the memory of those wet footprints, the cold air pressing in around me. Sometimes when I lie awake at night, I think I hear that faint, rhythmic tapping, like something calling out from the deep. And every now and then, I catch myself glancing toward the shadows in the hallway, half expecting to see her standing there, waiting for me to follow. There's a kind of isolation you feel out in the deep woods that's different from anywhere else. It's not the same as being alone in your apartment or even standing on an empty beach at night. In the woods, surrounded by miles of trees and the hum of insects, you start to feel like the rest of the world has slipped away, like you've crossed into another realm entirely. That's why I liked camping out there. At least, that's what I used to think. Until the night I found the old radio. I'd hiked out to a spot that wasn't on any map, far from the trails most people used. The trees there were ancient, their trunks wide and twisted, and the ground was covered in a thick carpet of fallen leaves. It was the kind of place where cell service was non-existent, where even the wildlife seemed to keep its distance. The first day went like any other solo trip. I set up camp near a small clearing, pitched my tent, and built a fire. As the sun set, I watched the sky turn from orange to purple to black, the stars popping out one by one. I cooked dinner over the flames, the crackling of the wood the only sound in the night. It was peaceful, just the way I liked it. But after I finished eating, as I was sitting by the dying embers of the fire, I heard something strange, a faint crackle, like the static of a radio, drifting through the trees. I frowned, turning my head to listen, thinking it might be a trick of the wind. But there it was again, clearer this time. Soft bursts of static followed by a low, distant voice. I stood up, scanning the darkness beyond the firelight, but saw nothing. I hadn't seen another person all day, and this far out, the chances of anyone having a radio were slim. But the sound kept coming, rhythmic and persistent, like someone was trying to tune in to a distant station. Curiosity got the better of me, and I grabbed my flashlight, shining it into the woods. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing only trees and underbrush, but the sound was there, somewhere deeper in the forest. I thought about ignoring it, going back to the fire, but something about that static-filled voice tugged at me, like it was calling my name. So I pocketed my flashlight and followed the sound, my breath puffing out in little clouds in the cool night air. The deeper I went into the woods, the stronger the static grew, the voice behind it becoming more distinct. It was low and garbled, like it was coming from a long way off, but I could make out the faint rhythm of words. They didn't make sense, just a jumble of syllables. But there was something strangely melodic about it, like a song playing just out of reach. After about 10 minutes of walking, I found the source. Tucked between two massive oak trees was an old radio, its metal casing rusted and its dials caked with dirt. It looked like it had been there for years, long enough for the roots of one tree to start growing around it, but the speaker crackled softly, still somehow working. I stared at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Who would leave a radio out here in the middle of nowhere? And how was it still running? I reached out, hesitating for a moment before brushing the dust off one of the dials. As soon as my fingers touched it, the static flared, and the voice behind it grew louder. It wasn't speaking English, at least not any English I'd ever heard. But there was a tone to it, a rhythm that felt almost familiar, like someone talking just on the edge of understanding. I fiddled with the dials, trying to tune it to a clearer signal, but as soon as I did, the voice cut out completely, replaced by a new sound, a low hum, almost like a sigh. It reverberated through the air, vibrating the leaves around me, and for a moment I thought I felt the ground beneath my feet shift, like the earth was breathing. I let go of the radio, stumbling back, my heart pounding in my chest. The air around me felt thicker, the darkness deeper, pressing in on all sides. I told myself I'd been out here too long, that I was just imagining things, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, just beyond the edge of the flashlight's beam. I turned and made my way back toward camp, but as I walked, the woods seemed different. The trees loomed taller, their branches twisting into unnatural shapes, blocking out what little light the stars offered. The path I'd taken on the way in seemed to shift beneath my feet, the underbrush thicker than before, snagging at my boots. And that low hum, it followed me, just below the edge of hearing, like the radio was still whispering through the trees. By the time I made it back to camp, my hands were shaking and the fire had nearly died. I added more wood, my movements clumsy, trying to bring back the warmth and light. But it felt like the darkness had already settled in, like it was wrapped around the edges of the clearing, watching. I sat by the fire, listening to the woods, but the static was gone, replaced by that low, rhythmic hum. It seemed to seep up from the earth itself, vibrating through the soles of my boots. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something standing just beyond the glow of the flames. But the woods remained empty, the shadows thick and unmoving. Eventually I crawled into my tent, but sleep wouldn't come. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that radio nestled between the roots, the static crackling through the air. And the hum, it never stopped, just kept droning on, like a heartbeat pulsing through the earth. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, when the fire had burned down to embers, I thought I heard it again. The voice, faint and garbled, drifting through the tent walls. It sounded closer this time, clearer, like it was speaking just outside the tent flap. My breath hitched and I reached for the zipper, pulling it open just enough to peer out. The clearing was empty, the fire reduced to a faint glow. But there, right where the radio had been, stood a figure. It was too far to make out any details, just a dark silhouette against the trees, but I could see the way it swayed slightly, moving in time with that unending hum. My mouth went dry, and I clutched the edge of the tent flap, too scared to move, too scared to make a sound. I don't know how long I stayed like that, watching that shadow shift in the darkness. But eventually the hum began to fade, growing softer until it melted into the rustling of leaves. The figure seemed to dissolve with it, fading back into the trees, leaving me alone with the silence. When the sun finally rose, I packed up camp as fast as I could, my hands shaking as I stuffed everything into my pack. I hiked back to my car without looking back, every snapping twig and rustling leaf sending a fresh jolt of fear through me. When I finally reached the trailhead, I threw my gear into the trunk and peeled out of there, desperate to put as much distance between me and that place as possible. I've tried to convince myself that it was all in my head, that maybe the isolation had gotten to me, or that I'd stumbled across some old shortwave radio left behind by another camper. But even now, months later, I can't forget the feeling of that hum vibrating through my bones, or the shadow standing just beyond the firelight. And sometimes when I'm lying awake at night, I think I hear it again, that low, distant static, calling out from somewhere deep in the woods. And I know, no matter how far I go, that the radio is still out there, waiting between those ancient trees, broadcasting its message to anyone who's foolish enough to listen. You'd think I'd be used to the emptiness of night drives by now. There's a kind of rhythm to them. The long stretches of road, the hum of the tires on asphalt, the way the shadows stretch out under your headlights. But on some nights, that emptiness feels different, like the darkness is thicker than usual, hiding things just out of sight. That's how it felt the night I found the old diner, the one that shouldn't have been there. I'd been driving for hours, trying to make my way through a winding back road to avoid construction on the highway. It was one of those nights where the sky was pitch black, with not even a sliver of moonlight to break up the shadows. I kept the radio on for company, but it mostly crackled with static, fading in and out as I lost signal. When the gas gauge dipped below a quarter tank, I started to get that uneasy feeling you get when you realize you might have misjudged the distance between towns. That's when I saw it, flickering neon lights up ahead, just around a bend in the road. They spelled out the word diner in big blocky letters glowing a sickly yellow. I blinked, almost thinking I'd imagined it, but as I drove closer, the outline of the building took shape. A squat, old-fashioned diner with a row of parked cars out front, all of them covered in a thin layer of dust. It was the kind of place you'd expect to see in an old movie, not out in the middle of nowhere in the year 2024. I figured I must have missed a turn somewhere, stumbled onto an old highway that wasn't on my map. but the rumble of my stomach and the promise of a break from the road won out over my curiosity. I pulled into the gravel lot, parked beside an old Chevy, and climbed out, stretching my legs. The air was cool, and the neon buzzed softly, the sound almost comforting against the silence of the night. Inside, the diner looked like a time capsule from the 1960s. Red vinyl booths, a long counter with chrome stools, and a jukebox humming quietly in the corner. A couple of ceiling fans turned lazily above, and the faint smell of grease and coffee lingered in the air. There were a few people scattered throughout the booths, older folks mostly, their faces cast in the dim glow of the neon lights filtering through the windows. Behind the counter stood a waitress wearing one of those classic uniforms with a frilly apron, her hair done up in tight curls. She gave me a tired smile as I took a seat at the counter, sliding a laminated menu my way. "What can I get you, hun?" she asked, her voice carrying a slight drawl. "Just coffee, thanks," I said, scanning the menu out of habit. It was filled with diner staples, burgers, fries, milkshakes, and pies, but the edges of the paper were yellowed with age, like it hadn't been replaced in years. I glanced around, trying to get a better look at the other patrons, but their faces were turned down toward their plates, shadows obscuring their features. The waitress poured me a steaming cup of coffee, the dark liquid swirling as she set it down in front of me. I wrapped my hands around the mug, grateful for the warmth. But as I took a sip, I noticed something strange. There was no sound, no clatter of dishes, no hum of conversation, just the low murmur of the jukebox playing some old, unfamiliar tune. "So, been here long?" I asked, trying to make conversation. The waitress just smiled that same tired smile and nodded, but she didn't offer any more than that. I shifted in my seat, taking another sip of the coffee, and glanced over my shoulder at the booth nearest to me. The man sitting there looked up, meeting my gaze for just a second before turning back to his plate. His face was gaunt, his eyes hollow, but there was something familiar about him, like I'd seen him somewhere before. A shiver ran through me and I turned back to the counter, suddenly eager to finish my coffee and get back on the road. As I drank, I noticed a framed newspaper clipping on the wall behind the counter, yellowed with age. The headline read, "Local diner closes after 40 years of service." I leaned closer, trying to make out the date, but it was too faded to read clearly. A knot tightened in my stomach, and I looked back at the waitress, who was wiping down the counter with slow, deliberate movements. "Hey, I saw that article on the wall. When did this place close?" I asked, forcing a smile. She stopped wiping and glanced over at the clipping, then back at me, her expression unreadable. "Oh, that old thing? It's been here a long time. Some folks say the place never really closed, you know. Not for everyone." The way she said it sent a chill crawling up my spine, but I tried to laugh it off. "Yeah, I guess some places just keep on going, huh?" She didn't respond, just gave me that same tired smile and turned back to the coffee pot. I drained the last of my cup, the coffee bitter on my tongue, and pulled out a few bills to pay. As I slid them across the counter, I caught another glimpse of the man in the booth. He was watching me again, his hollow eyes fixed on mine, and for a second, I thought I saw his lips move, forming words I couldn't hear. I turned away quickly, grabbing my jacket and heading for the door, my heart pounding in my chest. As I pushed open the door, the bell above it jangled, the sound unnaturally loud in the quiet. The night air hit me like a slap, cold and sharp, but I kept walking, eager to get back to my car. As I crossed the gravel lot, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The air seemed thicker somehow, the shadows darker, stretching out from the corners of the lot. I glanced back at the diner, and my breath caught in my throat. The neon lights were flickering, but now the sign read "Closed" in a harsh red glow. And through the windows, I could see that all the booths were empty, the inside of the diner dark except for the faint glow from the jukebox, still humming that same eerie tune. I ran the last few steps to my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking as I jammed them into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I pulled out of the lot, gravel spraying behind me as I sped back down the road. I glanced in the rearview mirror, expecting to see the diner disappearing into the distance. But there was nothing, just an empty stretch of road, the neon glow and the flickering lights gone as if they'd never been there. I drove for miles, my pulse racing, my mind struggling to make sense of what had just happened. When I finally saw the glow of a gas station up ahead, I pulled in, desperate for some proof that I hadn't imagined the whole thing. Inside, I found a clerk reading a dog-eared magazine behind the counter, the bright fluorescent lights almost blinding after the darkness of the road. I bought a bottle of water and tried to ask him if he knew anything about the diner, but he just gave me a puzzled look. "There hasn't been a diner out there in years," he said, shaking his head. "Place closed down ages ago, back in the 70s. Burned down, if I remember right. You sure you didn't take a wrong turn?" I nodded mutely, too tired to argue, and stumbled back to my car, the bottle clutched in my hand. But as I sat there, staring out at the empty road, I couldn't forget the faces in the diner, the way the waitress had smiled at me, the way the man in the booth had looked like he was trying to say something. And every time I drive that stretch of road now, I keep my eyes peeled for that bend, for the flicker of neon lights that might lead me back to that diner. But no matter how many times I look, I never see it again. Just miles of empty road stretching out under the stars, as if the diner had vanished into the night. But sometimes, when I'm driving late at night, I think I hear it, that faint crackling tune playing just on the edge of hearing. And I wonder if somewhere out there in the darkness, the diner is still waiting, its doors open for anyone who takes a wrong turn on a lonely road. I've always thought that small towns are at their eeriest just before dawn. When the streets are empty, the lights in the windows are dark, and the mist rolls in, it feels like time has stopped, like the world is holding its breath. That's why I found myself driving through one of those little towns at 4:30 in the morning, trying to make my way back home after a long shift at the warehouse. It was supposed to be a quick shortcut, a detour off the highway to avoid construction. But what I found there wasn't supposed to be on any map. The town looked like it had been forgotten, a cluster of old brick buildings huddled against the dark sky. As I drove through, I noticed the sign, rusty and leaning, barely legible. "Welcome to Grady's Hollow." The paint was peeling, and a thick layer of moss had grown up the side, like even nature had tried to reclaim it. My headlights swept over closed shops, empty storefronts, and houses that looked like no one had lived in them for years. But there was a light up ahead, a faint glow spilling out from a small gas station at the edge of town. My gas gauge hovered dangerously close to empty, and the idea of running out of fuel in this place wasn't appealing. So I pulled in, the tires crunching over the gravel. The light from the station was dim, flickering like it was struggling to stay on. There was an old-style pump, the kind with a spinning dial, and a small shack that served as the office. Through the dusty window, I could see shelves lined with old snacks and magazines, and a faint glow from behind the counter. I stepped out into the cold morning air, pulling my jacket tighter around myself as I approached the pump. A bell rang as I crossed under the awning, but the sound seemed muffled, swallowed by the fog that clung to the edges of the lot. I picked up the nozzle, but the pump was ancient, the kind that required you to pay inside before filling up. I sighed, glancing back at the road, half expecting to see headlights in the distance. But the town remained shrouded in mist, silent and still. I pushed open the door to the office, and a small bell chimed overhead. The inside smelled like old wood and engine oil, a scent that reminded me of my grandfather's garage. The place was cluttered, with dusty shelves and a counter covered in old receipts. Behind it, an old man sat hunched over, his face lined and weathered. He wore a flannel shirt that looked as ancient as the building, and he didn't seem to notice me at first. "Morning," I said, trying to sound friendly even though my nerves were prickling with unease. The old man looked up slowly, his eyes catching the light for just a second. There was something strange about them, too sharp, too bright for someone his age. He smiled, but the expression didn't reach his eyes. "Mornin', son," he replied, his voice rough like gravel. "What brings you through Grady's Hollow at this hour?" I hesitated, glancing back out at the empty street. "Just passing through. Need to top off my tank." He nodded, reaching under the counter and pulling out an old cash register that clanked when he pressed the keys. "Not many folks come through here anymore," he said, his tone casual. But there was something off about the way he said it, like he was hinting at something I wasn't in on. "You must have taken a wrong turn." I forced a laugh, trying to hide my discomfort. "Yeah, I guess I did, but I'll be back on my way as soon as I fill up." The old man nodded again, but his smile lingered, like he knew something I didn't. He handed me a receipt, and I turned to head back outside, eager to get this over with. But as I reached the door, he called out after me, his voice low and serious. "Careful on the road, son. Things out here don't like strangers." I paused, my hand on the doorknob, and turned back to ask him what he meant. But when I glanced over my shoulder, he was looking down again, his hands busy with some task behind the counter, as if he hadn't spoken at all. I shook off the shiver that crawled up my spine and stepped back into the cold. I filled up the tank quickly, glancing around the misty lot, the sense of unease growing with each passing second. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me from the shadows, something hidden just beyond the edges of the light. When I finished, I replaced the nozzle and hurried back into my car, eager to put distance between myself and the town. As I pulled back onto the road, the mist seemed to thicken, swallowing up the edges of the buildings until the town disappeared behind me. The old man's warning echoed in my mind, but I pushed it away, telling myself he was just trying to mess with me. The gas station faded into the rearview mirror, and I pressed the accelerator, the tires humming against the asphalt. But after a few minutes, the road started to look different. The trees on either side grew denser, their branches twisting together above the road, turning the sky into a tunnel of shadow. The air inside the car grew colder, my breath fogging up the windshield. And the mist. It seemed to take on a life of its own, swirling around the car, forming shapes that melted away as soon as I focused on them. I drove on, my hands gripping the wheel, my pulse quickening with every twist and turn. My headlights cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but more trees, more mist. I tried to tell myself that the old man had been right, that I'd taken a wrong turn, but my GPS couldn't get a signal, and the road signs had stopped appearing miles back. Just when I was starting to panic, I saw something up ahead, a faint glow through the fog. Relief washed over me, and I thought maybe I'd found another town, another place where I could get my bearings. But as I got closer, my stomach dropped. The light wasn't coming from a town, it was coming from the gas station. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding to a stop in the middle of the road. My heart pounded in my chest as I stared at the familiar neon sign, the dusty row of cars, the old-style pump standing in front of the office. It was the same station, the same place I'd just left, but that was impossible. I'd been driving straight for miles. I pulled into the lot again, my hands shaking as I put the car in park. The bell above the door chimed as I stepped back inside, and the smell of engine oil hit me like a slap. The old man was still behind the counter, his hands folded in front of him, like he'd been waiting for me. "I told you, son," he said, his voice even softer this time. "Things out here don't like strangers." I felt my mouth go dry, and I took a step back, trying to understand what was happening. How did I end up back here?" I stammered, my voice barely above a whisper. The old man's smile widened, and this time there was no friendliness in it, just a kind of weary amusement, like he'd seen this happen before. "Some roads don't let you leave," he said. "Not unless they want to." I backed out of the office, nearly tripping over the threshold, my mind racing. I climbed back into my car, slamming the door behind me, and twisted the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I spun the wheel, tearing out of the lot as fast as I could. But as I drove, the road seemed to stretch on forever, twisting and looping back on itself, the trees closing in tighter. And no matter how far I went, I always ended up back at that gas station, the old man watching me with those two bright eyes. I don't know how long I've been driving now. Hours, days. Time doesn't seem to work the same way out here. I keep trying, keep hoping that I'll find a way out, but the mist never lifts, the trees never change, and the neon sign is always waiting for me just around the bend. And sometimes, late at night, when the fog is at its thickest, I think I see figures moving through the trees, shadows that whisper just on the edge of hearing. I can't understand the words, but I know they're calling me, waiting for me to give in. But I can't stop. I can't let them take me. So I keep driving, hoping that maybe, just maybe, the road will show me mercy and I'll find my way back to the world I left behind. You never realize how much the woods can change after dark until you find yourself lost in them. I'd been hiking all day, following a trail that wound through a dense forest. It was supposed to be a quick, easy trip, something to clear my head after a stressful week. But I'd underestimated how quickly the sun would set, and by the time I realized I'd wandered off the path, the last light of day had already bled from the sky. I should have turned back sooner, should have paid more attention to the twists and turns of the trail. But by the time the panic set in, it was too late. The forest was a maze of shadow and rustling leaves, each tree looking the same as the last. I fumbled with my phone, hoping to pull up a map or get a signal, but all I got was the no-service message that felt like a punch to the gut. My flashlight was my only comfort, cutting a thin beam through the darkness, but it seemed to shrink with every passing minute, as if the night was swallowing up the light. I tried to retrace my steps, but every direction seemed to lead deeper into the woods, and soon I couldn't even hear the faint sounds of the stream I'd been following. The forest felt different in the dark, more alive somehow, like it was listening to me. The trees creaked, their branches swaying in a wind I couldn't feel, and the underbrush whispered with the movement of unseen creatures. I kept walking, trying to convince myself that I'd find the trail again if I just kept going. But then, somewhere in the distance, I heard it, a low melodic hum, like someone singing a song with no words. I stopped in my tracks, holding my breath, straining to listen. It was faint, drifting through the trees like smoke, and it seemed to come from all around me, carried on the cool night air. My first thought was that it had to be another hiker, maybe someone camping out nearby. Relief washed over me and I called out, my voice sounding small against the vast darkness. "Hello? Is someone out there?" The hum stopped, replaced by a silence that was even heavier than before. I waited, my flashlight trembling in my grip, but no one answered. After a few seconds, the hum started again, softer this time, as if the singer was trying to lure me in. I hesitated, every instinct telling me to turn around, to head in the opposite direction. But the thought of spending the entire night lost in the woods, alone with nothing but the creeping shadows, was too much to bear. So against my better judgment, I turned toward the sound, hoping that it might lead me to a campsite, to a fire, to another person who could help me find my way out of this maze. I walked for what felt like an eternity, the trees closing in around me, their branches weaving a canopy that blocked out even the faintest hint of starlight. The hum grew louder, clearer, but it never seemed to come closer. It always hovered just beyond the reach of my flashlight, just out of sight, like a shadow that danced at the edges of the beam. And then, through the gaps between the trees, I saw a flicker of light, a warm, golden glow that cut through the darkness. My heart leapt with hope, and I quickened my pace, stumbling over roots and rocks in my haste. As I drew nearer, the trees parted, revealing a small clearing, bathed in the glow of a fire. But it wasn't a campsite. It was something else entirely. In the center of the clearing stood an old cabin, its wooden walls warped and weathered by time. The roof sagged, and the windows were covered in thick layers of grime, but inside, I could see the flicker of firelight, casting long shadows that swayed and shifted across the walls. And just beyond the cabin, at the edge of the clearing, stood a figure. She was tall and thin, draped in a long, tattered dress that fluttered in the breeze, her face hidden beneath a veil of dark hair. She stood with her back to me, her head tilted slightly to the side, as if she was listening to something only she could hear. And from her lips came that same low, haunting hum, the melody twisting through the night like a secret. I froze at the edge of the clearing, my breath catching in my throat. Something about her felt wrong, unnatural, like she was a part of the forest itself, something old and forgotten that had been waiting in the shadows for far too long. But before I could turn back, she stopped humming and spoke, her voice a whisper that seemed to slip through the trees. "You've come a long way," she said, her voice soft but carrying through the night. "Lost, are you?" I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady. "Yeah, I got off the trail. I'm just looking for a way out." She turned slowly, her movements graceful but wrong, like she was bending in ways a person shouldn't. Her face remained obscured, but I could see a hint of a smile beneath her hair. "Out?" she repeated, as if tasting the word. "There's no way out but through, you know. Through the trees, through the shadows. But you can stay here if you'd like. It's safer." Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get as far away from that clearing as possible. But my legs wouldn't move, my feet rooted to the spot like the trees around me. I glanced at the cabin, at the firelight dancing in the windows, and took a step back, my flashlight casting wild shadows across the ground. "I think I'll keep going," I said, trying to force a smile, but my voice shook, betraying my fear. "Thanks, though." She tilted her head further, as if studying me, and for a moment, the shadows around her seemed to writhe, like they were alive. "You don't have to be afraid," she whispered. "Not of me. It's the ones behind you that you should worry about." A cold shiver ran down my spine, and I spun around, shining my flashlight into the trees behind me. But there was nothing there, just darkness, stretching out into infinity. When I turned back, she was gone, and the cabin's fire had dimmed, the light inside barely more than a flicker. I stumbled back from the clearing, my heart hammering in my chest, and turned, breaking into a run. I crashed through the underbrush, branches clawing at my clothes, the hum still echoing in my ears, fading with each step. I didn't stop until my legs burned and my breath came in ragged gasps, the night pressing in from all sides. When I finally paused, I realized that the woods around me had changed. The trees were different, gnarled and twisted, their trunks marked with strange symbols like claw marks carved deep into the bark. And the air, it was colder than before, filled with a damp, earthy scent that seemed to seep into my lungs. I tried to find my bearings, to figure out where I'd come from, but everything looked the same, the forest stretching out in every direction. I pulled out my phone again, hoping against hope for a signal, but the screen just flickered, the battery draining even though it had been full only an hour ago. Panic clawed at my mind, and I stumbled forward, my flashlight beam cutting through the dark. I walked until my legs ached, until the first hints of dawn touched the horizon, turning the sky a dull gray blue. But I never found the trail, never saw the clearing or the cabin again. When I finally emerged from the woods, the parking lot was empty, my car sitting alone under the pale light of morning. I climbed inside, locking the doors, my hands shaking as I turned the key in the ignition. As I pulled away, I glanced back at the trees, half expecting to see that figure standing among the shadows watching me leave. But the forest remained still, the morning light filtering through the leaves like nothing had ever happened. I drove for miles before I dared to stop, my mind racing with questions I couldn't answer. I don't hike anymore, not alone, and not in places I don't know. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind whistles through the trees outside my window, I think I hear that low hum drifting through the darkness, calling me back to the woods. And I wonder if that clearing is still out there, waiting for the next lost traveler who doesn't realize that some places are better left undiscovered. There's something unsettling about fog when you're out on the water at night. It creeps in slow, turning the world around you into a maze of shadows and faint outlines, where even familiar things become strange. That's how it felt the night I got lost in the bay on my small fishing boat. The fog rolling in so thick it swallowed the stars and turned the surface of the water into a mirror of darkness. I'd grown up on the coast and thought I knew every channel and inlet like the back of my hand. But that night, it was like the ocean had changed its mind about letting me find my way home. I'd been out fishing longer than I should have, chasing one last catch as the sun dipped below the horizon. By the time I realized how dark it had gotten, the fog was already creeping in, turning the shoreline into a distant blur. I told myself it was no big deal, that I'd just head back using the lights from the harbor as a guide. But as I motored toward where the harbor should have been, the fog thickened, swallowing up the world around me until I couldn't see more than a few feet beyond the bow. I slowed the engine, the water lapping gently against the sides of the boat, trying to keep my bearings. The air was damp and cold, the kind that seeps into your bones and makes every sound feel too close. I kept expecting to hear the distant hum of other boats or the faint echo of a foghorn, but there was nothing, just the steady thrum of my engine and the occasional splash of a wave against the hull. I turned off the motor, hoping to get a better sense of direction without the noise. As the engine died, the silence closed in around me, heavy and oppressive. I strained to hear anything that might guide me, waves against the shore, a buoy bell, something. But all I got was the soft creak of the boat and the whisper of the fog moving over the water. That's when I saw the light. It was faint, just a small, flickering glow in the distance like a lantern bobbing on the waves. Relief washed over me, and I assumed it was another boat, maybe a fisherman like me, out too late. I thought I could follow it back to the harbor or at least ask for directions if they were lost too. I pulled the engine cord and pointed the boat toward the light, moving slowly through the mist. But the closer I got, the stranger the light seemed. It didn't sway like it should have if it was on a boat. Instead, it stayed perfectly steady, almost hovering above the water. And as I got within 100 yards or so, I realized I couldn't make out any shape behind it. No boat, no person, just that steady, unwavering glow cutting through the fog. I called out, feeling foolish, but needing to break the silence. "Hello? Anyone out there?" The words seemed to vanish into the mist, swallowed up before they could echo back. The light didn't move, didn't flicker in response, just stayed fixed in place like it was waiting for me to get closer. Every instinct told me to turn back, to head in the opposite direction and hope I'd find my way by morning. But there was something about that light. Something that made me think that maybe, if I just got close enough, I'd understand what it was. So I kept the engine running, creeping forward through the fog, the glow growing brighter with every second. When I was about 50 feet away, I cut the engine again, letting the boat drift toward the light. It shone brighter now, a pale gold that seemed almost warm against the cold fog. But as my boat drifted closer, I realized there was still no sign of a source. No lantern, no bulb, just that strange, hovering glow. I leaned over the edge of the boat, squinting into the mist, and that's when I heard it, a faint sound like singing carried on the wind. It was barely more than a whisper, but it sent a shiver down my spine. The note strange and unfamiliar, like a lullaby sung in a language I didn't know. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest, trying to convince myself it was just the wind playing tricks on me. But the singing grew louder, clearer, the melody rising and falling in time with the rhythm of the waves. And beneath it, I thought I heard a splash, like something moving through the water, circling my boat. "Hello?" I called out again, my voice cracking with nerves. But the only response was the singing drifting closer, wrapping around me like the fog itself. I gripped the edge of the boat, my knuckles white, and tried to make out any shape beyond the glow, but the mist was too thick. The light bobbed suddenly, dipping closer to the surface, and I leaned out, my hands trembling. For just a moment I thought I saw a face beneath the water, pale, with eyes that glowed faintly in the dark, lips moving in time with the song. But before I could get a closer look, the light flared, bright enough to burn through the fog, blinding me with its intensity. I stumbled back, my hand slipping off the edge of the boat, and the light vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. The singing cut off, replaced by a deep, echoing silence that pressed against my ears. I blinked, trying to clear the spots from my vision, but when I looked around, the water was empty. No light, no sound, just the swirling mist and the shadow of my own boat. Panic clawed at my chest, and I fumbled with the engine cord, desperate to get moving. The motor sputtered, then roared to life, and I spun the boat around, steering blindly through the fog. My hands shook on the wheel, my breath coming in ragged gasps, but I didn't care where I was going. I just needed to get away from whatever I'd seen, or thought I'd seen, beneath the water. I drove for what felt like hours, the fog slowly thinning until I finally caught sight of the harbor lights on the horizon. I practically crashed into the dock, my hands still trembling as I tied the boat off and stumbled onto solid ground. The town was just waking up, the first hints of dawn coloring the sky, and everything felt so normal, so mundane, that it almost convinced me I'd imagined the whole thing. But when I looked back out at the bay, I thought I saw something, just for a moment. A faint glow slipping beneath the waves, disappearing into the deep. I've tried to tell myself it was just the fog, just my mind playing tricks on me after a long night. But I haven't gone back out on the water since. And every now and then, when the mist rolls in off the coast, I think I hear that faint melody drifting through the fog, like a voice calling out from somewhere deep below. They say the ocean hides many secrets, that there are places beneath the waves where time doesn't work the same, where things older than we can imagine still sing their songs. And I can't help but wonder if, that night, I got too close to one of those places. Close enough to hear a song that was never meant for human ears. There's something about a long drive through open farmland that makes you feel like you're drifting through time. The landscape barely changes, just miles of rolling fields and dark silos standing like sentinels against the horizon. It's easy to lose yourself in the rhythm of the road, the hum of the tires, the steady sway of the car. That's how I found myself on a two-lane highway cutting through endless fields, the sun already set, leaving only a thin sliver of light on the edge of the world. I'd left the last town behind hours ago, and my only company had been the occasional abandoned barn, crumbling at the edges of fields that seemed to stretch out forever. The road was empty, no headlights behind me or up ahead. I kept the radio on low, listening to static-filled stations fade in and out, hoping they'd keep me awake. But when I caught sight of a sign pointing to a smaller country road, my curiosity got the better of me. The sign read, Willow Lane. The letters faded and peeling, like it hadn't been touched in years. I figured it might cut a few minutes off my trip, and besides, I was getting tired of the straight line of the highway. So I turned onto Willow Lane, my car bouncing over the rough pavement as I left the main road behind. The trees pressed in closer on either side, and soon, the fields gave way to a dense forest that swallowed up the last of the daylight. I flicked on my high beams, the light cutting a narrow path through the darkness, and kept my eyes peeled for any sudden turns or bumps. But the road was empty, winding through the woods like a snake, the only sound the occasional rustle of wind through the trees. About 15 minutes in, I spotted something strange up ahead. Two tall, weathered pillars standing on either side of the road, like the entrance to some old estate. Ivy crept up their sides, and a wrought iron arch connected them, with the words, Willow Estate, barely visible through the rust. A gate blocked the driveway beyond, but it hung open, sagging like it hadn't been closed in years. I slowed down, glancing down the driveway. It was lined with overgrown bushes and tangled weeds, disappearing into the darkness beyond the reach of my headlights. I thought about turning back, but something about the place pulled at me, a strange curiosity that gnawed at the edges of my mind. I told myself I'd just take a quick look, see what was down there, and then I'd head back to the highway. So I turned the wheel, guiding the car onto the gravel driveway, the sound of the stones crunching under the tires loud in the quiet night. The trees grew thicker as I drove, their branches arching overhead, blocking out even the faint glow of the sky. I followed the driveway for what felt like a mile, the road twisting and turning through the woods until it finally opened up into a clearing. And there, standing at the center, was a house, tall and narrow, its windows dark, its roof sagging. The moon slipped out from behind the clouds just long enough to cast a pale light over it, revealing peeling paint and a porch that looked like it might collapse at any moment. I parked the car, leaving the engine running, the headlights casting long shadows across the clearing. As I sat there, staring at the house, I tried to shake off the sense that I wasn't supposed to be here, that I'd stumbled into a place that didn't want to be found. But my curiosity won out, and before I knew it, I was stepping out of the car, the night air cold against my skin. The ground was soft with moss and dead leaves, muffling my footsteps as I approached the house. I climbed the porch steps, each one creaking under my weight, and reached out to touch the front door. The wood was cool and rough, the paint flaking under my fingers, and when I pushed, it swung open with a low groan. Inside, the air was stale, filled with the scent of dust and wood rot. I shined my flashlight around, revealing old furniture covered in sheets, like the place had been abandoned in a hurry. A chandelier hung from the ceiling, its crystals covered in a thick layer of grime, and a grandfather clock stood against one wall, its face cracked, the hands frozen in place. I took a few steps inside, the floorboards creaking beneath me, and called out, "Hello? Anyone here?" My voice echoed back to me, but no one answered. I felt like an intruder, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the house had been waiting for me, like it had drawn me here for a reason. I moved deeper into the hallway, my flashlight beam bouncing off the walls, revealing old portraits in gilded frames, their subjects staring down at me with expressions that seemed too lifelike. That's when I heard it. A soft rustling sound coming from somewhere upstairs. I froze, my heart skipping a beat, listening to the faint creak of floorboards. It could have been the wind or maybe an animal that had found its way inside, but the thought of someone else being here, in this forgotten place, made my skin crawl. "Hello?" I called out again, my voice weaker this time, the word catching in my throat. The house didn't answer, but the rustling stopped, replaced by a silence that felt too thick, too heavy. I thought about turning back, but something inside me urged me forward, a strange compulsion that pushed me to the base of the staircase. The steps were steep, their edges worn smooth, and as I climbed, the air grew colder, the shadows deeper. When I reached the top, I found myself in a long hallway, lined with closed doors that seemed to stretch on forever. One door at the far end was ajar, and a faint glow seeped out from the crack, casting a sliver of light across the floor. My mouth went dry as I approached, the floorboards creaking beneath my feet, the flashlight trembling in my grip. When I reached the door, I pushed it open with one finger, my breath catching in my throat. Inside, the room was empty except for a small table in the center, covered with a thick layer of dust. And on the table, bathed in that strange glow, sat an old music box, its lid open, a delicate figurine twirling slowly in the dim light. The melody that drifted from it was hauntingly beautiful, a tune that seemed both familiar and impossibly old, like something I'd heard in a dream. I stepped closer, my fingers brushing the edge of the table, and the music seemed to swell, filling the room with its lilting notes. For a moment I felt a sense of calm, like everything outside the house had melted away, like time itself had stopped. But then, as I leaned in to get a better look at the figurine, the music box suddenly clicked to a halt, the melody cutting off with a jarring note. And that's when I saw it, reflected in the dusty glass of the music box's lid. A figure, standing just behind me, so close I should have felt their breath on my neck. My blood turned to ice, and I spun around, the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. But there was nothing there, just the empty room, the faint outline of the doorway and the whisper of wind brushing through the trees outside. My heart pounded in my chest, and I backed away, nearly knocking over the table in my haste. The house seemed to close in around me, the walls bending inward, the air growing thicker with every breath. I bolted down the stairs, my footsteps echoing through the halls, and threw myself out the front door, stumbling across the porch and back to my car. I didn't bother looking back as I threw the car into reverse, spinning the tires on the gravel as I tore out of the driveway. The road twisted and turned as I sped away from that place, the headlights barely cutting through the fog that had settled over the woods. When I finally reached the highway, the sense of dread began to fade, replaced by a dull, aching exhaustion. I drove through the night, not stopping until I saw the lights of a distant town. I've tried to forget that house, tried to convince myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But sometimes when I'm alone at night, I think I hear that melody again, drifting through the silence like a distant memory. And I can't help but wonder if, somewhere out there on Willow Lane, the music box is still playing, waiting for the next person to stumble upon it and listen to its haunting song. I've always loved the thrill of camping alone. There's something about being out there with nothing but the crackling of the fire and the rustling of leaves that makes me feel like I'm really alive. But that last trip, the one to a remote spot deep in the national forest, left me with a different feeling entirely, one I haven't been able to shake since. It wasn't fear exactly. It was more like the sense that I'd seen something I wasn't supposed to, that I'd stumbled into a place that had been waiting for me. It was supposed to be a quick, 2-night trip. I'd found a spot off the beaten path, far from the trails most people use, down a narrow dirt road that my truck barely fit through. The forest was thick there, with pines stretching so high they seemed to scrape the sky, their branches weaving together to block out even the brightest sun. It was perfect, quiet, isolated, with a little clearing just big enough for my tent and a fire pit. I set up camp quickly, pitching my tent and gathering firewood, and spent the rest of the day hiking the area. The forest had an almost dreamlike quality to it, the air cool and still. The only sounds the distant call of birds and the crunch of pine needles underfoot. By the time I made it back to camp, the sun was starting to dip behind the trees, turning the sky a soft orange. I built a fire as the shadows grew longer, watching the flames dance as night settled in. It wasn't until I was sitting there, alone with the darkness pressing in from all sides, that I noticed how strange the silence felt. It was too deep, too complete, like the forest was holding its breath. But I brushed it off, telling myself that I was just spooking myself with stories I'd heard about the woods. Stories about strange things people see out here, things they can't explain. But then as the fire burned lower and the night grew colder, I heard it. A sound that cut through the silence like a knife. It was faint at first, a soft clicking noise like stones tapping together. I froze, my hand tightening around the handle of my flashlight, straining to hear where it was coming from. It seemed to echo through the trees, bouncing from one direction to another, impossible to pin down. I scanned the darkness beyond the firelight, but the beam of my flashlight revealed nothing but trees and shadows. The sound stopped, leaving a silence even heavier than before. I let out a shaky breath, trying to laugh off the feeling of unease that had settled in my chest. Probably just an animal, I told myself, or maybe even falling pine cones. But deep down, I didn't believe it. I turned in for the night, zipping up my tent and settling into my sleeping bag, the fire dying to embers outside. But sleep didn't come easily. I lay there, staring at the shadowed fabric of the tent, listening for any sound that might break the silence. And just as I was starting to drift off, I heard it again, closer this time, just beyond the thin nylon wall of the tent. Click, click, click. I held my breath, my heart pounding in my ears. The noise was steady, rhythmic, like something was deliberately tapping on the rocks around my campfire. I fumbled for my flashlight, my fingers slick with sweat, and unzipped the tent just enough to peer outside. The fire had burned down to a few glowing embers, casting faint light across the clearing. I shone the flashlight in a slow arc around the camp, but there was nothing there. No animals, no movement, just the trees swaying slightly in the night breeze. But the clicking continued, steady and unhurried, like it didn't care that I was listening. I forced myself out of the tent, the cold air hitting me like a shock. The beam of the flashlight trembled as I swept it over the ground, my breath fogging in front of me. And then, just at the edge of the clearing, I saw something. 2 small stones tapping together in midair, as if held by invisible hands. I blinked, thinking my tired mind was playing tricks on me, but the stones kept moving, their surfaces catching the faint glow of the dying fire. My mouth went dry, and I took a step back, my boots crunching over the fallen needles. The stones dropped suddenly, hitting the ground with a dull thud, and the noise stopped. I stood there, paralyzed by a fear I couldn't fully understand, staring at the spot where the stones had fallen. The darkness beyond the flashlight seemed thicker now, the trees closer, their branches weaving together like a cage. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, hidden just beyond the reach of the light, waiting to see what I'd do. I backed away, my flashlight darting over the shadows, and stumbled back into the tent. I zipped it shut with trembling hands, grabbing my pack and fumbling for my pocket knife. I sat there huddled in the darkness, the thin fabric of the tent feeling like the only thing separating me from whatever was out there. The night stretched on, each minute feeling like an hour, but the sound didn't return. By the time the first light of dawn filtered through the trees, I had convinced myself that I'd imagined it all, that the isolation and the dark had gotten to me, that the stones had just fallen naturally. I told myself that I'd laugh about it later, that it would make a good story to tell friends back home. But as I packed up camp, I found the stones. Two small, round rocks, lying side by side on the ground where I'd seen them the night before. I picked them up, turning them over in my hands, but they were just stones. Ordinary, unremarkable. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that they'd been placed there, left as some kind of message. I left them behind when I hiked out, the memory of that strange night haunting me with every step back to the truck. The woods seemed different in the daylight, warmer, friendlier, but I couldn't stop glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see a shadow slipping between the trees. When I finally reached the trailhead, I felt a wave of relief, like I was crossing back into a world that made sense. But as I turned onto the dirt road that led back to town, I caught one last glimpse of the woods in my rearview mirror. For just a second, I thought I saw a figure standing among the trees. A tall, shadowy shape, its head cocked to the side as if listening. I blinked and it was gone, just a trick of the light. But the unease lingered, gnawing at the edges of my mind. I haven't been back to that part of the forest since. And every now and then when I'm falling asleep, I think I hear that sound again. Soft clicks like stones tapping together just outside the window. I try to ignore it, try to convince myself that it's just the wind or a branch brushing against the glass. But a part of me knows that it's waiting, that whatever I stumbled across in those woods hasn't forgotten me. And sometimes when the nights are long and the darkness feels too deep, I wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed out there, if I'd followed that sound deeper into the trees. There's a strange kind of stillness that takes over in the dead of night on a long-haul drive. It's not just the empty roads or the dark stretches of highway, but something deeper, like the whole world has paused, leaving you suspended in that space between reality and whatever waits beyond it. I'd gotten used to those quiet hours, driving my truck through back roads that twisted through endless fields and forest. But one night, somewhere in the middle of nowhere, that stillness became something else, something that I still can't fully explain. It had been a routine trip at first. I'd picked up a load in one town and was heading across state lines to make a delivery. I preferred driving at night. Fewer cars, fewer distractions, just the hum of the engine and the stretch of road ahead. The route took me through a part of the country I'd never driven before, winding through a patchwork of old farmland and woods that felt like they belonged to another era. My GPS had cut out about an hour back, but I wasn't too worried. The road signs were clear enough, and I figured I'd be back on track soon enough. But then the fog rolled in. It came in thick, swallowing up the road and turning everything beyond my headlights into a blank, swirling void. I slowed down, leaning forward over the wheel, my eyes straining to make out the edges of the pavement. The world seemed to shrink to the size of my cab, the fog pressing in against the windows like it was trying to seep inside. The silence grew deeper, the sound of the engine suddenly too loud, too harsh against the softness outside. And then I saw the figure. At first, I thought it was just a shadow, some trick of the light cutting through the mist. But as I drew closer, the shape became clearer, A person standing right at the edge of the road facing away from me. They wore a dark coat, their head bowed, arms hanging at their sides, the fog wrapping around them like a shroud. My heart skipped a beat, and I hit the brakes, the truck shuddering to a stop a few yards away. My headlights cast long shadows through the fog, making the figure's outline dance and shift. I waited for them to turn, to move, to give me some sign that they were aware of the massive truck idling just feet away. But they just stood there, perfectly still, their back turned to me, like they hadn't even noticed. The silence pressed in around me, broken only by the low rumble of the engine, and a strange unease settled over me, prickling at the back of my neck. I rolled down the window, leaning out into the cold night air. "Hey, are you okay?" I called, my voice sounding too loud in the stillness. The figure didn't react. They just stood there, unmoving, like they were listening for something beyond the fog. I tried again, louder this time, but the only answer was the whisper of the wind brushing through the trees. A shiver ran through me, and I glanced at the empty road behind me, feeling suddenly exposed out there in the middle of nowhere. I thought about driving on, leaving the figure behind in the fog, but something in the back of my mind nagged at me. What if they were in trouble? What if they needed help? Against my better judgment, I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment and stepped out of the cab, my boots crunching against the gravel shoulder. The fog wrapped around me, cold and damp, swallowing up the truck's headlights until they looked like distant stars. I kept my flashlight trained on the figure as I approached, calling out again, trying to ignore the way my own voice seemed to come back to me, distorted by the mist. When I was about 10 feet away, the beam of my flashlight caught something odd, tracks in the dirt by the side of the road. They looked like footprints, but strange, the edges blurred, like whoever had made them had dragged their feet. I crouched down, trying to make sense of the marks when I realized that the figure had turned. They were facing me now, their head tilted to one side, as if they were curious. My breath caught in my throat, and for a moment, I felt like I was looking at something not quite human. Their face was hidden in shadow, but their eyes, those were unmistakable. They glowed faintly in the beam of my flashlight, reflecting the light like an animal's, catching and holding it in a way that sent a jolt of fear through me. I stumbled back, nearly dropping the flashlight, my heart pounding in my chest. The figure didn't move, just watched me with those unblinking eyes, their head tilting further, as if they were considering something. My mouth went dry and I took a step back, suddenly desperate to get back to the truck, to put as much distance between myself and that thing as possible. I'm sorry," I stammered, the words spilling out before I could think them through. "I didn't mean to." The figure took a step forward and I froze. The fog seemed to ripple around them, the air growing colder, thick enough that I could almost feel it pressing against my skin. And then, in a voice that sounded like it came from somewhere deep beneath the earth, they spoke. "You're far from where you should be." The words sent a shiver down my spine, cutting through the fog and leaving a chill in their wake. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, just stood there staring at those eyes, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. My flashlight flickered, the beam wavering, casting strange shadows across the figure's face. And in that brief moment, I thought I saw something else. Something ancient and twisted lurking just beneath the surface of that human shape. The spell broke, and I turned and ran, my boots slipping on the gravel as I sprinted back to the truck. I could hear my own breath, ragged and panicked, but nothing else, no footsteps, no sound of pursuit, just the low hum of the engine calling me back to safety. I threw myself into the cab, slamming the door behind me, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the gear shift. I floored the gas, the tires spinning for a moment before the truck lurched forward, tearing through the fog. In the rearview mirror, I caught one last glimpse of the figure standing alone in the mist, their silhouette fading into the darkness, and then they were gone, swallowed up by the night. I drove for miles without looking back, the road blurring beneath the headlights, my heart racing in my chest. When the fog finally lifted, I found myself on a road I didn't recognize, but I didn't care. I just kept driving, following the curve of the pavement until I saw the lights of a truck stop up ahead. I pulled in, my hands still trembling as I killed the engine, the warmth of the truck cab leaching away into the cold night air. Inside the diner, the familiar hum of conversation and clinking dishes felt like a lifeline, grounding me in reality. I ordered a coffee, barely tasting it as I sat there, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. The other truckers gave me a few curious glances, but no one asked what had me so shaken, and I didn't volunteer any answers. When I finally left the diner, the fog had lifted completely, leaving the night crisp and clear. I drove through to the morning, the memory of those eyes still burning in the back of my mind. I've tried to put it behind me, to convince myself that it was just a trick of the fog, a shadow that I'd mistaken for something more. But every now and then, when I'm driving those lonely stretches of highway, I see something at the edge of my headlights. Just a flash of movement, too fast to be real, too familiar to ignore. And I know deep down that there are things out there that don't belong to the world we know. Things that wait for those of us who stray too far from the path. And I can't shake the feeling that, somewhere out there in the fog, that figure is still watching, waiting for the next lost traveler to stumble into their world. I've always found rest stops to be a little eerie, especially the ones you find on long stretches of highway late at night. They're too quiet, too empty, like a place stuck between worlds, where people pass through but never stay. Most of the time, I barely pay attention to them, just use the restroom, grab a quick snack, and get back on the road. But one night, somewhere in the middle of nowhere, I stopped at a rest area that wasn't on my map. And what I found there is something I haven't been able to forget. It was after midnight and I'd been driving for hours. The highway was empty, my headlights the only thing cutting through the darkness. My eyes were starting to feel heavy, and I knew I needed to pull over before I drifted off behind the wheel. So when I saw a sign for a rest area up ahead, I decided it would be a good place to stretch my legs and get some air. The sign looked old. The reflective paint faded, but I didn't think much of it. I took the exit, my tires crunching over gravel as I pulled into a lot that was nearly empty, save for an old van parked under a flickering streetlight. The building itself was a squat concrete structure, the kind you see at rest stops all over the country, with a row of vending machines and a couple of restrooms. A single light shone above the entrance, casting a pale circle on the ground, but beyond that, the place was swallowed up in shadows. I stepped out of the car, the night air cool against my skin, and stretched, glancing around the lot. The van under the streetlight looked like it had been there for a while, its windows dark and dusty, but I couldn't see anyone inside. I shrugged it off and headed toward the restroom, my footsteps echoing strangely off the concrete walls. The restroom was clean but cold, the kind of sterile, tile-lined space that always smells faintly of disinfectant. I did my business quickly, eager to get back to the road, but as I washed my hands, I thought I heard something, a faint, rhythmic tapping sound, coming from somewhere outside. I paused, listening, but the sound faded, leaving only the hum of the fluorescent lights. When I stepped back outside, the lot seemed even emptier than before, the shadows darker, thicker. I glanced over at the van again, but it was just as dark as before, its windows reflecting the dim glow of the streetlight. I tried to shake off the unease that had settled in my chest, telling myself I was just tired, that my mind was playing tricks on me. But as I walked back to my car, I noticed something odd. The vending machines, which had looked old but functional when I first arrived, now seemed wrong. The glass fronts were fogged up, and the labels on the snacks were faded, almost unreadable. One of the machines was open, its door hanging loose, but instead of bags of chips and candy bars, it was filled with something else. Old photos, yellowed and crumpled like someone had shoved them inside in a hurry. Curiosity got the better of me, and I stepped closer, shining my phone's flashlight into the machine. The photos were black and white, the edges worn and brittle, showing people in places I didn't recognize. Families gathered in front of old cars, kids playing in front of houses that looked like they'd been abandoned for decades. My stomach twisted, a strange sense of unease settling in. Why would anyone put these in a vending machine, out here in the middle of nowhere. I reached out, brushing my fingers over one of the photos, feeling the rough edge of the paper. And then, behind me, I heard the tapping again, louder this time, coming from the direction of the van. I turned, my heart pounding in my chest, and for a moment, I thought I saw a shadow move inside the van, like someone shifting in their seat. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small in the stillness. There was no answer, just the soft rustling of the wind through the trees. I took a step closer to the van, the gravel crunching under my boots, my flashlight beam bouncing off the dirty windows. As I reached the driver's side door, I raised the flashlight, trying to peer inside. That's when I saw the face. It was pressed up against the glass, pale and blurred, with eyes that seemed too wide, too dark, staring out at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. For a second, I thought I was looking at a reflection, my own face distorted by the dirty glass. But then the figure inside the van shifted, and I realized it wasn't me. My breath caught in my throat, and I stumbled back, nearly dropping my phone. The face vanished, melting into the darkness of the van's interior, and the door creaked open, swinging outward with a slow, grating sound. I froze, waiting for whoever, or whatever, was inside to step out. But the van remained empty, the darkness inside yawning like an open mouth. I should have turned and run, gotten back into my car and left that place behind. But something kept me there, rooted to the spot, like I was caught in a dream where my body wouldn't listen to my mind. I took another step forward, my flashlight beam cutting through the van's interior, revealing dusty seats, old fast food wrappers, and something lying on the floor, more photos scattered across the dirty carpet. I reached down, picking up one of the photos, and held it under the light. My hand started to shake as I recognized the scene. A parking lot, dimly lit by a flickering streetlight, with a single car parked beneath it. My car. I dropped the photo, my pulse spiking with panic, and turned back toward my vehicle. But the lot looked different now. Darker, the shadows longer and thicker. The streetlight above my car was out, leaving the area in pitch black, and my vehicle looked farther away than it had before. Like the rest stop had stretched itself out, the distance between me and safety growing with every second. I forced myself to move, breaking into a stumbling run, the sound of my footsteps echoing too loud against the concrete. But as I reached the car, I realized I wasn't alone. A figure stood beside it, tall and thin, their face hidden beneath the brim of a hat, their hands resting on the roof of my car as if they'd been waiting for me. I stopped short, my breath fogging in the cold night air, my heart hammering in my chest. The figure turned slowly, their movements too smooth, too deliberate, and I caught a glimpse of a smile, a thin, crooked line that didn't reach their eyes. "You shouldn't have stopped here," they said, their voice barely more than a whisper, but it carried through the darkness, slipping under my skin like ice. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, just stood there, my flashlight flickering in my hand. The figure took a step closer, and I could see the photos clutched in their hands, my face staring back at me from each one, taken from angles that shouldn't have been possible. Something snapped inside me, and I lunged for the car door, wrenching it open and throwing myself inside. The figure's hand brushed against my shoulder as I slammed the door shut, a touch that felt cold and weightless, like the brush of a shadow. I twisted the key in the ignition, the engine roaring to life, and peeled out of the lot, gravel spraying up behind me. As I sped back onto the highway, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the figure standing in the middle of the road, but the rest stop was gone. The building, the van, even the lot itself. It had all vanished, leaving only the empty stretch of highway and the darkness beyond. I didn't stop driving until I saw the lights of a distant town, the gas gauge dipping low. I pulled into a brightly lit station, stumbling out of the car with my hands still shaking. Inside, the clerk gave me a strange look when I asked about the rest stop, but he just shook his head. "There's no rest area on that stretch of road," he said, handing me a coffee. "Hasn't been for years. It burned down back in the 80s, some kind of accident. People still talk about it sometimes, say they see things out there in the fog." I forced a laugh, trying to shake off the chill that clung to my bones. But I couldn't stop thinking about the photos, the face in the van, the words whispered through the dark. And every time I drive past that stretch of highway now, I keep my eyes fixed on the road, refusing to look at the shadows creeping along the edge. Because I know that some places, even the ones that don't exist anymore, still remember those who find them. And if you stop for too long, they might just decide to keep you. There's a certain kind of loneliness that comes with road trips. Those moments when you realize it's just you, the open road, and miles of emptiness. I've always liked that feeling, that sense of freedom. But one night, somewhere on a stretch of highway that seemed to go on forever, I found out what real isolation feels like. And it's not as romantic as I once thought. It was around 3 a.m. when I realized I hadn't seen another car for over an hour. The highway stretched out ahead of me, a narrow ribbon of asphalt cutting through endless fields of tall grass swaying in the wind. My headlights carved out a small circle of clarity, but beyond that, everything dissolved into shadows. The radio had lost signal ages ago, leaving me with nothing but the hum of the engine and the occasional rattle from the trunk. I was starting to feel that heavy drowsiness settle in, the kind that makes your eyes burn and your head bob with every passing mile. When I spotted a sign for a rest stop up ahead, I figured it was as good a place as any to pull over and close my eyes for a few minutes. The sign was faded, the letters barely legible, but I thought I caught the name Echo Ridge, painted in peeling white. The rest area turned out to be a small gravel lot beside a cluster of oak trees, with a single picnic table under a rusted awning, and a row of vending machines that looked like they hadn't been restocked in years. A lamppost stood at the edge of the lot, its yellow light flickering like it was struggling to stay alive. I parked under the light, grateful for even a small patch of visibility in the darkness, and leaned back in my seat, closing my eyes. But as soon as I let myself relax, I heard it, a faint rhythmic sound like the distant creak of a swing or a loose gate swinging back and forth. It was soft, barely more than a whisper beneath the wind, but it cut through the silence in a way that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I sat up, peering into the darkness, but I couldn't see anything beyond the edge of the lamplight. The sound continued, a slow, steady rhythm, and I realized it was coming from somewhere deeper in the trees. I tried to tell myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a branch rubbing against another, but the noise had a regularity to it that didn't feel natural. I hesitated, glancing back at the empty highway, wondering if I should just get back on the road and forget about catching a few minutes of rest. But curiosity won out over common sense, and I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment. The beam cut through the dark, revealing the weathered bark of the oak trees, their twisted branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. I stepped out of the car, the gravel crunching under my boots, and followed the sound into the trees. The further I walked, the quieter the world seemed to become, the rustling of leaves fading until all that was left was the creaking, growing louder with each step. My flashlight wavered over the ground, catching glimpses of old, crumbling stone walls, maybe remnants of an old property line or foundation, long since abandoned. After a few minutes, I found the source of the noise. There, in a small clearing among the trees, stood an old swing set. It looked ancient, its frame rusted and twisted, the swings themselves little more than chains with splintered boards hanging from them. One of the swings moved back and forth slowly, creaking with each movement even though there was no breeze strong enough to move it. I swallowed hard, feeling a chill run through me, but I forced myself to step closer, my flashlight beam flickering over the rusted metal. It was just an old swing, I told myself, a relic from some long-forgotten playground. But as I reached out to touch the chain, it jerked suddenly, the swing lurching forward as if someone had given it a push. I stumbled back, nearly dropping the flashlight, my pulse quickening in my chest. The swing slowed, swaying back and forth until it settled again, perfectly still. I stood there for a moment, trying to catch my breath, trying to convince myself that I'd imagined the whole thing, that it was just my exhaustion playing tricks on me. But then I heard a voice. Soft, barely more than a whisper, but clear enough to freeze me in place. "Do you want to play?" I whipped around, shining my flashlight through the trees, but the clearing was empty, the shadows shifting and stretching in the beam of light. My heart hammered in my chest and I backed away, stumbling over a gnarled root as I turned to make a break for the car. But as I did, the voice came again, closer this time, like it was right beside my ear. "Don't leave yet. It's lonely here." I bolted, running through the trees, the flashlight beam bouncing wildly in front of me, the crunch of leaves and gravel filling my ears. My breath came in short, panicked gasps, but all I could think about was getting back to my car, getting away from whatever was out there in the dark. When I finally broke through the trees and reached the lot, I threw myself into the driver's seat, slamming the door behind me and locking it with shaking hands. I fumbled with the keys, jamming them into the ignition, but as I started the engine, the headlights swept across the clearing, and that's when I saw them. Figures, just beyond the edge of the lamplight, standing among the trees, their faces hidden in shadow. There were 3, maybe 4 of them, too still to be alive. Their bodies silhouetted against the darkness like faded memories. I could just make out their shapes, tall, thin, their heads tilted at unnatural angles. And then in the dim glow of my headlights, I saw one of them raise a hand, waving slowly as if to say goodbye. I hit the gas, the tires spinning on the gravel before finding traction, and tore out of the lot, the figures disappearing into the rearview mirror as the trees swallowed up the road. I didn't stop until I reached the next town, my hands still shaking as I pulled into the parking lot of a 24-hour diner, the neon lights a welcome relief against the darkness. I sat there for a long time trying to calm down, telling myself that I'd imagined it all, that I was tired, that I'd let the isolation get to me. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen, and I knew I wouldn't be able to explain it to anyone else. When I finally worked up the nerve to ask the waitress about Echo Ridge, she just gave me a puzzled look. "That old place? Yeah, I've heard stories. Used to be a town out that way, long time ago. But it's been empty for years. Burned down or something, if I remember right." She shrugged, handing me a cup of coffee. "People say it's haunted, but you know how folks love their ghost stories." I tried to laugh it off, tried to act like I didn't care, but I couldn't stop thinking about those figures, about the voice that had whispered to me in the dark. And even now, months later, I still have nightmares about that swing set, about the shadows that moved just beyond the reach of my flashlight. I haven't driven that highway since, and I never stop at rest areas after dark anymore, no matter how tired I am, because I know that some places, no matter how empty they seem, aren't really empty at all. And if you stay too long, you might just become another part of the darkness, another whisper in the trees waiting for the next traveler to wander off the road. There's a kind of quiet that you only find deep in the woods, miles from any town or road. It's not like the silence of an empty room or a sleeping city. This is a silence that feels alive, like the trees and the earth are listening, waiting for something. I used to love that feeling, the sense that I was completely cut off from everything else, just a small part of the forest. But after what happened on my last camping trip, that quiet fills me with a dread I can't quite shake. I'd been planning the trip for weeks, a solo camping weekend in a remote part of a national forest I'd never explored before. It was supposed to be a chance to unwind, to escape the noise of everyday life and spend a few days with just my thoughts in the wilderness. I'd picked a spot that was miles from the nearest trail, a little clearing I'd found on an old topographic map, and set off early in the morning with my pack and a map. By the time I reached the clearing, the sun was already dipping low, casting long shadows through the trees. It was perfect, isolated, peaceful, with a small stream cutting through the edge of the clearing. I set up my tent, built a fire, and sat down to watch the last light fade from the sky. The air was cool, carrying the earthy scent of pine and damp leaves, and I felt that familiar thrill of being out there, completely alone. As night settled in, the forest grew darker than I'd expected. The moon was hidden behind a blanket of clouds, leaving me with only the flickering glow of my campfire. I cooked a quick dinner over the flames, listening to the rustling of leaves and the occasional hoot of an owl. But after a while I noticed something odd. The usual sounds of the forest had gone quiet, like every living thing had decided to hold its breath. I brushed it off, convincing myself that I was just spooking myself out. I had a good book with me, so I tried to focus on that, letting the fire crackle in the background. But the quiet gnawed at me, and I kept glancing up from the pages, half expecting to see something lurking beyond the edge of the firelight. It was around midnight when I finally decided to turn in. I doused the fire, watching the embers hiss and glow as the darkness closed in around me. My tent was small but cozy, and I zipped myself inside, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling that had settled in my chest. I told myself that I'd wake up in the morning to the sound of birds and sunlight filtering through the trees, that everything would feel different in the light of day. But just as I was drifting off, I heard it. A faint sound somewhere outside the tent. It was a soft, rhythmic scraping, like something being dragged over the forest floor. I froze, holding my breath, straining to hear over the thudding of my own heartbeat. The sound was so quiet, so subtle, that I couldn't tell where it was coming from. But it was there, just beyond the thin fabric of the tent. I reached for my flashlight, my fingers trembling as I switched it on. The beam cut through the darkness inside the tent, casting sharp shadows, but it didn't make me feel any safer. I took a deep breath and unzipped the tent door just enough to poke my head out, shining the light into the clearing. The beam swept over the trees, catching glimpses of tangled roots and damp leaves. But the clearing was empty, no sign of anything that could have made that noise. I scanned the area for a few more seconds, but when nothing moved, I forced myself to relax, telling myself it was just an animal passing through, maybe a deer or a raccoon. I zipped the tent back up, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't as alone as I'd thought. I lay there for what felt like hours, listening to the silence, waiting for the sound to come back. But eventually, my exhaustion won out, and I drifted into a fitful sleep. When I woke up, the inside of the tent was pitch black, the air cold and still. My watch read 3:17 a.m., and for a moment, I couldn't figure out what had woken me. Then I heard it again, the scraping sound, but louder this time, like it was right outside the tent. My mouth went dry, and I sat up, clutching the flashlight like a lifeline. I unzipped the tent as quietly as I could, the sound of the zipper too loud in the silence, and shone the light outside. The clearing looked different in the flashlight beam, darker, more distorted, the shadows twisting into shapes that made my skin crawl. And that's when I saw them, footprints in the dirt circling around my campsite. They were fresh, too fresh, each print deep and clear in the loose soil, like someone had walked around my tent while I slept. I shone the light around wildly, my pulse racing, but there was no one there, just the empty woods and the dark shapes of the trees. I backed into the tent, zipping it shut, my mind racing with possibilities. Maybe it was another camper, someone who'd wandered off the trail. But I knew that didn't make sense. There shouldn't have been anyone else out here, not this far from the nearest road. And if it was just some hiker, why hadn't they called out? Why had they just circled my tent in the dark? I sat there, gripping the flashlight, waiting for something to happen, for some sound that would tell me what was out there. But the forest stayed silent, the air thick and unmoving. Eventually, the first light of dawn crept through the trees, turning the world gray and ghostly, and I dared to unzip the tent and step outside. The footprints were still there, trailing off into the woods, their edges blurred by the morning mist. I followed them a few yards, my boots crunching over leaves, but they seemed to disappear as quickly as they'd appeared, fading into the undergrowth like they'd never been there at all. I packed up camp in record time, stuffing my gear into my pack with shaking hands. I didn't care that I hadn't had breakfast, that I'd planned to stay another night. I just wanted to get out of those woods, to put as much distance between myself and whatever had been out there. As I hiked back toward the road, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing between the trees, watching me. But the forest remained empty, the morning sunlight filtering through the canopy, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch on forever. When I finally reached my truck, I threw my pack into the back and peeled out of there, the tires spitting up gravel as I sped down the dirt road. I didn't stop until I was miles away, the forest a distant blur in the rearview mirror. It's been months since that trip, but the memory of those footprints still haunts me. I've tried to tell myself that it was just an animal, that my mind was playing tricks on me in the dark. But deep down, I know what I saw. And I know that somewhere out there, in those woods, something was watching me that night. Something that didn't leave tracks like any animal I've ever seen. I haven't been back to that part of the forest since, and I've given up on solo camping too, even in places that feel safe. Because now I know that the quiet of the woods isn't always empty. And sometimes, if you're not careful, you might find out what's hiding in the silence. There's a strange silence that settles over the woods when you're miles away from any town, any road, any sign of other people. It's the kind of quiet that makes you hear things you'd normally ignore. The creak of a branch, the rustle of leaves, the faintest whisper of wind through the trees. My friend Dave and I had hiked into the mountains, looking for a weekend of peace, of solitude, away from the noise of the city. We found a spot miles from any trail, a place so remote it felt like we'd discovered our own little world. But I think now that some places are meant to be left alone. We reached the top of the ridge just as the sun dipped behind the mountains, casting long shadows over the valley below. It was beautiful. Endless stretches of forest, the air cool and crisp, the sky turning from orange to a deep star-studded blue. We set up camp, pitching the tent near the edge of the ridge so we could watch the stars. Dave built a fire, and we spent the evening talking about everything and nothing, letting the flames warm our hands as the temperature dropped. By the time we climbed into the tent, the night was black as pitch, the only light coming from the flickering embers of the fire. We left the tent flaps open, letting the cool air in. The silence felt different out there, sharper somehow, and it wasn't long before Dave's breathing evened out, slipping into sleep. But I lay awake, listening to the stillness pressing in, my thoughts wandering through the dark. It was then that I heard the first sound, a distant crunch of leaves like someone stepping through the underbrush. My heart skipped a beat, and I held my breath, straining to listen. But the sound didn't come again, and I told myself it was just an animal, a deer maybe, moving through the trees. I closed my eyes, willing myself to relax. But my mind kept replaying that noise, over and over. At some point I must have drifted off, because I woke to the sensation of being watched. My eyes snapped open and I stared out through the open tent flap, half expecting to see someone standing there in the dark. But there was nothing, just the dim glow of the dying fire casting shadows across the ground. I rolled over, trying to shake off the feeling, but then I heard it again. This time, much closer. A crunch, then another, slow and deliberate, like footsteps approaching the tent. I froze, my pulse quickening, and reached out to nudge Dave awake. He stirred, muttering something under his breath, but the noise outside continued. Soft, careful, moving in a slow circle around the tent. Dave sat up, rubbing his eyes, and I put a finger to my lips, pointing toward the flap. His expression shifted, turning serious as he realized I wasn't joking. We sat there in silence, listening as the footsteps circled the tent again, slow and steady. Dave reached for his flashlight, and with a nod he clicked it on, shining the beam out through the open flap. The light cut through the dark, illuminating the trees beyond the clearing, but we saw nothing. No sign of movement, no sign of anyone. Probably just an animal, Dave whispered, though I could hear the doubt in his voice. But I nodded anyway, not wanting to seem paranoid. We waited for a few minutes longer, but the noise had stopped and the woods were silent again. Eventually, we settled back down, though sleep didn't come easily. The next morning, we woke to find the fire burned out, the morning mist clinging to the trees. We laughed off the events of the night, convincing ourselves it was just a deer or a raccoon, something that had wandered too close to camp. But as we packed up our gear for a hike, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us from the shadows. We spent the day exploring, hiking through valleys and up ridges, the mountains stretching out in every direction. But as the afternoon wore on, I began to notice things. Small, subtle signs that something wasn't right. Broken branches high up in the trees, as if something tall had passed through. Rocks arranged in strange patterns near the stream, like they'd been placed there deliberately. When I pointed them out to Dave, he just shrugged. Probably just some old trail markers, he said, or kids messing around. But deep down, I knew there was no way anyone else had been out here recently. This place was too remote, too untouched, and that creeping unease I'd felt last night had only grown stronger, turning into a weight that settled in my chest. We headed back to camp as the sun dipped lower, the shadows growing longer, swallowing up the path behind us. By the time we reached the ridge, the air had turned cold, and the forest around us was darkening fast. Dave built up the fire again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the woods had changed, like the trees were leaning in closer, listening to us. That night, we kept the fire burning longer, sitting by the flames as the darkness thickened around us. Dave tried to joke about it, telling stories about Bigfoot and cryptids, but neither of us laughed. Eventually, the conversation died off, and we sat in silence, listening to the crackle of the fire. Then, just as the flames began to die down, we heard it again, the same slow, deliberate crunch of footsteps moving through the trees. Dave and I exchanged a look, and this time, I could see the fear in his eyes. He grabbed the flashlight, but before he could turn it on, I grabbed his arm, shaking my head. "Don't," I whispered. "Let's just stay quiet." We sat there, barely breathing, as the footsteps moved closer, stopping just beyond the edge of the firelight. I strained my eyes, trying to make out a shape, but the shadows shifted too much, blurring into the darkness. I thought I saw a flicker of movement, a pale shape slipping between the trees, but when I blinked, it was gone. Dave tightened his grip on the flashlight, his knuckles white, but he didn't turn it on. We listened as the footsteps circled the clearing again, like they were testing us, seeing how far they could go before we reacted. My skin crawled with the knowledge that whatever it was playing with us. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps faded, retreating back into the woods, leaving us alone with the silence. Dave let out a shaky breath, and I realized my hands were trembling. We didn't speak as we climbed into the tent, keeping the flashlight clutched between us. But I didn't sleep that night. I just lay there, staring at the shadows on the tent walls, listening for the slightest sound. When dawn finally came, we packed up camp in record time, neither of us mentioning the night before. As we made our way back down the trail, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something watching us from the ridge. But the forest was empty, silent, the morning mist curling between the trees like a forgotten memory. We reached the car by mid-morning, throwing our gear into the back seat without a word. But as I climbed into the driver's seat, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There, on the dusty windshield, were handprints, long, slender fingers pressed into the glass, leaving smudges that streaked across the passenger side window. I looked at Dave, but he just stared straight ahead, his jaw clenched like he didn't want to see. We drove back to town in silence, the radio off, the road stretching out in front of us like an escape route. I haven't been back to those woods since. Neither has Dave. And every time I think about that night, I can still hear the sound of those footsteps, slow and deliberate, circling the edge of the firelight, waiting for us to look. Sometimes, when I'm driving late at night and the road is empty, I catch myself glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see those pale fingers pressing against the glass again. And I wonder if whatever was out there that night ever really left, or if it's just waiting for someone else to wander too far into the woods, to stray into the silence where no one else can hear. You know that kind of night when it's just you and the road and maybe a couple of stars? The kind that makes you feel like you're the only person in the world? It was one of those nights. I'd been driving for hours down this long stretch of highway, Empty fields on both sides, not a gas station or a diner for miles. It was close to midnight, maybe a bit later, but the air was still warm. Summer had that way of sticking around like it didn't want to go. I was wide awake though, just me, the hum of the engine and my headlights cutting through the dark. Just another night or so, I thought. I don't know exactly when I noticed it, maybe a few miles back. It was just a glance in the rearview mirror, just routine. But there was a pair of headlights way back, like a tiny dot in the distance. Nothing unusual. Lots of people drive late. Could be anyone, could be anything. So, I just let it go. Kept my eyes on the road, kept my mind blank. Then after a while I glanced back again. The car was closer, but still back there, not in any rush to pass me, not lagging too far behind either, just keeping pace. I tapped the gas a bit harder, put some distance between us, let the road open up. Maybe they'd pass. But they didn't. I couldn't help but feel a prick of unease. I told myself to get a grip. I'd been driving for hours. I was tired. Paranoid, maybe. People drive at night. They probably didn't even realize they were making me nervous. But then the road stretched on, empty except for me and those headlights hanging in my rearview mirror. I felt my neck tense up. I checked my mirrors more often. I don't know why I didn't just let them pass. I could have slowed down, moved to the side. But something stopped me. The way they were just back there, staying at the same distance, something about it didn't sit right. I took a deep breath, let my eyes focus back on the dark road ahead and pressed my foot down. The car responded, jumping forward, picking up speed. I felt the road bump under the tires, the engine's hum getting louder. I didn't look back for a while. I let my speed carry me, feeling the slight rush of going just over the limit, trying to shake off the anxiety. When I finally checked the mirror, I felt my chest tighten. Those headlights were still there, keeping pace, not falling behind, not getting closer. Just there. For a second I felt stupid. I'd let my mind get carried away. I told myself I was just tired, that it was just another driver. So I relaxed my grip on the wheel, leaned back a bit, tried to ignore the itch to look in the mirror again. The road went on, winding a little, lined by trees that seemed to swallow the light of my headlights. It was too quiet, and that just made me think about that car behind me. My stomach clenched. I didn't even realize my knuckles were white, gripping the wheel so tight. I took a deep breath and told myself I was going to pull over. Maybe I just needed a break. And if they passed me, all the better. There was an upcoming rest stop, just a small pull-off on the side of the road. I flicked my blinker on, started slowing down, feeling that little flutter in my stomach that you get when you're making a decision you're not sure about. I checked the mirror. The car behind me didn't speed up, didn't pass. Instead, it slowed down too, matching my pace, staying right there just behind me. My heart started hammering. I couldn't understand why they'd slow down too. It felt wrong. Every instinct I had told me to get out of there. So I hit the gas again, back on the road, faster this time. Maybe going too fast, but I didn't care. I kept glancing in the mirror, expecting those headlights to disappear, to be nothing but a story I'd laugh about later. But they were there, still following. They matched my speed, not too close, but close enough that I knew they weren't going anywhere. A trickle of sweat ran down my back, cold against my skin. My breathing was shallow, too fast, and I felt that horrible, crawling feeling that I wasn't alone, that whoever was behind me was watching, waiting. The road stretched out in front of me, long and empty. There was nowhere to turn off, nowhere to hide. It was just me and that car. I pressed my foot down harder, trying to ignore the feeling that my own car was straining under the speed. The road twisted up ahead and I took the curve faster than I should have, tires squealing, barely gripping the asphalt. I felt my body lean with the car, a second of weightlessness before I straightened out. My eyes flicked to the mirror. Those headlights were still there, taking the curve like it was nothing. My heart pounded in my throat. It was like some bad dream where you can't run fast enough, where no matter what you do, the thing chasing you is just behind. always just behind. I didn't want to think about what would happen if I pulled over. I didn't want to know who was behind me. My stomach churned, a heavy pit forming there. Every fiber of me was tense, waiting, listening to the hum of the engine, to the rush of the wind outside, to the low rumble of the car behind me. I'd never felt so alone, so exposed, like there was nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape. Then, up ahead, I saw the faint glow of lights. A gas station, finally. It looked small, but it was something. I aimed for it, my foot on the brake, slowing down as I pulled in. The relief was immediate, like I'd finally outrun a nightmare. The lights cast long shadows over the concrete, a quiet little oasis in the dark. I glanced in the mirror again, hoping to see the car speed by, to see it finally pass, to know I'd been overreacting. But the car slowed down, its headlights still trained on me, and it pulled into the gas station too, just a few pumps away. I felt trapped. My hands were clammy on the wheel, and I forced myself to take a deep breath, forced myself to think. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe they just needed gas too. But I didn't believe it. I sat there, gripping the wheel, staring straight ahead. The other car's engine idled, humming as if it was waiting. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to see who was inside. I thought about just driving off, about getting back on the road, but my body felt heavy, pinned down by this awful dread. And then, the driver's side door of the other car opened. A figure stepped out, moving slowly, almost too slowly. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. The person started walking toward my car, one slow step at a time. I couldn't make out their face, just a shadow against the dim lights of the station. I didn't wait to see what they wanted. I threw my car into reverse, my tires squealing as I backed out, my heart pounding so loud it drowned out everything else. I didn't care if I looked like a maniac, didn't care if anyone was watching. I just knew I had to get out of there. I swung the car around, back onto the road, my hands shaking on the wheel. I didn't look back. I didn't want to know if they were following me again. I just drove, faster than I should have, letting the miles put distance between me and whatever that had been. The road stretched on, empty and silent again, but I didn't feel safe. Not anymore. For the rest of the drive, I kept my eyes glued to the mirrors, waiting, watching for any sign of those headlights, for any hint that they were still there, still behind me. Every shadow on the road made my heart skip. Every flicker of light made my stomach drop. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched, still being followed. By the time I finally pulled into my driveway, the sky was starting to lighten, a dull gray hinting at morning. I sat there for a minute, engine off, my breathing still shaky. My house was quiet, still, but I couldn't bring myself to get out of the car. I couldn't shake that feeling, that awful, prickling feeling that I hadn't really escaped. Eventually, I forced myself to go inside, to lock the door behind me, to check every window, every lock. The silence felt heavy, pressing in around me. I went to bed, but I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those headlights, saw that shadowy figure stepping out of the car, walking toward me. I kept thinking about what would have happened if I hadn't driven away, if I'd waited. To this day, I still get nervous when I see headlights behind me on a lonely road. I still feel that awful crawling dread, that itch to look over my shoulder. I tell myself it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks, but some part of me knows it wasn't. There's something unsettling about abandoned places. You don't think it until you're there, staring into a house with no life, no purpose left. But that night, we didn't think of any of that. We were just out on a drive, looking for something to do, just passing through a quiet stretch of farmland. Everything seemed so still, like the whole world had gone quiet. We'd been winding down these old, narrow roads, laughing, listening to music, just feeling the cool breeze. Then out of nowhere, we spotted this farmhouse. Its silhouette was clear against the dark sky, this looming shadow just sitting there, alone and empty. The lights from the car lit up the front porch, and it looked strange, No signs, no boards. Just a dead, quiet house. The windows were like hollow eyes staring back at us, but we were curious. And that's usually when things go wrong, isn't it? I didn't even think twice when my friend Sarah said, "Let's check it out." The other two, Mike and Ben, seemed all in too. No one thought to question it. We pulled over onto a patch of overgrown grass by the side of the road, left the headlights on to see our way, and climbed out of the car. The air felt heavy, a kind of thickness that settled on you like everything was pressing down. "Come on, let's go," Mike said, leading the way. We moved toward the house, gravel crunching under our feet. Sarah was right behind him, her phone flashlight cutting through the dark, catching every little speck of dust that hung in the air. I don't know why, but I hung back a bit, watching them move up the porch steps. I could feel this odd prickling on the back of my neck. I shook it off. Just nerves, I told myself. Ben pulled open the front door. It creaked, like you'd expect, the sound sharp in the silence. Inside, everything was still. There was this faint smell, a mix of dust and rot and something else, something I couldn't quite place. We stepped in, the floorboards creaking under us. Dust floated around, thick and heavy in the air. I could barely see in front of me, just enough to make out the shapes of things. The outline of an old couch, a staircase winding up into the dark, some broken pieces of furniture. Mike shone his flashlight around, sweeping it across the room. "Look at this place," he muttered, a bit of awe in his voice. "It's like time just stopped." We wandered around, a little at a time, our footsteps echoing. The whole place was eerie, but in a way that felt like it was just old, like it had seen better days and been forgotten. That was until Sarah froze, her flashlight pointing at something on the floor near the staircase. "What is it?" I asked, coming up behind her. She didn't answer, just kept staring, so I leaned in to see. On the floor there was a footprint, just one, clean and perfect, as if someone had stepped in dust and then stopped right there. But the weird part? The dust around it hadn't been disturbed. It looked fresh. I could feel my stomach twist. "Maybe it's one of ours," Mike said, but his voice didn't sound sure. He sounded like he wanted to believe it, but didn't. Ben shrugged. "Probably just an old mark. This place is full of dust. Makes sense someone was here before." We moved on, but that uneasy feeling stayed. I couldn't shake it. We crept through the house, moving into what looked like a living room. The wallpaper was peeling, the furniture covered in a thick layer of grime. I brushed my hand against the edge of a table, and it came away coated in dust. The place felt wrong, but I kept my mouth shut. We'd come this far. No point backing out now. Then we heard it, a soft, faint rustling sound coming from upstairs. We all froze. I glanced at the others, my heart pounding. No one spoke. We just stood there, listening, straining our ears. The sound came again, a slow shuffle, like someone dragging their feet across the floor above us. "Maybe it's an animal," Mike whispered, his voice barely above a breath. Sarah shook her head, her eyes wide. "Too big," she mouthed. We should have left. That was our cue, right there. But instead, we all looked at each other and, without a word, started toward the stairs. I don't know what we thought we'd find. I guess we didn't think at all. The staircase was narrow, the steps creaking under our weight. I held my breath, feeling every nerve in my body on edge. We reached the top, and there was a hallway stretching out in front of us. Doors lined either side, some closed, some barely hanging on their hinges. The air was colder up here, and that smell was stronger, sharper. My skin prickled. We walked slowly, our footsteps careful, almost tiptoeing. Sarah's flashlight was shaky, casting odd shadows on the walls. We reached the first door on the left. It was slightly ajar, and as we got closer, I could see something on the other side. A flicker of movement. Just a shadow. I stopped, my heart hammering. I glanced at the others. They'd seen it too. Mike swallowed hard. "Let's just see." He pushed the door open, the old wood groaning. The room was empty, but the window was open. curtains fluttering softly in a breeze that I hadn't felt downstairs. The room was cold, so cold I could see my breath. My gut told me we weren't alone. Then, from down the hall, we heard a sound. A soft, rhythmic thumping, like someone tapping their fingers against a wall. It was steady, unhurried. I felt my skin crawl. "Let's go," I whispered. But no one moved. Instead, we started toward the sound, our steps slow and hesitant. The noise grew louder, more distinct, coming from a room at the end of the hall. My heart raced, each beat heavy in my chest. Every instinct told me to turn back, to get out, but my legs kept moving. We reached the door, and without a word, Mike pushed it open. The room was empty, just an old bed frame and a broken dresser. The window was boarded up, casting strange shadows across the walls. But there, in the corner, was a mirror. And in the mirror we saw it. A figure, faint and barely there, just a shadow. It stood still, staring back at us. I felt my breath catch, my body frozen. It didn't move, didn't react. It just watched us. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. I was stuck, rooted to the spot, my eyes locked on that figure. Then it took a step forward, a slow, deliberate step. The floorboards didn't creak, didn't make a sound, but I felt it, felt the weight of its gaze, cold and unfeeling. My heart pounded, my throat dry, I could barely breathe. "Let's go," I whispered again, my voice shaking. But no one moved. We were all trapped, caught in the gaze of that thing in the mirror. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure vanished. The mirror was empty, just our reflection staring back at us, pale and wide-eyed. We didn't say a word. We didn't need to. We turned and left, moving quickly, our footsteps heavy and fast. We rushed down the stairs, back through the dusty rooms, out onto the porch. The cool night air hit me like a slap, sharp and real. I sucked in a deep breath, my heart still racing. The car was right there, the headlights casting long shadows across the grass. We climbed in, slammed the doors, and sped off, not looking back. No one spoke. We just sat there, the silence thick and heavy, each of us lost in our own thoughts. My hands were shaking, my chest tight. I felt that figure's gaze, still watching even though we were miles away. To this day, I don't know what we saw, don't know what was in that house. But I know one thing. I'll never go back. Road trips are supposed to be fun, right? You load up with friends, get snacks, blast some music, and hit the road with no worries. That's what we thought anyway. We had all been cooped up for so long, and this trip was supposed to be our big break. A chance to just let go and see some of the country. But looking back, maybe we should have just stayed home. There were 4 of us. Me, Sam, Lisa, and Jake. We'd known each other forever, so this was supposed to be one of those bonding experiences, something we could laugh about later. We'd left early in the morning, aiming to cover as much ground as we could before nightfall. The plan was to hit up a few of those touristy places on the way, take some pictures, grab some food, just relax. The weather was perfect, and the highway stretched out ahead of us like an open invitation. The first day went off without a hitch. We stopped at this weird little diner that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 50s, had some greasy burgers, then kept driving. Everything was going great. But on the second day, things got strange. It was late in the afternoon, and we were on this back road, just miles and miles of empty fields and trees. There was nothing out there, not even a gas station. I'd taken the wheel, letting Jake rest since he'd driven most of the morning. Sam was in the passenger seat, and Lisa was sprawled out in the back, half asleep. The first sign something was wrong was this car that pulled up at the same gas station as us earlier. A beat-up, rusty old thing that looked like it was barely holding together. I didn't think much of it at first. I mean, cars stop at gas stations, right? But the driver had this way of staring at us. Just staring. He didn't move, didn't go inside. Just sat there, looking at us through the window. I couldn't see much of his face, but something about him felt off, like he was sizing us up. We finished filling up and got back on the road. But after a few minutes, I checked the rearview mirror, and there he was. The same car keeping a steady distance behind us. I told myself it was nothing, that he was probably just headed in the same direction. But as the miles ticked by, he didn't change his pace. He didn't try to pass us, didn't fall behind, just stayed there, right on our tail. "Hey, is anyone else getting creeped out by this guy?" I asked, trying to sound casual. Sam looked over his shoulder and frowned. "Yeah, he's been back there since the gas station." Jake leaned forward, squinting at the mirror. "You think he's following us?" Lisa sat up, groggy but alert now. "Who?" "Some guy in this old rusty car. Been behind us for miles," I said, keeping my eyes on the road but glancing in the mirror. We tried to shake him. I sped up, taking a few turns here and there, hoping he'd lose interest or get bored. But every time I checked, he was still there. Headlights a constant reminder that we weren't alone. My hands tightened on the wheel, my jaw clenched. I felt trapped, like no matter what we did, we couldn't escape him. After a while, Lisa started laughing nervously. "Maybe he's just going the same way. He'll turn off eventually, right?" But he didn't. The sun was setting, casting this weird orange light across the fields, making everything feel surreal. I glanced at the fuel gauge. We'd need to stop soon, but there wasn't anything out here, not even a roadside rest area. And then, as if on cue, we saw it. A tiny gas station up ahead, barely a blip on the horizon. Relief flooded through me. We could stop, maybe get some help if we needed it, or at least get away from this guy. I pulled in, the tires crunching on gravel, and we watched as he did the same. He parked a few pumps down, far enough that he wasn't right on top of us, but close enough to keep us in view. We all got out, stretching our legs, trying to act normal. I could feel my pulse racing, my body tense. I wanted to see his face, wanted to know what kind of person would just follow strangers like this. But he stayed in the car, barely moving, just watching us with that same unsettling stillness. Jake muttered, "All right, this is officially creepy." Sam nodded, glancing over his shoulder. "Should we, call someone? The police or something?" I shook my head, trying to keep a level head. "And say what? Some guy's following us? We don't even know what he wants." We filled up quickly, each of us keeping an eye on the car, watching for any sign he was about to get out. But he didn't. He just sat there, engine running, like he had all the time in the world. Finally, with the tank full, we piled back into the car and pulled out onto the road. I tried not to look, but I couldn't help glancing in the mirror. Sure enough, he pulled out after us, maintaining the same steady distance. My stomach twisted. This wasn't a coincidence. We tried to ignore him, tried to keep our conversation going, keep the music loud, but every few minutes someone would glance back and the car would be there. Sam even suggested we pull off on some random dirt road, try to lose him, but I was afraid he'd just follow us down some backwoods road and corner us. At least on the main road, we had options. Night fell, and the road grew darker. The only lights were our headlights and his, two white spots in the rearview mirror, unblinking. The tension in the car was thick, every little noise making us jump. And then, up ahead, we saw a sign for a motel, one of those old, run-down places that barely looked operational. "We should stop here," Lisa said, her voice shaky. "Maybe he'll leave if he sees we're stopping for the night." Reluctantly, I agreed. We pulled into the motel parking lot, parking under a flickering streetlight. The car followed us in, parking at the far end of the lot, just sitting there, engine idling. We piled out of the car, all of us glancing over our shoulders, trying to act casual, but I could feel my heart pounding. The motel was as run down as it looked, but we didn't care. We just wanted to get away from the guy. The clerk didn't seem to notice anything strange, just took our cash, handed us the keys, and pointed us toward our room. We locked the door behind us, all of us sitting there in tense silence, waiting. For a while, it was quiet. We peeked out the window, watching as his car just sat there in the parking lot. I couldn't see him clearly, just the outline of his head, unmoving, staring straight ahead. My skin prickled. What did he want? Why was he doing this? Hours passed, and he didn't leave. Every time one of us dozed off, we'd wake up to check the window and he'd still be there. Headlights off, engine off. Just sitting. By the time dawn broke, none of us had slept more than a few minutes. We were exhausted, frazzled, every nerve on edge. When we finally decided to leave, we were on high alert. We threw our bags in the car, casting nervous glances toward the other end of the lot, but the car was gone. A wave of relief washed over me. Maybe he'd given up, moved on to some other unlucky group. I let out a breath, feeling my shoulders relax for the first time all night. But as we pulled out of the lot, my heart sank. There, a few blocks down, was the car parked along the side of the road, waiting. He pulled out as soon as we drove by, falling into line behind us, as if nothing had changed. I felt a jolt of fear, cold and sharp. He wasn't going to leave us alone. We drove for miles, trying everything to lose him, speeding up, taking random turns, even doubling back at one point. But he stayed with us, never getting too close, just keeping that same steady distance. My hands were shaking on the wheel, my mouth dry. I didn't know what to do. Finally, we hit a stretch of road with other cars, a few semi-trucks, some early morning commuters. I tried to blend in, keeping my speed normal, hoping he'd lose track of us. For a few minutes, I thought it worked. I glanced in the mirror and his car wasn't there. Relief flooded through me. We were safe. But just as quickly, the relief vanished. There he was again, slipping into line behind us like he'd been waiting for the right moment. My skin crawled. This wasn't random. This was planned. We kept driving, pushing through our exhaustion, eyes glued to the road, every turn feeling like a dead end. Hours passed, the road stretched on, and still he followed, his headlights a constant, unyielding presence in the mirror. None of us spoke. We didn't need to. We were all thinking the same thing. How were we going to get out of this? By the time we finally reached a town, we were all on the edge of panic. I pulled into a crowded parking lot, hoping that with so many people around, he'd finally back off. We watched as he parked on the other side, still watching. But this time, he didn't stay in the car. He got out. I don't remember what he looked like, don't remember his face. All I remember is the way he walked, slow, deliberate, like he knew we couldn't go anywhere. We locked the doors, my heart hammering, my hands shaking, but he didn't come over to us. He just stood there watching, his eyes unblinking, a faint smile on his lips. And then, as if he'd made his point, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd. We sat there for what felt like hours, too afraid to move, too afraid to breathe. When we finally got back on the road, every car behind us felt like a threat, every shadow a reminder of him. We never saw him again, but I still think about him sometimes, that silent, watching figure. I don't know what he wanted, don't know why he followed us. All I know is that feeling, that awful, gut-wrenching feeling of being hunted, of knowing that no matter where you go, someone's there, watching, waiting. There's something about the ocean at night that gets to you. It's just this huge, dark expanse, nothing but water in every direction. No lights, no sounds, just waves crashing against the side of the ship. We were on a cruise, my friends and I, looking for a break from life, a few days to just relax, party, and forget about everything else. At first, it was exactly what we needed. Drinks by the pool, late nights in the lounge, just endless hours with no responsibilities. But then something happened. Something I can't explain, something that stuck with me ever since. It was our third night out. We'd left port 2 days earlier, and by that point, we were way out there. Nothing but water for miles around. The ship was packed, full of people having a good time, so we were just part of the crowd, blending in, soaking up the energy. But that night, I couldn't sleep. I don't know why. Maybe it was the way the ship was moving, maybe the sound of the ocean. So I got up, threw on a jacket, and decided to take a walk around the deck, see if some fresh air would help. The deck was quiet. Most people already asleep or in their cabins. A few stragglers were scattered around, leaning on the railings, staring out at the water. I nodded to a couple of them. Made my way over to the starboard side and just stood there, looking out. The night was pitch black, only the faintest sliver of moon casting a dim glow over the water. It was almost impossible to see anything past the edge of the ship, just this endless stretch of darkness. I was about to head back to my cabin when I saw him. Just standing there, a few feet away, leaning over the railing. He was dressed in dark clothes, his face turned toward the ocean, unmoving. I don't know what it was, but something about him felt off. He was too still, too quiet. I couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't just another passenger out for a late-night stroll. I tried to brush it off, told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe he was just lost in thought, staring out at the water like I had been. But the longer I looked, the stranger it seemed. His hands were gripping the railing so tightly, his knuckles were white. His head was tilted forward, his gaze fixed on the water below, like he was looking for something, or maybe waiting. "Hey," I said, just trying to break the silence. "Beautiful night, huh?" He didn't respond, didn't even look up. Just kept staring out at the ocean, his hands gripping the railing. I felt a shiver crawl down my spine. Something was wrong. I thought about walking away, leaving him there. But I was curious and maybe a little worried. I took a step closer, just enough to get a better look at his face. It was pale, almost gray in the faint light. His eyes empty, distant. He didn't seem to notice me, like he was somewhere else entirely. "Are you okay?" I asked, my voice low, almost a whisper. Finally he turned, his gaze shifting toward me. His eyes were hollow, unfocused, like he wasn't really seeing me. I felt my heart skip a beat. There was something in his expression, something I couldn't put into words, but it made me feel uneasy. "I'm waiting," he said, his voice barely audible, almost like he was speaking to himself. "Waiting for what?" I asked, not sure if I even wanted to know. He looked back at the water, his grip on the railing tightening. "They're down there, waiting for me." I didn't know what to say. My mouth went dry, my pulse quickening. I glanced around, but there was no one else nearby, just me and this guy, and the endless stretch of ocean. My gut told me to leave, to get back to my cabin and lock the door, but something kept me there, rooted to the spot. "Who's down there?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He didn't answer, just kept staring at the water, his breathing slow and steady. I felt this overwhelming urge to get away, to put as much distance between us as possible. But before I could move, he spoke again. "They're calling me," he whispered, his voice so quiet I almost didn't hear him. "They've been calling me for a long time." I took a step back, my heart pounding in my chest. This guy was scaring me. There was something in his eyes, something dark and empty, like he was already half gone. I wanted to leave, but I couldn't shake the feeling that if I did, something terrible would happen. "Listen, man," I said, trying to sound calm, trying to keep my voice steady. "Maybe you should go back to your cabin, get some rest." He didn't respond, didn't even look at me. His gaze was locked on the water, his body tense like he was about to jump. Panic surged through me. I couldn't just stand there and watch him do something like that. "Hey!" I said, louder this time, reaching out to grab his arm. "Don't do this." He turned to me, his eyes meeting mine for the first time. They were dark, empty, like he was already somewhere else. For a moment, I thought I saw something flicker in his gaze, a hint of recognition, but then it was gone. "They're waiting," he said again, his voice barely a whisper. And then, before I could react, he let go of the railing and stepped back. I reached out, trying to grab him, but he slipped through my fingers, disappearing into the darkness. My heart raced, panic flooding through me. I ran to the edge, looking down, but there was nothing, just the dark water stretching out beneath us. I stood there, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. My mind was racing, trying to process what had just happened. I couldn't believe it. He was gone, just gone. 1 minute he was there, and the next, he was gone. I stumbled back, my hands shaking. I didn't know what to do, didn't know who to tell. I felt this overwhelming sense of dread. like something terrible had just happened, something I couldn't explain. I backed away from the railing, my heart pounding, my mind racing. I wanted to get out of there, to get as far away from that spot as possible. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still there, watching me from the darkness. I glanced back, half expecting to see him standing by the railing, staring out at the water. But there was nothing, just the empty deck and the silent, endless ocean. I turned and walked away, my heart racing, my mind spinning. I didn't know what I'd just seen, didn't know if I'd imagined it, but I knew one thing for sure. I'd never forget that night. It was late and I was dead tired. I'd been on the road for hours and my eyes were starting to burn from staring at the highway. When I saw the old motel on the side of the road, I barely thought twice. It looked a little run down, sure, but at that point, all I cared about was getting off the road and into a bed. So I pulled over, got out of the car, and walked into the tiny lobby, which was empty except for the night manager behind the counter. The guy didn't say much. He handed me a key, muttered something about checkout times, and went back to whatever he was doing behind the desk. I didn't think much of it. I just wanted to get to the room and crash. The room was near the end of a long hallway, facing an empty parking lot. There was a single street lamp out front, casting a dim yellow glow over the lot. I unlocked the door, stepped inside, and locked it behind me. The room was simple. There was a bed, a dresser, and a TV bolted to the wall. The wallpaper was peeling a little around the edges, and the place smelled faintly of cleaning chemicals, but it was good enough. I dropped my bag on the floor, pulled off my shoes, and took a deep breath. Finally, I could relax. I felt sticky and grimy from the drive, so I headed to the bathroom for a quick shower. When I turned on the bathroom light, it flickered for a moment before buzzing to life. I twisted the shower knob, letting the water run to warm up, and that's when I saw it. A tiny hole in the wall just by the sink. It was small, maybe the size of a pencil, but it was cleanly drilled and looked like it went all the way through to the next room. I leaned in closer, squinting at it. My first thought was that it must have been left over from some repair or renovation. I mean, maybe someone drilled it by mistake and just never patched it up. But something about it didn't sit right with me. It was just too clean, too intentional. I shook my head, grabbed some tissue from the bathroom counter and stuffed it into the hole. It wasn't perfect, but it covered it up well enough. I took my shower as quickly as I could, trying to ignore the creeping feeling of unease that had started settling in my gut. Even after I dried off and dressed, though, I couldn't shake the feeling. I went back into the main room and turned on the TV, hoping the noise would drown out my nerves. I flipped through a few channels, settling on some old sitcom rerun. But my mind kept drifting back to that hole. I kept glancing over at the bathroom door, half expecting something or someone to come through. Then I heard it. A soft knock on the wall, coming from the bathroom. I froze, my heart pounding. It was faint, not loud enough to be definite, but clear enough that I knew it wasn't just the plumbing. I sat there, staring at the TV screen without actually seeing it, straining my ears for any other sounds. Nothing. The room fell silent again, the only noise coming from the TV. After a few minutes, I told myself I was just imagining things. Maybe I was jumpy because of the drive, or maybe it was just the creaks and groans of an old motel. I took a deep breath, forced myself to relax, and went back to watching TV. Another knock. This time, louder. I felt a chill run down my spine. I didn't want to go back into the bathroom, but I couldn't stop myself. I stood up slowly, walked over, and opened the bathroom door. Everything looked normal, except that the tissue I'd stuffed into the hole was gone. I just stood there for a second, staring. Someone had pulled it out from the other side. My mind went blank, and I felt my heart pounding harder in my chest. My hands were shaking as I grabbed another wad of tissue, shoved it into the hole, and pressed it in as tightly as I could. I stepped back, still trying to breathe normally, telling myself it was nothing. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was on the other side of that wall, watching. I backed out of the bathroom, closed the door, and went back to sit on the edge of the bed. I kept my eyes on the bathroom door, listening, waiting. A few minutes later, I heard it again. A soft, scratching sound. I didn't want to check, but something inside me wouldn't let it go. I got up, walked back to the bathroom, and looked. The tissue was gone again. My stomach dropped and my hands started shaking harder. I leaned in, pressing my ear against the wall, trying to hear anything from the other side. Nothing. Just silence. I backed away slowly, closed the bathroom door and locked it. Then I went back to sit on the bed, trying to calm myself down. It was nothing, I told myself. Just a fluke. Someone must have drilled that hole and forgotten to patch it up. No big deal. But every sound in the room seemed louder, sharper. I felt like I was being watched, like someone was just out of sight, waiting. The TV buzzed in the background, but I couldn't focus on it. I kept glancing at the bathroom door, half expecting it to swing open. My mind started racing with worst-case scenarios. Was there someone in the next room? Was it the night manager, sneaking around, watching through the walls? Or was it something else, something worse? My heart raced as I tried to push those thoughts away, tried to convince myself I was just being paranoid. But then, just as I was about to settle down again, I heard it. A soft, deliberate scratching like someone dragging their nails against the wall. I sat up, my pulse racing. I didn't want to go back in there. Didn't want to see if the tissue was gone again. But I knew I wouldn't be able to rest until I checked. So I took a deep breath, got up and walked over to the bathroom door. My hand shook as I reached for the doorknob, turned it, and pushed the door open. The hole was empty. The tissue was gone, and the hole stared back at me, a dark, empty void in the wall. I felt like I couldn't breathe. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I backed away, closed the bathroom door, and sat down on the bed, clutching my arms around myself. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of someone lurking just out of sight, waiting for me to make a move. I kept my eyes fixed on the bathroom door, my body tense, ready to run at any second. I didn't know if they would come through that hole or if they'd try to break in from the outside, but I felt like prey, like something was circling, waiting for the right moment. I spent the rest of the night sitting there, staring at the bathroom door, not daring to close my eyes. Every sound made me jump, every creak and rustle in the room setting my nerves on edge. I felt trapped, alone in that room with something just beyond the wall, something that knew I was there, knew I'd seen the hole, and didn't care. As soon as the first light of dawn crept through the window, I grabbed my bag and bolted out of the room. I didn't even bother to check out or say anything to the manager. I got in my car, my hands shaking as I gripped the wheel, and drove away as fast as I could. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I was miles down the road, the motel long out of sight, and only then did I start to breathe normally again. Even now, I can't shake that feeling, that sense of being watched. I don't think I'll ever be able to stay in a roadside motel again. It felt too real, too close. And somehow I know that whoever, or whatever, was watching me that night, they're still out there, waiting for the next person to stumble into that room, to find that tiny hole in the wall. And I can't help but wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed another night. Would they have come through? I moved into the house thinking it was a steal. It was a bit old, sure, with creaky floors and that weird smell old places have. But the price was unbeatable. I didn't question it much. I was just glad to have somewhere cheap, somewhere to call my own for a while. The first few days, everything seemed fine. I got used to the place, unpacked, made it feel a little more like home. It was quiet, no strange noises, no creepy neighbors. Just me in the house. Then I found the first note. It was hidden under the bathroom sink, tucked behind one of the pipes, almost as if it wasn't meant to be found. I was cleaning up, trying to make the place feel fresh. And there it was, a small piece of paper, torn and a little wrinkled. The handwriting was messy, like someone had scribbled it down in a hurry. It just said, "Be careful. knows. I stared at it, feeling a strange mix of confusion and unease. I had no idea who he was or what he supposedly knew. My first thought was that it was just some leftover scrap from the previous tenant. Maybe a joke, maybe a weird prank. I crumpled it up and threw it in the trash, shrugging it off. It was weird, sure, but it didn't mean anything to me. A couple of days went by, and I mostly forgot about it. I was starting to settle in, get comfortable with the house. Then, while cleaning out a kitchen cupboard, I found another one. This one was taped to the inside of the cupboard door, the tape dried up and barely holding on. It was another scrap of paper, the same messy handwriting, but this time it was even shorter. It said, "He watches." This one got under my skin a little more. I tried to tell myself it was just another scrap of nonsense from whoever lived here before. Some kid playing pranks, maybe, but it felt off, like it was meant for me. I tore it down, threw it away, and decided to let it go. But I couldn't shake the feeling. I started looking around the house a little more, checking all the nooks and crannies, half expecting to find more notes. Every time I opened a drawer or cabinet, my heart skipped a beat, worried there'd be another message. But for a while, there was nothing. A week later, I was vacuuming under the bed and felt something taped to the bottom of the bed frame. My stomach dropped as I reached under and peeled it off. Another note. Same messy handwriting, same torn piece of paper. It said, whatever you do, don't look for him. I sat there on the floor, staring at the note. This didn't feel like a joke anymore. Whoever wrote these had gone to some effort to hide them, to place them where someone would eventually find them. It felt personal, directed, and I couldn't shake the sense that it was meant specifically for me. But I didn't know who he was, or why he was supposedly watching. I started to feel paranoid in my own house. Every time I turned a corner or looked out a window, I had this sinking feeling that someone was watching me. I'd check the doors and windows constantly, making sure everything was locked, even though I knew no one else was around. I kept telling myself it was just leftover junk, just someone messing with me, but it gnawed at me, a feeling I couldn't get rid of. A few nights later, I was lying in bed almost asleep, when I felt something hard under my pillow. My heart raced as I reached under and pulled out another torn piece of paper. This one was different, though. It was fresh, the paper crisp, as if it hadn't been there long. The note read, "He waits until you're asleep." I sat up, feeling like I'd been punched in the gut. Someone had put that there recently. There was no way I wouldn't have noticed it before. I looked around the dark room, my eyes scanning every corner, every shadow. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like someone was hiding just out of sight, waiting for me to let my guard down. From that night on, I couldn't sleep with the lights off. I kept the bedside lamp on, checking the windows and doors before bed, making sure everything was locked. I even went around the house with a flashlight, opening every closet, every crawl space, just to be sure I was alone. But the notes didn't stop. The worst one came on a night when I got home late from work. It had been a long day and I was exhausted, just wanting to collapse on my bed. But when I walked into my room, there was a piece of paper sitting on top of the covers, right in the middle of my bed. It didn't look like the other notes. It was fresh, the handwriting a little neater, but still messy. The words were larger, bolder. It read, "I know what you did." My heart stopped. I couldn't move. I'd never done anything wrong, never hurt anyone, never had any reason for someone to be watching me, to be writing these notes. But there it was, plain as day, taunting me. I stood there for a long time, feeling a chill run down my spine. It felt like someone was playing a sick game trying to mess with my head, but I didn't know who or why. I thought about leaving, packing my bags, and never coming back, but I was too stubborn. I didn't want to let whoever was behind this scare me out of my own home. So I set up a camera in my bedroom, pointing it at my bed, hoping to catch whoever was sneaking in and leaving the notes. For the first couple of days, nothing happened. The footage was empty, just me coming and going. I started to relax a little, Started to think maybe whoever it was had finally given up. Then, 2 nights later, I found a note inside my pillowcase. I hadn't noticed it until I put my hand under my pillow and felt the paper. My hands were shaking as I pulled it out. There, in the same messy handwriting, were 3 words. "We saw you." I didn't sleep that night. I lay there, wide awake, every sound amplified in the silence. I kept hearing creaks and groans in the house, the tick of the clock in the hallway, every little noise setting me on edge. I got up a few times, checking the locks, double-checking the windows, but everything seemed normal. When dawn finally broke, I decided I couldn't take it anymore. I packed my things in a hurry, throwing clothes and whatever I could fit into my bag. I was halfway out the door when I felt something hard under my hand as I reached under the bed to grab my shoes. Another note. My stomach twisted as I pulled it out, but I couldn't leave without reading it. It was short, just 3 words again. "We'll be back." I didn't waste another second. I left the note, left the house, didn't even look back. I got in my car and drove, my hands shaking on the wheel, my heart pounding like I'd just escaped something I couldn't understand. I didn't stop until I was miles away, far enough that the house was just a memory in my rearview mirror. To this day, I don't know who left those notes, who he was, or what they meant by, "We'll be back." I don't know if someone was watching me the whole time, if they'd been sneaking into the house when I wasn't there, leaving those notes for me to find. I've tried to forget, tried to push it all out of my mind, but sometimes when I'm alone in a quiet room, I still feel that same chill, that same sense of being watched, and I can't help but wonder, are they still watching? I needed a break. Work had been brutal, and I just wanted to get away from everything, people, noise, stress. So I rented a small cabin deep in the woods. It was supposed to be perfect. No neighbors, no phone signal, just me and the trees. I'd saved up for weeks to get this place, hoping for a few days of peace and quiet, just a chance to breathe. The drive out there was long, a winding dirt road that took me deeper into the forest. I barely saw another car after I turned off the main highway. It felt like I was heading into another world. Eventually, I reached the cabin. It was small but cozy, with just enough room for a bed, a tiny kitchen, and a bathroom. A porch out front looked over a stretch of trees that seemed to go on forever. It was perfect. The first day was everything I'd hoped for. I left my phone turned off in my bag, walked around the woods a bit, enjoyed the quiet. It felt like I could finally think without all the usual distractions. That night I made a small fire, ate a simple dinner, and sat outside, listening to the wind moving through the trees. When it got late, I went inside, locked up, and went to bed, feeling more relaxed than I had in months. But the next morning, things started to feel off. When I opened the cabin door, there was a note on the porch, just lying there, folded in half, a plain piece of paper. I picked it up, thinking it might have blown over from somewhere, but when I opened it, my stomach dropped. It said, "I saw you sitting by the fire." I froze, just standing there on the porch with the note in my hand. My mind raced, trying to come up with some explanation. Maybe it was a prank, but there wasn't anyone around for miles, and I hadn't seen another soul since I arrived. I looked around the clearing, expecting to see someone, but there was nothing. Just the trees and the sound of the wind. I went back inside, locking the door behind me, and tried to shake it off. Maybe someone had come by and left it as a joke. Maybe a neighbor, even though I hadn't seen any other cabins nearby. It didn't make sense, but I didn't want to let it ruin my time out there. So I put the note in a drawer, made some coffee, and tried to enjoy my day. But I couldn't relax. I kept looking out the windows, checking the porch, feeling like I wasn't alone anymore. Every time a branch snapped outside or the wind howled through the trees, my heart would jump. But there was never anyone there. Just the woods and the silence. That night, I double-checked the locks before going to bed. I lay there in the dark, straining to hear any sound, any movement outside. I told myself it was nothing, that I was overreacting. But I kept thinking about the note, about the fact that someone had been close enough to see me, close enough to leave a message without me noticing. The next morning, I hesitated before opening the door, but I couldn't just stay inside forever, so I forced myself to do it. The second I stepped out, I saw it. Another note. This one was propped up on the porch railing, almost like it had been placed there deliberately. My hands were shaking as I picked it up. It read, "I watched you check the locks last night." I felt my blood run cold. Whoever was doing this, they were close. They'd been watching me, even after I thought I was safe inside. I looked around the clearing, scanning the trees, but I couldn't see anything or anyone. It was just me in the cabin in the middle of nowhere. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, just out of sight. I went back inside, locking the door behind me again, and tried to think. Should I leave? Should I call someone? But my phone didn't have a signal out here, and I had no idea if the car would even make it back down that dirt road. I kept telling myself it was just a prank, that I was overreacting, but I couldn't stop the sense of dread building in my chest. I spent the rest of the day sitting by the windows, looking out into the woods, waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. The trees were still, the woods silent except for the occasional rustle of leaves. By the time night fell, I was exhausted, but I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep. I sat up in bed, the lamp on, my ears straining for any sound outside. Sometime in the early hours, I must have drifted off because I woke up to the first light of dawn creeping through the window. For a moment, I felt a little better. Like maybe I'd imagined everything, like the notes had just been some weird coincidence. But then I heard a soft thud from outside, like something being dropped on the porch. My heart pounded as I crept over to the window and peered out. There, on the porch, was another note, lying right in front of the door. I didn't want to open it, didn't want to read whatever was written there, but I couldn't stop myself. I unlocked the door with shaking hands, grabbed the note, and unfolded it. It said, "You didn't sleep well, did you?" My mind went blank. Whoever was doing this, they were getting closer, bolder. They'd been outside the cabin while I slept, maybe even watching through the windows. I looked around the clearing again, my heart racing, but I still couldn't see anything. I couldn't stay there another night. I didn't care about the money I'd spent, didn't care about anything except getting out of there. I went back inside, grabbed my bag, and started packing up as quickly as I could. I threw everything into my bag, not even bothering to fold clothes or organize anything. I just wanted to be gone before whoever was out there decided to get any closer. As I reached under the bed to grab my shoes, my hand brushed against something hard. My breath caught in my throat as I pulled out another piece of paper, crumpled and half hidden in the shadows. My stomach twisted as I unfolded it, my hands trembling. It said, "You look tired." I felt like I was going to be sick. My head spun as I stood there in the middle of the room, clutching the note, trying to make sense of what was happening. Whoever this was, they'd been inside the cabin while I was asleep. They'd been close enough to leave a note where I'd find it. I felt like I couldn't breathe. I didn't even finish packing. I grabbed my keys, barely stopping to lock the door behind me, and ran to my car. My hands shook as I shoved the key into the ignition, and for a second I was terrified it wouldn't start. But then the engine roared to life, and I backed out of the clearing, my tires skidding on the dirt. I drove down that winding road as fast as I could, barely slowing down for the turns. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing in the middle of the road behind me watching me leave. But there was nothing, just the trees and the long, empty road. I didn't stop driving until I reached the main highway, and even then I kept going for miles until the cabin was just a distant memory. Only then did I finally start to breathe again, my hands relaxing on the steering wheel. But the notes, the feeling of being watched, it all stayed with me. It's been months since that trip, and I still don't know who left those notes or what they wanted. I've tried to convince myself it was just some sick joke, but I can't shake the feeling that it was more than that. That whoever it was, they weren't just trying to scare me. They were studying me, watching my every move, waiting for something. And sometimes late at night I can still feel those eyes on me, like I left something behind in those woods, something that's still following me, even now. I haven't told anyone the full story, haven't gone back to the cabin, and I never will. But sometimes when I'm alone, I still think about that last note, those words written in messy, hurried handwriting, and I wonder if they're still out there, somewhere, waiting for me to come back. I'd been trying to stick to a gym routine, get a bit healthier, lose some weight. I wasn't exactly a regular yet, but I was getting there. The gym I went to wasn't fancy. It was just a small place in a strip mall with a few treadmills, some weight machines, and a rack of free weights. Nothing special. I liked it because it was quiet and didn't have the whole crowd of people that made gyms feel uncomfortable for guys like me. I went in the evenings when it was less busy. It was the perfect time because most of the people who went in the mornings or right after work had already cleared out. It was usually just me and maybe 2 or 3 others, everyone doing their own thing, keeping to themselves. But one night, everything changed. It started out like any other evening. I parked my car, grabbed my water bottle, and headed inside. I scanned my membership card, nodded to the front desk guy, and went to the locker room to drop off my stuff. The place was almost empty. Just one other guy on the treadmill and someone doing bicep curls in the corner. I was glad. It meant I'd have some space to work out in peace. I started on the elliptical, zoning out to the music in my headphones, focused on my workout. About 10 minutes in, I noticed someone had come in and taken the treadmill next to me. I glanced over, just a quick look. It was a guy, maybe in his mid-30s, dark hair, kind of muscular, but not in that bodybuilder way, just solid. He looked intense, focused, eyes locked, straight ahead. I shrugged it off, went back to my workout. But every time I looked up, I caught him glancing over at me in the mirror. Not a lot, just these quick little side glances. I tried to ignore it, telling myself I was being paranoid, that he was probably just looking around the gym like anyone else. But it kept happening. Every time I'd look up, his eyes would dart back to the mirror, catching mine for just a split second before he looked away again. It started to get under my skin. I felt my focus slipping, my rhythm breaking. I wasn't sure what he was looking at, what his deal was. I was tempted to just cut my workout short and leave, but I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of knowing he'd gotten to me. When I finished on the elliptical, I went over to the free weights, hoping he'd stay on his treadmill and leave me alone. But no. The second I moved, he moved too, finishing up his run and heading over to the weight section, settling in on the bench right across from where I was. I tried to ignore him, to focus on my form, but it was impossible. I could feel his eyes on me, watching every rep, every move. I didn't want to look up, didn't want to give him any reaction, but eventually I couldn't take it anymore. I glanced up, and there he was, staring right at me, a slight smirk on his face. I felt a flash of anger, my fists clenching around the weights. I wanted to say something, to ask him what his problem was, but I bit my tongue, forcing myself to calm down. I didn't want to make a scene, didn't want to cause any trouble. So, I just finished my set, put the weights back, and walked over to the water fountain, hoping he'd take the hint and back off. When I turned around, though, he was right there, standing just a few feet away, his eyes following me like a shadow. I felt a chill run down my spine, my pulse quickening. He wasn't even pretending to work out anymore, just standing there, watching me with this look that I couldn't read. It wasn't exactly aggressive, but it wasn't friendly either. Just unsettling. I took a deep breath, tried to act normal, and walked back to the locker room. I figured I could just grab my stuff and leave, get out of there before things got any weirder. But as I was packing up my bag, I heard footsteps behind me. I looked up into the mirror, and there he was, standing in the doorway watching me again. I felt my heart start to race, my hands shaking as I stuffed my water bottle into my bag. I didn't want to turn around, didn't want to face him, but I couldn't ignore it anymore. I turned to look at him, forcing myself to meet his eyes. "Is there something you need?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He just looked at me, his face unreadable, that same smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. "I just like watching," he said, his voice low, almost a whisper. My stomach turned and I felt a surge of adrenaline, every instinct in my body telling me to get out of there. I didn't respond, didn't give him the satisfaction of seeing me react. I just grabbed my bag and pushed past him, not stopping until I was out of the locker room and halfway to the front door. I didn't look back, didn't even say goodbye to the guy at the front desk. I just walked out, got in my car and drove home, my hands gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see him following me, but the road was empty. It was just me, alone in the dark. That night I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd see his face, that smirk, those eyes watching me. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that he was just some creepy guy who'd taken things too far. But it didn't help. I couldn't shake the feeling of his eyes on me, the way he'd followed me around the gym like a shadow. The next day I thought about skipping the gym, just avoiding the place altogether. But I didn't want to let him win, didn't want to let him scare me out of my routine. So I went back telling myself it would be fine, that he probably wouldn't be there. But as soon as I walked in, I saw him. He was sitting on one of the benches, his eyes fixed on the door like he'd been waiting for me. Our eyes met, and that smirk returned, that same unsettling look in his eyes. I forced myself to go through my workout, ignoring him as best I could. But he didn't make it easy. He followed me from machine to machine, never too close, but always within sight, always watching. I felt trapped, like I couldn't escape him, no matter where I went in that gym. I started to feel paranoid, like he was there every time I turned around, always just out of reach, always watching. I tried to talk to the guy at the front desk, to ask if he knew who this guy was, but he just shrugged, said he was a regular, nothing out of the ordinary. But it didn't feel ordinary. It felt like he was there just for me, like he was playing some kind of game, seeing how far he could push me. And no matter how hard I tried to ignore him, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was always there, always watching. One night, I decided I'd had enough. I finished my workout, went to the locker room, and started packing up my things, ready to leave. But when I turned around, he was there, standing in the doorway, blocking my exit. I felt a surge of panic, my heart racing as I looked around, but there was no one else there. It was just me and him, alone in that empty locker room. "What do you want?" I demanded, my voice shaking. He just looked at me, that smirk never leaving his face. "I told you," he said, his voice calm, almost casual. "I just like watching." I didn't wait to hear anything else. I pushed past him, my shoulder brushing against his as I shoved my way out of the locker room. I didn't stop until I was outside, breathing in the cold night air, my heart pounding so hard it hurt. I never went back to that gym. I couldn't bring myself to walk through those doors again, to risk seeing him, to feel his eyes on me. But even now, months later, I still feel like he's watching, like he's out there somewhere waiting for the next time he can see me again. I'd been on the road for hours, just driving. No particular destination, just wanting to get away from everything. I don't know if you've ever had that feeling, where you're just tired of everything and you need to be somewhere else, anywhere else. That's where I was. Just me, my car, and a highway that seemed to stretch forever. It was around midnight when I saw it, a diner on the side of the road, lit up by a single flickering neon sign. It was the only building for miles, and I was starving. I pulled into the parking lot, which was empty except for a rusty old pickup truck. The whole place looked like it had been forgotten, like something out of a different era. But I didn't care. I just wanted something to eat and a place to stretch my legs. I walked in, and a little bell over the door jingled. The place was empty, but there was a woman behind the counter. She was older, maybe in her 50s, with gray hair pulled back in a bun and a blank look on her face. She barely glanced at me as I took a seat at the counter. "What can I get you?" she asked, her voice flat, almost robotic. Just a coffee and whatever you've got to eat, I replied, trying to keep things casual. She nodded, turning away to pour the coffee. I looked around, taking in the place. It was old, definitely, but clean. The kind of place you'd expect to find in a small town, not out in the middle of nowhere. She came back with a cup of coffee and a plate with a sandwich. It wasn't much, but I didn't care. I was just glad to have something to eat. I took a sip of the coffee, which was bitter and too strong, but it did the job. As I ate, I felt her watching me. Every time I looked up, she'd quickly glance away, pretending to wipe down the counter or rearrange things that didn't need rearranging. It was subtle, but enough to make me feel uneasy. "You're out here late," she said finally, her eyes fixed on the coffee pot. "Yeah," I replied, trying to keep it short. I didn't want to get into a conversation. I just wanted to eat and get back on the road. "Not a lot of people come through here at this hour," she continued, ignoring my attempt to shut things down. "Especially not alone." I just nodded, not really sure what to say. There was something off about her tone, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. It wasn't unfriendly exactly, but it wasn't welcoming either. I finished my sandwich and took a last sip of coffee, ready to leave. But as I stood up, she spoke again. "You should be careful out there," she said, her voice low. "It's easy to get lost on these roads at night." I nodded again, mumbled a quick "thanks," and headed for the door. But as I reached for the handle, she called out one last time, "If you get turned around, just come back here. We'll take care of you." There was something in her voice that made me hesitate, but I brushed it off and walked out. I was just being paranoid, I told myself. It was late, I was tired, and she was probably just making small talk. I got back in my car, started the engine, and pulled out of the parking lot. The road was dark, the only light coming from my headlights. I kept driving, trying to shake off the weird feeling the diner had left me with. About 10 minutes later, I noticed something strange. The road looked familiar. I glanced around, realizing I was passing a sign I'd seen before. I frowned, checking the map on my phone, but there was no signal. I kept driving, hoping it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But after another few minutes, I saw it again. The diner, glowing in the distance. The same diner I'd just left. My hands tightened on the steering wheel and I felt a chill run down my spine. I'd been driving in a straight line. There was no way I could have circled back. I pulled into the parking lot again, staring at the building. It looked exactly the same, down to the flickering neon sign. The old pickup was still there, parked in the same spot. I took a deep breath, trying to shake off the unease creeping over me. I must have taken a wrong turn somewhere, I told myself. Maybe the road looped around without me noticing. It was late and I was tired. That had to be it. I got out of the car and walked back into the diner. The bell jingled as I opened the door, and there she was, standing behind the counter just like before. "Back so soon?" she asked, her voice flat and expressionless. I forced a smile, trying to act casual. "Guess I got a little turned around." She nodded, not saying anything, just watching me with that same blank stare. I took a seat at the counter again, feeling like I didn't have much of a choice. There was nowhere else to go. "Coffee?" she asked. "Sure," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. She poured a cup and set it in front of me. I took a sip, hoping it would help me wake up, clear my head. But it tasted exactly the same as before, bitter, too strong. I put the cup down, feeling a little sick. As I sat there, I glanced at the clock on the wall. It hadn't moved. The hands were stuck at the exact same time they'd been when I first came in. I felt a cold sweat break out on the back of my neck. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice breaking through my thoughts. "Yeah," I said quickly, forcing a smile. "Just tired, I guess." She nodded, but I could tell she didn't believe me. There was something in her eyes, something almost pitying, like she knew something I didn't. I finished my coffee and stood up, not wanting to stay there any longer. "Thanks for the coffee," I said, trying to sound casual. "I'll get going now." She just nodded, watching me with that same blank expression. I walked out, the bell jingling behind me, and got back in my car. I didn't look back as I pulled out of the parking lot, determined to keep going to put that diner behind me for good. But 10 minutes later, there it was again. The diner, glowing in the distance like a beacon. My stomach twisted, and I felt my hands start to shake. This wasn't possible. I'd been driving straight, hadn't taken any turns. There was no way I could be back here again. I pulled into the parking lot, my mind racing. The old pickup was still there, parked in the same spot. The neon sign still flickered, casting an eerie glow over the building. I got out of the car feeling like I was in a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. The bell jingled as I walked in, and there she was, standing behind the counter, watching me with that same blank expression. "Back again?" she asked, her voice flat. I didn't respond, didn't know what to say. I just stared at her, feeling a sense of dread settle over me. She didn't seem surprised to see me, didn't even look confused. It was like she'd been expecting me. "Coffee?" she asked, reaching for the pot. "No," I said, my voice barely a whisper. I need to know how to get out of here." She looked at me for a long moment, her eyes searching my face. Then she sighed, almost like she was disappointed. "Sometimes people get stuck," she said, her voice quiet. "They drive and drive, but they always end up back here. Maybe it's something they did, maybe it's something they're running from, but they always come back." I felt my stomach drop, my mind racing. "What are you talking about? I didn't do anything. I'm just driving." She nodded, but there was something in her eyes, something that told me she didn't believe me. "Sometimes it's not about what you did," she said. "Sometimes it's about what you didn't do." I felt a chill run down my spine, my mind flashing back to things I'd tried to forget, things I'd buried deep down. But I shook my head, refusing to believe it. This was just some creepy diner in the middle of nowhere. There was no way it could know me, know my past. "I just want to leave," I said, my voice shaking. "Please tell me how to get out of here." She looked at me for a long time, her face unreadable. Then she nodded. "Go back to your car," she said. "Drive straight, don't turn, don't look back, and maybe, just maybe, you'll find your way out." I didn't wait for her to say anything else. I turned and walked out, the bell jingling behind me, and got back in my car. I started the engine, took a deep breath, and pulled out of the parking lot. I drove, my hands gripping the wheel, my eyes focused on the road ahead. I didn't look back, didn't let myself think. I just drove, hoping that this time I'd finally be free. But after 10 minutes, there it was again. The diner glowing in the distance, waiting for me. I needed a break. City life was getting to me, and I figured a few days in a quiet, isolated cabin would do the trick. The cabin I rented was miles away from any main road, deep in the woods. I'd found it through a listing online, and the pictures made it look perfect. Simple but comfortable, surrounded by nothing but trees and silence. Exactly what I needed. The drive was long, and as I turned off onto a dirt path that twisted through the forest, I felt that quiet excitement of being alone with nature. I reached the cabin just as the sun was setting. It looked just like the pictures. A single-story wooden cabin with a small porch out front set in a little clearing. There was a fire pit outside, a stack of firewood by the door, and a thick forest surrounding me on all sides. I parked my car, grabbed my bags, and went inside. The air was musty, but not in a bad way. Just that earthy smell of a place that hadn't been aired out in a while. I opened the windows, let the cool evening air drift in, and unpacked a few things. There was no cell signal, no Wi-Fi, but that was part of the appeal. I wanted to unplug for a few days, to leave everything behind. After unpacking, I went outside to start a small fire in the pit. The sky was a deep orange, and the shadows of the trees stretched long across the ground. I sat there by the fire, enjoying the quiet, the crackling of the wood, the cool air on my face. It felt good to just sit there, without any distractions, just me and the forest. But as I sat there, I started to feel like I wasn't alone. I can't explain it really, just this nagging sensation like someone was watching me from the trees. I brushed it off, told myself I was just being paranoid. After all, I'd been wanting to be alone, to escape people. But every time I looked up, I found myself scanning the tree line, half expecting to see someone there. The fire burned down, and eventually, I decided it was time to head inside and get some sleep. I locked the door behind me, checked the windows, and climbed into bed, feeling the weight of the day settle over me. The silence was so deep, almost heavy, and I lay there, listening to the faint sounds of the forest, the occasional rustle of leaves outside. I must have drifted off at some point because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to the first light of dawn creeping through the windows. I got up, stretched, and decided to take a quick walk around the area before breakfast. The forest was beautiful in the morning, quiet and still, with a slight mist hanging in the air. I walked around the cabin, taking in the sights, feeling that sense of peace settle back over me. That's when I noticed it. A small note on the porch just lying there, folded in half. My stomach did a little flip as I picked it up. It was a scrap of paper, and the handwriting was messy, like someone had written it in a hurry. It said, "I saw you by the fire." I felt a chill run down my spine. I looked around, scanning the trees, but there was no one there, just the empty woods and the quiet morning. I tried to tell myself it was a prank, maybe some kids messing around. But deep down I knew that didn't make sense. This cabin was in the middle of nowhere, miles away from any town. There shouldn't be anyone else around. I went back inside, locking the door behind me. I tried to shake it off, but the note was still in my hand, and I couldn't stop staring at it. "I saw you by the fire." Someone had been watching me, close enough to see me, close enough to leave this note. I felt a surge of unease, but I tried to brush it off. Maybe someone had been hiking, stumbled across the cabin, and decided to play a prank. It didn't make sense, but I didn't have any other explanation. I put the note on the kitchen counter, made myself some breakfast, and tried to get back into the rhythm of relaxing. But the whole day I felt on edge. Every time I looked out the window, I half expected to see someone standing there, watching me. But there was nothing. Just the trees, the empty forest, and that silence that was starting to feel oppressive. That night I built another fire, hoping it would calm my nerves. I sat there, staring into the flames, trying to convince myself that it was all in my head. But the feeling of being watched was back, stronger than before. I kept glancing around, scanning the shadows, feeling my heart race every time I thought I saw movement in the trees. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I put out the fire, went back inside, and locked the door. I checked the windows again, making sure everything was secure. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to every little sound outside. The creak of a branch, the rustle of leaves. Every noise made me jump, my mind racing with possibilities. I don't know how long I lay there, but at some point, exhaustion took over, and I fell asleep. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night, my heart pounding. I didn't know what had woken me, but I had this overwhelming sense of dread, like something was wrong. I got up, moving quietly through the cabin, checking the locks, looking out each window. Everything seemed normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there watching me. I finally went back to bed, lying there with my eyes open, listening to the silence. The next morning, I found another note. It was lying on the porch, in the exact same spot as the first one. My heart sank as I picked it up, my hands shaking. It said, "I watched you check the locks." I felt a wave of nausea, my mind racing. Whoever this was, they'd been close enough to see me, to watch me moving through the cabin, checking each lock. They were watching me, even while I slept. I went back inside, slamming the door behind me, locking it, feeling my breath come in short gasps. I didn't know what to do. I was miles from anyone, with no cell signal, no way to call for help. I felt trapped, isolated, like whoever was out there knew I had nowhere to go. I spent the whole day inside, barely able to eat, my nerves on edge. Every time I heard a noise outside, I'd freeze, listening, waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. Just the silence. That deep, heavy silence that felt like it was pressing down on me. When night fell, I didn't even try to make a fire. I stayed inside, every light in the cabin turned on, my back against the wall as I waited for the sun to come up. I was too afraid to sleep, too afraid to close my eyes. I just sat there, clutching a kitchen knife, my heart racing, my mind spinning. At some point, exhaustion took over, and I must have dozed off because I woke up to the sound of something hitting the porch. My eyes flew open, my heart pounding as I listened, waiting for another sound. But there was nothing. Just silence. I forced myself to get up, to go to the door, and looked outside. There, lying in the same spot as before, was another note. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely pick it up. I unfolded it, my breath catching in my throat as I read the words. "You look tired." That was it. I couldn't stay there another night. I grabbed my bag, threw whatever I could into it, and ran to my car. My hands were shaking as I started the engine, and I didn't even look back as I sped down the dirt road, desperate to put as much distance between me and that cabin as possible. I don't know who left those notes, don't know why they were watching me, but sometimes late at night I still feel that same chill, that sense that someone is out there watching, waiting. I don't think I'll ever go back to the woods again. I'd always been curious about old abandoned buildings. Something about the way they stood there, forgotten by time, just waiting to be explored. I'd been to a few with friends before, but this time, I decided to go alone. It was an old warehouse on the outskirts of town, a place we'd driven past 100 times but never actually explored. It looked empty, untouched for years, the windows broken, and the walls covered in graffiti. It was exactly the kind of place I loved to dig around in. I parked my car a few blocks away and walked to the warehouse, feeling that rush of excitement mixed with a little fear. The building loomed over me as I got closer, a massive shadow against the sky. There was a faint smell of oil and rust in the air, mixed with something else, something damp and stale. I pulled out my flashlight, turned it on, and headed toward a broken door that looked like it hadn't been touched in years. The first step inside was like crossing into a different world. The sounds from the street faded, replaced by an eerie silence broken only by the echo of my footsteps. Dust hung in the air, catching the beam of my flashlight, and every step kicked up little clouds of it. The place was huge, much bigger than it looked from the outside. Rows of old rusted machinery filled the space, and stacks of wooden pallets lined the walls, covered in layers of grime and cobwebs. I took my time, moving slowly through the aisles of machines, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The quiet was intense, almost oppressive, and I kept feeling like I was hearing things, little creaks and scuffles that made me stop and hold my breath. But every time I turned, there was nothing, just the empty warehouse and the shadows cast by my light. I kept moving, exploring deeper into the building. I found old tools scattered around, broken pieces of metal, even a stack of empty oil drums that looked like they hadn't been touched in decades. I started to relax, letting my curiosity take over, checking out every little thing I found. But then, as I rounded a corner, I saw something that made my heart stop. A man was standing there, just a few feet away, looking right at me. He was older, with a scruffy beard, and clothes that looked like they hadn't been washed in months. He didn't say anything, didn't move, just stood there staring at me with this strange, intense look in his eyes. My first thought was that he was homeless, maybe living here, but something about him felt off. There was no sign of a bed or any belongings, nothing to suggest he was actually staying in the building. He just looked like he'd been waiting. I took a step back, raising my flashlight a little. Sorry, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I didn't mean to disturb you. He didn't respond, didn't even blink, just kept staring, his face expressionless. The silence stretched, and I felt a cold sweat start to form on the back of my neck. Every instinct in my body was telling me to leave, to turn around and get out of there. But I was frozen, my feet refusing to move. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and rough, barely more than a whisper. "You shouldn't be here." I swallowed, my throat suddenly dry. "I was just exploring. I didn't know anyone was here." He shook his head slowly, his eyes never leaving mine. "It's not safe. Not for you." I felt a shiver run down my spine. There was something in his tone, something that made my skin crawl. It wasn't a threat exactly, but it felt wrong, like he knew something I didn't. "I'll just go then," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. I took a step back, and he didn't move, didn't try to stop me. But as I turned to leave, he said one last thing, his voice even softer than before. "They're watching." I didn't ask who he meant. I didn't want to know. I just turned and walked back the way I'd come, forcing myself to stay calm, to keep my pace steady. But the second I was out of his sight, I broke into a run, my footsteps echoing through the empty building. I could feel my heart pounding, feel the adrenaline rushing through me, pushing me to move faster. I reached the door, pushed it open, and stumbled out into the cool night air. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself, to shake off the feeling that I was still being watched. I looked around, half expecting to see him standing in the doorway, but there was no one there, just the silent warehouse looming in the darkness. I walked back to my car, trying to convince myself that it was nothing, just a strange encounter with a weird guy. But as I reached the car and looked back at the warehouse, I saw something that made my blood run cold. In one of the broken windows, high up on the second floor, there was a figure standing there, watching me. I couldn't make out any details, just a dark shape, but I knew it wasn't the man I'd seen inside. This figure was taller, broader, almost inhuman in the way it stood there, perfectly still, just watching. I stared up at it, feeling a cold sweat break out on my skin, my pulse racing. Without thinking, I got in my car, started the engine, and drove away as fast as I could. I didn't look back, didn't want to see if the figure was still there watching me leave. I just drove, trying to put as much distance between me and that warehouse as possible. But even now, days later, I can't shake the feeling that I was being watched. That whatever was in that warehouse, it wasn't just the man I saw. There was something else, something that still lingers, haunting me in my sleep in every dark corner I pass. And sometimes, late at night, I swear I can feel eyes on me, just waiting for me to come back. I was on the subway late at night, the last train out of the city. It was nearly empty, just a few people scattered across the cars, each one lost in their own world. I'd worked late, and all I wanted was to get home, grab a quick shower, and collapse into bed. I took a seat near the middle of the car, closed my eyes for a second, and leaned back, trying to ignore the flickering lights above me. When I opened my eyes, that's when I noticed him. Across from me, maybe a few seats down, a man was staring directly at me. He was sitting perfectly still, his gaze locked on me in a way that felt too intense, too deliberate. He wasn't looking around, not glancing at his phone, not shifting his weight. Just staring. I tried to look away, told myself it was nothing, that maybe he'd just spaced out. But every time I glanced back, his eyes were still on me, never wavering. It was unnerving, but I didn't want to let it get to me. I'd been on enough late-night trains to know that you get all kinds of people, especially when the city is half asleep. I shifted in my seat, turned my body a little to face away from him, hoping he'd lose interest. But he didn't. In the reflection of the subway window, I could still see him, his eyes still fixed on me. There was something unsettling about his face. He wasn't exactly smiling, but his lips were turned up slightly at the corners, giving him a look that was somewhere between curious and amused, like he was enjoying watching me squirm. The train rattled on, and I kept my eyes glued to the floor, trying to ignore him. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he was getting closer, that every second that passed brought him a little nearer, even though I knew he was sitting still. I started counting the stops, mentally ticking them off, calculating how long until I could get off. Then I made the mistake of looking up again. He had moved. He was one seat closer, his body angled just slightly, but enough for me to notice. His eyes were still locked on me, that same twisted look on his face. My heart started pounding and I felt a rush of adrenaline that told me to get up, to move, to get out of there. But there was nowhere to go. It was just me and him and a couple of other people scattered too far down the car to notice what was happening. I decided to get off at the next stop, even though it wasn't mine, figuring I could wait for another train or maybe just walk the rest of the way. But as the train slowed down and I stood up, he stood too. I felt a jolt of panic shoot through me, my mind racing with thoughts of what I should do. I didn't want to seem scared, didn't want to let him see how much he was getting to me, so I just stared straight ahead, hoping he'd lose interest or decide I wasn't worth the trouble. The doors opened and I stepped out, quickly heading toward the exit. But I could hear footsteps behind me, a steady, deliberate pace that told me he wasn't far. I glanced back, trying to be subtle, but there he was, just a few steps behind, that same creepy half-smile on his face. I felt a surge of fear, the kind that makes your hands shake and your heart race. I wanted to run, but I didn't want to cause a scene, didn't want to draw attention to myself. So I kept walking, quickening my pace, hoping he'd lose interest. But every time I glanced back, he was still there, matching my steps, never breaking eye contact. I ducked into a different subway entrance, hoping to lose him in the crowd. But as I made my way down the steps, I realized he'd followed me, his footsteps echoing off the walls. I tried to blend in, to lose myself among the people milling around, but it was like he had some kind of radar on me. No matter where I moved, he was always there, always watching. I started to panic, my mind racing with possibilities. Maybe he was just messing with me. Maybe he'd get bored and leave, but something told me that wasn't the case. There was something about the way he moved, the way he watched me, that made my skin crawl. I finally found an empty seat near the front of the next train and sat down, hoping he wouldn't see me, wouldn't follow. But as the doors closed and the train pulled away, I saw him again, sitting a few rows behind me, still staring, still smiling. At this point, I didn't care about subtlety. I got up, walked down to the end of the car, and stood near the door, as far away from him as I could get. I kept my eyes fixed on the door, refusing to look back, refusing to give him the satisfaction of knowing he was scaring me. But I could feel his gaze on me, feel the weight of it, like a physical presence pressing down on me. The train slowed as we approached the next stop, and I took a deep breath, my mind racing with options. I didn't want to stay on the train, didn't want to risk him following me all the way to my stop. So, I made a decision. As soon as the doors opened, I bolted out, heading for the nearest exit, not looking back. I could hear footsteps behind me, fast and close, and I knew he was following. My heart pounded as I ran up the stairs, my mind a blur of fear and adrenaline. I didn't care who saw me, didn't care if I looked crazy, I just wanted to get away. I burst out onto the street, gulping in the cool night air, and looked around, trying to figure out where to go. I saw a convenience store across the street, its lights bright and welcoming, and I sprinted toward it, hoping I could lose him in there. As I ran in, I glanced back, and there he was, standing on the sidewalk, watching me. But he didn't follow me inside. He just stood there, that twisted smile on his face, his eyes locked on mine. I could feel his gaze even through the glass, feel it like a weight pressing down on me. The clerk looked up as I came in, probably noticing the panic on my face, but I didn't say anything. I just pretended to browse, keeping one eye on the man outside, hoping he'd lose interest and walk away. But he didn't. He just stood there, watching, waiting. I could feel my heart pounding, my hands shaking as I pretended to look at snacks and drinks, trying to act like everything was normal. But every time I glanced up, he was still there, that same twisted smile on his face. Minutes passed and he didn't move. I tried to call a friend to come pick me up, but there was no answer. I felt trapped, unsure of what to do. my mind racing with thoughts of how to get out of there safely. Finally, I worked up the courage to approach the clerk. I told him about the man outside, about how he'd been following me, and the clerk nodded, his face serious. He offered to let me stay until the man left, to call someone if I needed help. I felt a small sense of relief, grateful to have someone on my side, even if it was just a stranger. We waited, the two of us standing there in the harsh fluorescent light, watching the man outside. He stayed for a few more minutes, just standing there, staring. Then, without warning, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the night. I stayed in the store a little longer, making sure he was gone, making sure it was safe to leave. When I finally stepped outside, my heart was still pounding, my hands still shaking. I felt like I'd escaped something terrible, something that would have haunted me if I hadn't gotten away. It's been weeks now, and I still think about that night. Every time I'm on the subway, every time I see someone watching me, I feel that same chill, that same fear. I don't know who he was, don't know why he chose me. But I'll never forget the look in his eyes, that twisted smile that seemed to follow me long after he was gone. I went camping alone to clear my mind. I'd been through a rough few months, and the idea of getting away from everything, work, people, noise, felt like the only thing that could help. So, I packed my gear, drove a few hours out of town, and found a remote spot near a dense patch of forest. It was isolated, no sign of other campers, and that's exactly what I wanted. Just me and the sounds of the woods. I set up my tent near a clearing by a small stream, unpacked my gear, and spent the first day wandering the area, just taking it all in. It was quiet, peaceful, exactly what I'd been hoping for. I felt the tension in my body start to melt away as I walked through the trees, listening to the sounds of the birds and the rustling leaves. By the time night fell, I was exhausted, but in a good way. I made a small fire, sat by it with a can of beans, and watched the flames flicker against the darkness. The forest around me was pitch black, the only light coming from the fire. I could hear the stream nearby, the occasional call of an owl in the distance, but otherwise it was silent. I sat there for hours, just staring into the fire, letting my thoughts drift. For the first time in a long time, I felt like I could breathe, like I was finally alone with myself. When the fire started to die down, I tossed on a few more logs and stretched out in my chair, feeling a comfortable drowsiness settle over me. But then, I heard it. A faint sound, barely there, but enough to snap me out of my haze. It was like a rustling, coming from somewhere in the darkness beyond the firelight. I straightened up, listening intently, straining to hear over the crackle of the fire. At first I thought it might be an animal, a deer maybe, or a raccoon. But the sound was different. Slow, deliberate, like someone was carefully stepping through the underbrush, trying not to be heard. My heart started to race as I scanned the darkness, but I couldn't see anything beyond the glow of the fire. I told myself it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks on me, that I was alone out here, and there was no reason to be afraid. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there just beyond the light watching me. I sat there frozen, listening to the silence, waiting for any sign that I wasn't alone. But after a few minutes, the sound stopped, and everything went quiet again. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding, forcing myself to relax. It was nothing, I told myself. Just the woods, just the sounds of nature. I tried to go back to my peaceful state of mind, but it was gone. The calm I'd felt earlier had been replaced by a creeping sense of unease. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like the darkness around me was closing in. I considered stoking the fire, making it bigger, but I didn't want to draw attention to myself. So, I let it burn low, sitting in the dim glow, watching the shadows dance on the trees. Eventually, I convinced myself to go to bed. I put out the fire, double-checked the tent flaps, and crawled into my sleeping bag, hoping I'd be able to fall asleep. But as I lay there in the darkness, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Every little noise outside, every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made my heart pound, made me want to sit up and check my surroundings. I must have dozed off at some point because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to the sound of something brushing against the side of my tent. I shot up, my heart racing, every nerve in my body on high alert. I listened, holding my breath, my mind racing with thoughts of what could be outside. I heard it again, a soft, scraping sound, like something was moving along the fabric of the tent, right by my head. I reached for my flashlight, fumbling in the dark, trying to keep quiet. I clicked it on and pointed it at the spot where I'd heard the sound, but there was nothing there, just the pale fabric of the tent, illuminated by the weak beam of my flashlight. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself down, but then I heard it again. This time it was louder, more deliberate, like something was pressing against the tent, testing it. I felt a chill run down my spine and my hands started to shake. I didn't want to go outside, didn't want to see what was out there, but I knew I couldn't just sit there, waiting for something to happen. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, and unzipped the tent just enough to peek out. The flashlight shook in my hand as I shone it into the darkness, scanning the area around the tent. But there was nothing there. Just the trees, the shadows, and the faint outline of the stream in the distance. I sat there for a while, my head sticking out of the tent, listening to the silence, waiting for any sign that something was there. But after a few minutes, I didn't hear anything else. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was overreacting, and eventually I crawled back into my sleeping bag, trying to convince myself to go back to sleep. But then, just as I was starting to relax, I heard a new sound. It was faint, almost inaudible, but it was there. A soft whispering coming from somewhere outside the tent. I couldn't make out the words, couldn't even tell if it was a voice or just the wind, but it sent a jolt of fear through me, making every hair on my body stand on end. I lay there, frozen, listening to the whispering, trying to convince myself it was nothing, just the wind playing tricks on me. But the longer I listened, the more I was sure it was a voice, a low, muttering voice, too faint to understand, but definitely there. I reached for my flashlight again, my hand shaking, and unzipped the tent slowly, shining the light outside. The whispering stopped instantly, and the silence that followed was almost worse than the sound. I scanned the area around the tent, my heart pounding, my mind racing with thoughts of what could be out there. But there was nothing. Just the empty campsite, the trees, and the darkness. I pulled back into the tent, zipping it up tight, and sat there in the dark, clutching the flashlight, too afraid to turn it off. I didn't know what to do. Didn't know if I should leave, if I should just pack up and get out of there. But the idea of going out into the darkness was even more terrifying. So I sat there, huddled in my sleeping bag, waiting for morning, listening to the silence, waiting for any sign that I wasn't alone. At some point I must have drifted off because when I opened my eyes it was morning. The sunlight was streaming through the trees and everything looked normal, peaceful, like nothing had happened. I let out a shaky breath, feeling a wave of relief wash over me. Whatever it was gone. I quickly packed up my gear, not wanting to spend another night out here, and started hiking back to my car. The whole time I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something following me. But there was nothing there, just the empty forest, the sounds of birds and leaves rustling in the wind. When I finally reached my car, I felt a huge sense of relief. I tossed my gear in the back, climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine, eager to get as far away from that campsite as possible. But as I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something was still out there, hidden in the trees, waiting for me to come back. And every time I close my eyes, I can still hear that faint whispering, echoing in my mind, like a memory I can't escape. I went hiking alone that day, a decision I started to regret almost immediately. It was supposed to be a simple day trip, a chance to get out, clear my head, and be alone with my thoughts. I'd done this trail before, so I wasn't worried about getting lost. It was supposed to be an easy, familiar hike, but something about it felt different that day. The sky was overcast, the forest seemed darker, and there was an eerie silence in the air that I couldn't shake. The trail started out easy enough. I was moving at a steady pace, taking in the sounds of the forest, the crunch of leaves under my boots, the distant chirping of birds. But as I got deeper into the woods, the sounds began to fade. It was subtle at first. I thought maybe the birds had moved on or the wind had died down. But after a while, I realized it was more than that. The forest was too quiet, unnaturally so, like everything had just stopped. I brushed it off and kept walking. I wasn't going to let a little silence get to me, but as I continued along the trail, I started to feel a strange sensation, like I was being watched. I couldn't explain it, couldn't pinpoint where it was coming from, but it was there, a gnawing feeling at the back of my mind. I found myself glancing over my shoulder, scanning the trees, half expecting to see someone standing there. But every time I looked, there was nothing. Just trees, shadows, and the empty trail stretching out behind me. I kept walking, trying to ignore the feeling, telling myself I was just being paranoid. But the further I went, the stronger it got. It wasn't just a passing thought anymore. It was a constant presence, pressing down on me, making my skin crawl. I started hearing things, faint sounds coming from somewhere behind me, footsteps, soft and slow, crunching leaves in sync with my own. I stopped in my tracks, holding my breath, listening. The forest was silent again, the footsteps gone. I stood there for a long moment, straining to hear anything out of place. But there was nothing, just the sound of my own breathing, the pounding of my heart echoing in my ears. I shook my head, trying to clear my mind, and continued on. But the feeling didn't go away. I couldn't shake the thought that something was following me, something that moved when I moved, stopped when I stopped. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to catch a glimpse of I didn't even know what. I was starting to feel foolish, like a kid spooking themselves in the dark. But the fear was real, and it was getting harder to ignore. After a while, I decided to pick up the pace, hoping I could outrun whatever was lurking behind me. My footsteps quickened, my breathing grew heavier, and I kept my eyes fixed on the trail ahead, refusing to look back. But no matter how fast I walked, the feeling was still there, hovering over me, closing in. Then I heard it again, the footsteps, this time louder, closer. They were unmistakable now, matching my pace, echoing through the trees like a shadow I couldn't escape. I stopped dead in my tracks, spinning around, my eyes scanning the forest. But there was no one there, just the empty trail stretching out behind me, winding through the trees. I stood there, frozen, my heart pounding, my mind racing. I didn't know what to do, didn't know whether to keep moving or turn back. But the thought of going back the way I'd come, of walking toward whatever was following me, made my skin crawl. So I did the only thing I could think of. I kept moving forward, hoping the feeling would go away, hoping I'd find someone else on the trail, some reassurance that I wasn't alone. But as I kept walking, the footsteps grew louder, more insistent, like whatever was following me was getting bolder, closing in. I started to panic, my thoughts racing, my heart pounding in my chest. I quickened my pace, breaking into a jog, hoping to put some distance between me and whatever was behind me. But the footsteps matched my pace, speeding up, closing the gap. I was running now, my feet pounding the ground, my breaths coming in short, ragged gasps. I didn't dare look back, didn't want to see whatever was following me. I could feel it, though, feel it closing in, feel its presence pressing down on me like a weight. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the footsteps stopped. I stumbled to a halt, my chest heaving, my heart pounding. I turned around slowly, half expecting to see someone standing there. But there was nothing, just the empty trail, the silent trees, and the faint echo of my own breathing. I stood there for a long moment, trying to catch my breath, trying to make sense of what had just happened. But then I noticed something else. A note, pinned to a tree a few feet off the trail. My heart skipped a beat as I approached it, my hands shaking as I reached out and pulled it off the tree. The paper was old, faded, the handwriting messy and rushed. It read, "You're not alone." I felt a chill run down my spine, my stomach twisting in knots. Someone had left this here. Someone who knew I'd be on this trail. Someone who knew I'd see it. I looked around, my eyes scanning the trees, half expecting to see someone watching me from the shadows. But there was nothing, just the empty forest, the silence pressing down on me. I didn't know what to do, didn't know whether to keep going or turn back. I felt trapped, caught between the trail behind me and the unknown path ahead. But I couldn't stay there. Couldn't stand in that silent, empty forest with that note in my hand, knowing someone was out there watching me. So I made a decision. I turned around, heading back the way I'd come, my footsteps echoing through the trees. I walked quickly, my eyes darting from side to side, scanning the forest, looking for any sign of movement. But there was nothing, just the empty trail stretching out ahead of me. As I walked, I started to feel a little better. Started to convince myself that it was all in my head, that the note was just some weird prank. But then I heard it again, the footsteps, soft and steady, coming from somewhere behind me. I didn't look back this time. I couldn't. I just kept walking, my pace quickening, my heart pounding in my chest. The footsteps grew louder, closer, like they were right behind me, matching my every step. I was practically running now, my breaths coming in short, ragged gasps, my mind racing with fear. I didn't stop until I reached the edge of the trail, until I saw my car parked in the clearing up ahead. I sprinted the last few yards, threw myself into the driver's seat and locked the doors, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the keys. I started the engine, pulled out of the clearing, and didn't look back. As I drove away, I felt a wave of relief wash over me, felt the fear start to fade. But the memory of those footsteps, the feeling of being watched, still lingers. And sometimes when I'm alone, I can still hear them, echoing in the back of my mind, a reminder that maybe I wasn't alone on that trail after all. I never liked motels. Something about them always felt wrong. Maybe it was the cheap feel, the thin walls, or the way every room felt like a time capsule of someone else's life. But that night, I didn't have a choice. I was exhausted, way too tired to keep driving. I'd been on the road all day, my eyes felt heavy, and my head was starting to nod. So when I saw that flickering neon sign on the side of the highway, I pulled in, thinking I'd just crash for the night and be gone by sunrise. The place was called Whispering Pines Motel, though I didn't see a single pine tree around. The sign was half broken, a few letters missing, and the parking lot was nearly empty except for a couple of old cars. It looked like the kind of place that hadn't had a visitor in years, which should have been my first warning. But I was dead tired and not picky. I parked, grabbed my bag, and headed for the office. Inside, it was dimly lit and smelled like mildew. The guy behind the counter looked up when I walked in. He was old, maybe in his 70s, with thin gray hair and glasses that magnified his eyes. "Need a room?" I mumbled, barely looking at him. I just wanted to get my key and go to sleep. He slid a form toward me without a word. I filled it out, signed at the bottom, and pushed it back. He looked at it for a long moment before handing me a key attached to a big, heavy keychain with a faded number. Room 7. "Second floor, end of the hall," he said, his voice low and rough. "Checkout's at 10. "Thanks," I muttered, already turning toward the door. I climbed the stairs, each one creaking under my weight, and made my way down the hall. The walls were peeling, the carpet stained and worn thin in places. I reached room 7, shoved the key in the lock, and pushed the door open. The room was what I expected, small, dingy, and smelling faintly of stale cigarettes. The bed was covered with an old floral bedspread, and there was a tiny TV on a dresser against the wall. I didn't care. I was too tired to care. I tossed my bag on the floor, locked the door, and collapsed on the bed without even bothering to pull back the covers. I must have fallen asleep right away because the next thing I knew, I was waking up in the middle of the night. The room was pitch black, the only sound the hum of the air conditioner in the window. I felt disoriented like I'd been asleep for hours, but when I looked at my watch, it was only 1:13 a.m. I closed my eyes, trying to get comfortable again, when I heard it, a soft, steady tapping coming from the wall behind the bed. At first, I thought it was just the pipes or maybe the wind rattling something outside. But the tapping continued, slow and deliberate, like someone knocking. I sat up, feeling a chill run down my spine. I listened, straining my ears, trying to figure out where it was coming from. It sounded like it was coming from the room next door, like someone tapping on the wall, almost like a pattern. Knock, knock, pause, knock, knock, knock. I rubbed my arms, trying to shake off the feeling of unease. It was just someone messing around, I told myself. Maybe some kid or someone else staying in the next room, but something about it felt off. I couldn't explain it, but the sound didn't feel normal. I lay back down, trying to ignore it, but the tapping continued. After a few minutes, I'd had enough. I threw back the covers, got up, and crossed the room to the wall. I pressed my ear against it, hoping to hear voices, maybe get a clue as to who was making the noise. But all I heard was silence. The tapping had stopped. I stepped back, my heart pounding. I waited, listening, but there was nothing. Just the hum of the air conditioner and the faint creak of the building settling. I shook my head, laughing softly at myself. I was letting this place get to me. It was just an old motel with thin walls. Nothing more. I got back into bed, pulled the covers up, and closed my eyes. I was almost asleep when I heard it again, this time louder. Knock, knock, pause, knock, knock, knock. I sat up, my heart pounding. The tapping was louder now, more insistent, and it was coming from the door. I turned on the bedside lamp, casting a dim glow over the room, and stared at the door, my mind racing. "Hello?" I called, my voice shaky. No answer. Just silence. I swung my legs over the side of the bed and stood up, every muscle tense. I walked over to the door, pressed my ear against it, and listened. Nothing. No footsteps, no voices, no sign that anyone was there. I waited for a moment, my hand hovering over the doorknob, debating whether or not to open it. But something stopped me. Some instinct, some gut feeling, told me not to. I backed away from the door, my heart racing, and sat back down on the bed. I told myself I was being paranoid, that it was probably just some late-night prank or maybe even the old man at the front desk checking on the rooms. But then, as I sat there, the knocking started again. This time it was coming from the window. I froze, my heart pounding, every muscle in my body tense. The window was covered by a thin, yellowed curtain, but I could see the faint outline of a figure standing outside. I couldn't make out any details, just the dark shape of someone standing there watching. I held my breath, waiting, listening to the steady tap, tap, tap against the glass. The figure didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there tapping on the window as if waiting for me to do something. I felt a chill run down my spine, my hands shaking. I wanted to get up, to turn off the light, to hide, but I couldn't move. I was frozen, staring at that dark shape outside the window, my mind racing. Finally, I forced myself to stand up, my legs trembling, and slowly backed away from the window. I didn't want to get closer, didn't want to see what was standing there, but I couldn't just sit there either. I moved to the bathroom, my hands shaking, and locked myself inside. I leaned against the door, my heart pounding, trying to calm myself down. I told myself it was just someone playing a prank, some idiot trying to scare me. But the tapping continued, soft and steady, never stopping, never slowing down. I don't know how long I sat there, huddled in the bathroom, listening to that endless tapping. It felt like hours, each tap echoing in my head, driving me closer and closer to panic. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The silence was almost worse. I strained my ears, listening, waiting, but there was nothing, just silence. I waited a few more minutes, my body tense, before finally forcing myself to open the bathroom door. The room was empty, the light still on, casting a dim glow over the bed and the walls. I crept toward the window, my hands shaking, and pulled back the curtain, just a little. There was no one there. The parking lot was empty. The only car there was mine. I took a deep breath, feeling a surge of relief, and closed the curtain again. I climbed back into bed, my body still tense, my mind racing. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, listening to the silence, waiting for the sound of that tapping to start again. When morning finally came, I packed up my things and left without looking back. I didn't stop to check out, didn't say goodbye to the old man at the front desk. I just got in my car and drove, my hands gripping the wheel, my eyes fixed on the road ahead. I don't know what happened that night, don't know who or what was outside my window. But I do know one thing: I'll never stay at a motel again. I was just looking for a quick break, a chance to stretch my legs after hours of driving. It was late, around 2 in the morning, and I'd been on the road since dusk, crossing a couple of states in the dark. I didn't want to stop at a gas station or a rest stop, just somewhere quiet out of the way. When I saw the sign for a little rest area coming up, I figured it would do. The place was deserted. There were a few streetlights casting dull circles of light, but mostly it was just shadows. Empty parking spaces stretched out, row after row. I parked under one of the lights, wanting to be close to some brightness, and got out of the car, stretching my arms over my head, feeling my back pop. The night air was cold, a damp chill that clung to my skin. I'd only been outside for a minute when I saw her, an old woman, just standing there at the edge of the light, right by the shadows. She was looking at me, her face mostly hidden by a hood. I couldn't make out any details, just her eyes, small and dark, watching me without blinking. "Do you need help?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. She didn't answer, didn't even move. She just stood there staring. My skin prickled. I told myself she was probably lost or waiting for someone. But something about her silence, the way she didn't react, made my stomach twist. I took a step closer, hoping maybe she'd say something if I was closer. But as I moved, she took a step back into the shadows, and I lost sight of her. Just like that, she was gone, swallowed by the dark. I stood there for a second, debating whether I should go look for her, but something in me said to stay put. This wasn't normal. It didn't feel right. After a few minutes, I decided it was best to get back in the car and leave. But just as I was reaching for the door handle, I heard it, a soft voice, almost a whisper. "Help me." I froze, my hand hovering over the door. The voice was faint, coming from the direction where the woman had disappeared. I turned, squinting into the shadows, trying to see if she was there. But I didn't see anything, just darkness stretching out beyond the edge of the light. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the silence. "Are you all right?" Silence. Nothing but the faint hum of the streetlights. I stood there, torn between curiosity and the urge to leave. Part of me knew I should go, knew I shouldn't get involved. But the voice, that faint, helpless sound, it got to me. I took a step forward, then another, edging toward the shadows. "Do you need help?" I called again, my voice barely above a whisper. And then, out of nowhere, she stepped back into the light just a few feet in front of me. I hadn't seen her move, hadn't heard a single sound. She was just there. Her face was pale, almost gray, and her eyes were dark and hollow, fixed on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "Help me," she whispered again, her voice soft, almost childlike. I took a step back, feeling my heart pound in my chest. "Are you lost? Do you need me to call someone?" She didn't answer. She just kept staring, her mouth slightly open, her eyes wide and unblinking. I could feel a chill creeping up my spine, my hands shaking. I didn't know what to do, didn't know how to react. She looked like she needed help, but something about her, something in her eyes, told me to keep my distance. "I can call someone for you," I said, my voice shaky. "Do you have a phone?" Her gaze flickered, just for a second, and then she shook her head, the movement slow, almost robotic. Her eyes stayed on me, never leaving my face. "Can you take me?" she whispered, her voice so faint I almost didn't hear it. "Take you where?" I asked, barely able to keep my voice steady. She didn't answer. Instead, she reached out, her hand trembling, fingers pale and thin, almost skeletal. I took a step back, my heart pounding, every instinct in me screaming to get away, but I couldn't move, couldn't take my eyes off her. She took a step closer, her hand still outstretched, her eyes locked on mine. I felt a cold sweat trickle down my neck, my body tense, frozen in place. Her gaze was intense, dark, like she was looking straight through me, seeing something I didn't want her to see. Then, just as suddenly as she'd appeared, she stopped, her hand dropping to her side. She looked down, her shoulders slumping, and took a step back, disappearing into the shadows once more. I stood there, my heart pounding, trying to catch my breath. I didn't know what had just happened, didn't understand who she was or what she wanted. All I knew was that I needed to leave, and fast. I turned back to the car, my hand shaking as I fumbled with the door handle. But just as I was about to get in, I felt it. A cold, clammy hand on my shoulder. I froze, my heart skipping a beat, my breath catching in my throat. "Don't leave," the voice whispered, so close I could feel her breath on my neck. I spun around, my heart pounding, but there was no one there. Just the empty parking lot, the flickering lights, and the shadows stretching out into the night. I didn't wait. I threw myself into the car, slamming the door behind me, locking it, my hands shaking as I gripped the steering wheel. I glanced around, my eyes scanning the darkness, but I didn't see her. She was gone. I started the car, my hands trembling, my mind racing. I needed to get out of there, needed to put as much distance between me and that place as possible. I pulled out of the parking lot, my eyes fixed on the road, not daring to look back. As I drove, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see her face staring back at me. But there was nothing, just the empty road stretching out behind me. I didn't stop until I was miles away, parked at a gas station, my hands still shaking, my mind still racing. I didn't know what I'd seen, didn't know who she was or what she wanted. But one thing was clear. I'd never go back to that rest stop again. It's weird the things you hear at night in the woods. I'd always thought I was comfortable with being alone in nature. I'd been hiking, camping, and spending time outdoors since I was a kid. But that night, on a trail I'd only used once before, something changed. I wasn't just hearing the usual wildlife. It felt like something or someone was out there, listening back. I'd left the main trail earlier that afternoon, veering onto a less used path that I'd found in a hiking guide. It was supposed to lead to a beautiful lookout, miles away from the main camping areas. That's what I wanted. Peace and quiet. Somewhere far enough that I could sit, listen to the sounds of nature, and not worry about other people. I hadn't told anyone exactly where I'd be. It was a last-minute decision, something I wanted to keep to myself. I mean, what could go wrong? The trail was narrow, overgrown, with thick trees on either side. The sunlight barely filtered through the dense canopy, making it feel later than it was. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. I could hear the occasional bird call or rustling in the underbrush, but mostly, it was just me, my footsteps, and the crunch of leaves beneath my boots. After an hour or so, I reached a small clearing and decided it was a good spot to set up camp. I wanted to get my tent up before it got too dark. As the sun started setting, I built a small fire, got out some food, and settled down to eat. The forest seemed calm, almost peaceful. I could hear the wind rustling through the trees, the crackling of the fire, even the distant hoot of an owl. But as night fell and the darkness closed in, I started to feel different. It was subtle at first, just a sense of unease, like I was being watched. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was just the isolation getting to me. But the feeling wouldn't go away. Every time I looked into the trees, it felt like something was staring back. I tried to ignore it, tried to focus on the fire and the sounds of the woods, but that uneasy feeling just kept getting stronger. Finally, I decided to call it a night, hoping that once I was in my tent, I'd feel safer. I put out the fire, zipped up the tent, and settled into my sleeping bag. But as soon as I closed my eyes, I heard it, a faint, rhythmic tapping sound coming from the trees. I sat up, my heart pounding, straining to hear. It was soft, barely audible, like someone gently tapping on wood. I held my breath, listening. The sound was steady, coming from the edge of the clearing just beyond my tent. Tap, tap, tap. It didn't sound like an animal, didn't sound like anything natural. It was too controlled, too deliberate. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the tent, shining the beam into the darkness. The light cut through the trees, illuminating nothing but branches and leaves. The tapping stopped. I waited, my heart racing, listening to the silence. But there was nothing, just the quiet rustle of leaves in the wind. I told myself it was probably just a branch or some animal scratching on a tree. I climbed back into the tent, zipped it up tight, and lay down, trying to calm myself. But as soon as I closed my eyes, the tapping started again. This time it was closer, louder. Tap, tap, tap. I sat up, my body tense, my mind racing. I didn't want to look outside again, didn't want to see whatever was making that sound. But I couldn't just sit there listening to it, waiting for it to get closer. I grabbed my flashlight, unzipped the tent, and stepped out, shining the light in every direction. The tapping stopped again, the forest silent like it was holding its breath. I scanned the area, my hands shaking, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps. But there was nothing, just the trees and the darkness. I backed into the tent, zipping it up tight, my heart pounding in my chest. I told myself to calm down, to breathe, that it was nothing. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I lay down, my body tense, every sound magnified in the silence. I could hear my own heartbeat, the rustle of my sleeping bag, the faint rustling of leaves outside. But the tapping didn't come back. I lay there for what felt like hours, my body tense, my mind racing, waiting for something to happen. And then, just as I was starting to relax, I heard it. A soft scratching sound coming from right outside the tent. My breath caught in my throat, my body freezing. The scratching was slow, deliberate, like someone dragging their fingers across the fabric of the tent. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I just lay there, listening, every nerve in my body on edge. The scratching moved along the side of the tent, slow and steady, like whoever or whatever was out there was circling, feeling its way around. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. An animal wouldn't move like that, wouldn't make that kind of noise. This was something else, something with intent. I gripped the flashlight, my hands shaking, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I wanted to scream, to run, but I was paralyzed, trapped by fear. The scratching stopped, replaced by silence, the kind of silence that feels heavy, like it's pressing down on you. And then I heard it, a faint whisper, so soft I almost didn't catch it. Come out. My blood ran cold, my hands shaking. The voice was barely audible, like it was coming from a great distance, but it was there, clear and unmistakable. Come out. I held my breath, my body frozen, every instinct screaming at me to stay put, to not make a sound. But the voice continued, soft and insistent, like it was calling to me, coaxing me out. I didn't respond, didn't move. I just sat there, clutching the flashlight, my eyes fixed on the zipper of the tent. I could feel my heart pounding, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps, my mind racing. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the voice stopped. The forest was silent again, the only sound my own ragged breathing. I waited, my body tense, listening for any sign of movement, any hint that whatever was out there was still close. But there was nothing. Just silence, stretching out into the night. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I just sat there, clutching the flashlight, my eyes fixed on the door, waiting, every muscle in my body tense. I told myself that as soon as it was light, I'd pack up and leave, that I'd get out of there and never come back. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, dawn broke, casting a faint light over the forest. I stumbled out of the tent, my body stiff, my mind foggy from lack of sleep. I packed up my things as quickly as I could, my hands shaking, my eyes darting to the trees, half expecting to see someone, or something, watching me. I didn't stop to eat, didn't stop to rest. I just threw everything into my pack and started down the trail, my legs shaking, my heart still racing. I kept glancing over my shoulder, listening for any sound, any sign that I was being followed. But the forest was silent, empty, like it was holding its breath, watching me leave. When I finally reached my car, I threw my pack into the trunk, climbed in and started the engine, my hands gripping the wheel. I didn't look back, didn't take one last glance at the trailhead. I just drove, my eyes fixed on the road, my mind racing, the memory of that whisper still echoing in my head. I don't know what I heard that night, don't know who or what was out there in the woods, but I know one thing for sure. I'll never go camping alone again. I wasn't planning to stop at that gas station. I'd been driving for hours, crossing one empty stretch of highway after another, and I just wanted to get home. But my gas gauge was dangerously low, and there was no way I'd make it to the next town without filling up. So when I saw the flickering lights of a gas station up ahead, I felt a weird sense of relief, even though the place looked half abandoned. The gas station sat on the edge of the road, surrounded by empty fields and a few twisted trees that looked like they'd barely survived the last storm. There was only one pump, old and rusted, with chipped paint and a worn-out nozzle. I pulled up, shut off the engine, and got out. The air was cold, biting, and there was this dead silence around me, like the world had gone still. I grabbed the nozzle, trying to ignore the eerie feeling creeping over me, and started pumping gas. The numbers on the meter moved slowly, each click echoing in the silence. I kept glancing around, half expecting to see someone or something moving in the shadows. But there was nothing, just the empty lot and the dim light coming from inside the station. Then out of nowhere I heard a voice. "Need help with that?" I jumped, my heart pounding, and turned to see a man standing a few feet away. I hadn't heard him approach, hadn't seen anyone else around, but there he was, just standing there, watching me. He was tall and thin, with a pale face and dark eyes that seemed to reflect the weak light from the station. "No, I'm good," I stammered, trying to keep my voice steady. He didn't move, didn't take his eyes off me. There was something unsettling about the way he looked at me, like he was studying me, sizing me up. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the pump, watching the numbers tick up slowly, painfully slowly. "You're out here alone?" he asked, his voice low and almost amused. I forced a smile, trying to play it cool. "Yeah, just passing through." He nodded, still watching me, his gaze intense. "Not many people stop here," he said, almost to himself. I didn't respond, didn't know what to say. The pump finally clicked, and I quickly pulled the nozzle out, replacing it and screwing the cap back on. I just wanted to get out of there, to put as much distance between me and this guy as possible. "Safe travels," he said, as I got back into the car, his voice soft, almost mocking. I didn't respond. I just started the engine, glancing at him one last time before pulling away. He was still standing there watching me, his face expressionless, his eyes dark and empty. I pulled out of the lot, my hands gripping the wheel, my heart racing. I told myself it was nothing, that he was just some creepy guy hanging around a rundown gas station. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that he'd been watching me for a reason. I drove for a while, the road stretching out in front of me, empty and silent. The gas station faded into the distance, and I felt a surge of relief, glad to be away from that place. But the feeling didn't last long. After a few miles, I noticed headlights in my rearview mirror, a single pair of lights moving fast, catching up to me. I felt a jolt of fear, my mind racing. It couldn't be him. It was just another car, someone else on the road. But as the headlights got closer, I felt my hands tighten on the wheel, my heart pounding. The car pulled up behind me, staying close, its headlights glaring in my mirror. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the road, telling myself it was nothing. But then the car started flashing its high beams, the light blinding, filling the car with harsh white light. I glanced in the mirror, trying to see the driver, but the lights were too bright. I couldn't make out anything, just the outline of the car, looming close, too close. I gritted my teeth, my mind racing, trying to figure out what to do. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the high beams stopped. The car fell back, creating a small distance between us, just enough for me to breathe. I glanced in the mirror again, and that's when I saw it. The man from the gas station, sitting behind the wheel, his face pale, his eyes fixed on me. My heart skipped a beat, a cold wave of fear washing over me. I pressed down on the gas, my hands gripping the wheel, my mind racing. I didn't know what he wanted, didn't understand why he was following me. All I knew was that I needed to get away. The road stretched out in front of me, empty and dark, with no sign of another car in sight. I kept my foot on the gas, watching the speedometer climb, trying to put as much distance between me and him as possible. But he stayed right behind me, his car keeping pace, his headlights glaring in my mirror. After a few minutes, I saw a turnoff up ahead, a narrow road leading off into the darkness. I took it without thinking, hoping to lose him in the winding roads. The trees closed in on either side, the road narrow and twisting, making it hard to see. I glanced in the mirror, my heart pounding, my hands shaking. For a moment, I thought I'd lost him. The headlights had disappeared, leaving me alone on the dark, empty road. I took a deep breath, feeling a surge of relief, my body starting to relax. But then, out of nowhere, the headlights appeared again, cutting through the darkness, illuminating the trees and the narrow road. He was back, closer than before, his car right on my tail, his headlights glaring in my mirror. I pressed down on the gas, my heart racing, my mind racing, trying to think of a way out. The road twisted and turned, making it hard to keep control. But I didn't care. I just wanted to get away. Then, just as I thought I couldn't go any faster, the road opened up into a small clearing, a dirt lot with no other cars in sight. I pulled over, slamming on the brakes, my heart pounding, my body tense. The other car pulled in behind me, his headlights glaring, illuminating my car and the empty lot. I sat there, gripping the wheel, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps, waiting, my mind racing. And then he got out of the car. He was just standing there, a dark silhouette against the glare of his headlights, watching me, his face hidden in the shadows. I couldn't see his expression, couldn't see his eyes, but I could feel his gaze, cold and unfeeling. I didn't know what to do. I was trapped, alone in the middle of nowhere, with no one around to help. I wanted to scream, to run, but I was frozen, paralyzed by fear. He took a step toward me, slow and deliberate, his movements calm, almost casual. I fumbled for my phone, my hands shaking, trying to dial 911, but there was no signal. I was completely alone. He kept coming, one step at a time, closing the distance between us. I felt a surge of panic, my mind racing, every instinct screaming at me to do something, to get out of there. Just as he reached my window, I threw the car into reverse, slamming my foot on the gas, my hands gripping the wheel. The car lurched backward, the tires kicking up dirt, and I twisted the wheel, turning the car around, heading back toward the road. I didn't look back. I just kept driving, my heart pounding, my hands shaking, my mind racing. The headlights faded into the distance, leaving me alone in the darkness, the road stretching out in front of me. I didn't stop, didn't slow down, didn't look back. I just kept driving, putting as much distance between me and that man as possible, my heart racing, my mind numb with fear. When I finally reached the next town, I pulled into a brightly lit gas station, my hands still shaking, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. I looked around, scanning the area, but there was no sign of him. He was gone. I sat there for a long time, trying to calm down, trying to make sense of what had happened. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake the feeling of his eyes on me, watching, waiting. I don't know who he was or why he followed me. All I know is that I'll never stop at a deserted gas station again. It all started with the noise. I'd been asleep, completely dead to the world after a long day of hiking. The cabin was small, barely a one-room shack with a bed and a stove, but it was perfect for me. I was out there to get away from everything. Work, people, even my phone. The nearest neighbor was miles down the road, and I'd turned off my phone to keep distractions out. It was just supposed to be me and the silence of the woods. I'd rented the place for a week, thinking I'd spend my days hiking and my nights just relaxing by the fire, enjoying the quiet. I wasn't new to being out in the middle of nowhere. I'd grown up hiking, camping, spending time outdoors, but this was the first time I'd done it alone. And the first night was great, quiet, peaceful. I felt like I was finally getting a break. But on the second night, something changed. I woke up to a loud thump. It wasn't the creak of the cabin settling or the rustling of trees outside. It was a solid, heavy thump, like someone had dropped something on the porch. I sat up, my heart racing, my eyes straining to adjust to the darkness. I listened, holding my breath, trying to hear anything else. But there was only silence. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, maybe an animal or a branch falling, something harmless. I lay back down, pulling the blanket up to my chin, my heart slowly starting to calm down. But just as I was about to drift off again, I heard it, a faint scratching sound, coming from outside the cabin. This wasn't normal. I sat up again, my body tense, every sense on high alert. The scratching was soft, almost delicate, like someone running their fingers along the wood. It was coming from the wall right behind my bed. I glanced at the clock by the bed, 3:18 a.m. I got up slowly, my bare feet touching the cold wooden floor, and moved toward the window. I lifted the curtain just a bit, just enough to peek outside. The moonlight cast a dim glow over the porch, and I could see the outline of the trees beyond the clearing. But there was no one there, nothing that could have made that sound. I let the curtain fall, taking a step back, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have my phone, didn't have any way of calling for help. I was alone, completely alone, with no one around for miles. The scratching stopped. I stood there, frozen, listening to the silence. But then, just as I was starting to relax, there was another sound. A faint tapping, like someone knocking on the window. I turned slowly, my eyes fixed on the glass, my mind racing. I couldn't see anything in the darkness, but I could feel it, feel something watching me. The tapping continued soft and steady, like someone was testing the glass, seeing if it would give. I took a step back, my hands shaking, my heart pounding. I wanted to scream, to run, but I was frozen, trapped by fear. I felt like a rabbit caught in a trap, my body tense, every nerve on edge. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the tapping stopped. The silence was almost worse, pressing down on me, suffocating. I didn't dare move, didn't dare breathe. I just stood there waiting, listening to the silence. After a few minutes, I forced myself to move. I backed away from the window, my eyes never leaving it, and slowly climbed back into bed. I pulled the blanket up to my chin, my body tense, my mind racing. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the sounds to start again. When morning finally came, I got out of bed, my body stiff, my mind foggy from lack of sleep. I went outside, looking around the cabin, hoping to find some sign of what had happened. But there was nothing. The ground was undisturbed, the porch empty. It was like nothing had ever been there. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just my imagination, just the isolation getting to me. But I couldn't shake the feeling, that sense of being watched, of something lurking just out of sight. I spent the day hiking, trying to clear my head, trying to convince myself that everything was normal. But when I returned to the cabin that evening, that feeling was still there, stronger than before. That night, I went to bed early, hoping that a good night's sleep would help. But just as I was drifting off, I heard it again. A faint scratching sound coming from outside the cabin. I sat up, my heart pounding, my mind racing. I didn't want to look, didn't want to see whatever was out there. But I couldn't just sit there waiting. I got up slowly, my hands shaking, and moved toward the door. I unlocked it, pulling it open just a crack, just enough to peek outside. The night was silent, the moon casting a faint glow over the clearing. But there was nothing there, nothing that could have made that sound. I closed the door, locking it, and backed away, my heart racing, my mind racing. I didn't know what to do. I was alone, completely alone, with no one around for miles. I sat on the edge of the bed, my body tense, every sense on high alert. I listened, waiting, every muscle in my body tight, ready to run. But there was nothing. Just silence, stretching out into the night. Finally, after what felt like hours, I climbed back into bed, pulling the blanket up to my chin, my body tense, my mind racing. I didn't sleep. I just lay there staring at the ceiling, waiting for the sounds to start again. When morning came, I packed up my things and left. I didn't look back, didn't stop to check the cabin one last time. I just got in my car and drove, my hands gripping the wheel, my eyes fixed on the road, my mind racing. I don't know what was out there, don't know who or what was watching me. But I know one thing for sure. I'll never go back to that cabin again. I was exhausted from a long day of work and just needed a few minutes to gather myself before heading home. So I stopped at a train station restroom, one of those tucked away in a corner where almost no one goes. The station was practically empty, with only the occasional sound of footsteps echoing in the distance. It was late, probably close to midnight, and I was relieved for the quiet. All I wanted was to splash some water on my face and shake off the day. The restroom was dimly lit, with flickering fluorescent lights casting odd shadows along the cracked tiles. It was silent, aside from a faint buzzing from the lights above. I went into one of the stalls, locking the door behind me, hoping for just a few moments to breathe. I leaned back against the door, closing my eyes, trying to block out everything. Then I heard it, a faint shuffling outside the stall, almost like someone was dragging their feet. I tensed up, instantly alert, listening. But the sound stopped as quickly as it started, leaving only the hum of the lights. I figured it was just someone passing by. Maybe someone as tired as I was, just needing a moment to themselves. I relaxed, leaning back again, closing my eyes. But then I heard it again. A slow, scraping noise, like something hard was being dragged across the floor just outside my stall. My eyes flew open, and my heart started to pound. I glanced down, but all I could see were the dull tiles under the stall door. The noise continued, steady, deliberate, and growing closer. My hands clenched as I held my breath, not daring to make a sound. I didn't want whoever was out there to know I was inside. I could see a faint shadow on the floor through the gap at the bottom of the stall door, moving closer and closer. Suddenly, something appeared under the stall door. A camera lens, barely visible, but unmistakably there. It was pointed right at me, someone's hand holding it steady, pressing it against the floor. I felt a surge of panic, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure they could hear it. My mind went blank as I struggled to figure out what to do. I didn't want to make a sound, didn't want to let them know I'd noticed, but I could feel the fear rising in my throat, threatening to break through. Slowly, I lifted my feet off the ground, pressing myself back against the wall of the stall, trying to stay as quiet as possible. The camera stayed there, motionless, as if waiting, as if whoever was holding it was waiting for me to react. After what felt like an eternity, the camera finally moved back, disappearing from view. I let out a shaky breath, my hands trembling as I clutched the sides of the stall. I waited, listening for any sound, any indication of movement. But there was nothing, just silence. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, trying to decide what to do. My mind was racing, filled with images of whoever was out there, waiting for me to step out. I didn't want to leave the stall, didn't want to face whoever was on the other side, but I couldn't stay there forever. Slowly, as quietly as I could, I unlocked the stall door and opened it just a crack, peering out. The restroom was empty, the only sound the faint buzzing of the lights overhead. I took a cautious step out, glancing around, my heart still pounding. Then, from the far corner of the restroom, I saw movement. A figure stood there, half hidden in the shadows, watching me. I couldn't see their face clearly, but I could make out the outline of their body, the way they were standing perfectly still, just watching. My stomach twisted as I realized they were holding a phone in their hand, the screen dimly lit like they were recording. I felt a wave of fear wash over me, my legs frozen in place. I wanted to run, wanted to get out of there, but I couldn't move. I just stood there staring at them, my mind racing, trying to figure out what to do. Then, without warning, the figure took a step forward, moving out of the shadows. I caught a glimpse of their face, pale, expressionless, with eyes that seemed to bore right through me. They didn't say anything, didn't make a sound, just took another step closer. Their gaze locked on me. I forced myself to move, my body snapping into action as I turned and bolted for the door. My footsteps echoed through the empty restroom as I ran, my heart pounding in my chest. I could hear their footsteps behind me, steady, unhurried, like they knew I couldn't escape. I burst through the restroom door and into the empty station, my eyes scanning for anyone who could help. But the platform was deserted, the only sound the distant hum of a passing train. I didn't stop running until I was out of the station, out on the empty street, gasping for breath. I glanced back, half expecting to see the figure following me, but there was no one there. Just the empty station, silent and dark, as if nothing had happened. My phone buzzed in my pocket and I jumped, my heart still racing. I pulled it out, my hands shaking as I looked at the screen. One new message from an unknown number. I opened it, feeling a chill run down my spine as I read the words on the screen. "Nice to see you." I felt a wave of nausea, my mind racing as I stared at the message. I didn't know who they were, didn't know how they had my number, but I could feel their eyes on me, even through the screen. I deleted the message, turned off my phone, and walked home, my heart pounding with every step, glancing over my shoulder, feeling their presence like a shadow that I couldn't shake. That night I barely slept. Every sound, every creak in my apartment made me jump, convinced they were outside, watching, waiting. I checked the locks on my door, double-checked the windows, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Days passed, and I started to convince myself it was just a one-time thing, some creep trying to scare me. But then, another message appeared on my phone, another unknown number. This time, it was a picture, a photo of me, taken from behind as I walked down the street completely unaware. I felt a surge of terror, my hands shaking as I stared at the image. I didn't know where they were, didn't know how they were following me without me noticing, but I knew one thing. They were still watching me. The messages kept coming, each one more disturbing than the last. Pictures of me in places I didn't even remember going. Messages telling me what I'd been wearing, where I'd been, what I'd done. I started to feel like I was losing my mind, jumping at every shadow, every stranger who walked past me on the street. I went to the police, showed them the messages, but they told me there was nothing they could do without more evidence. I changed my number, moved apartments, even changed my daily routines, hoping to throw them off. But the messages continued, finding me wherever I went. Each one a reminder that no matter where I went, no matter what I did, they were still watching. And now, even as I sit here typing this, my phone buzzes again. Another message. I'd always been drawn to exploring old buildings, and when I heard about the abandoned hospital on the edge of town, I knew I had to check it out. It was one of those places that everyone in town knew about but stayed away from. They'd tell stories about it in whispers, claiming to hear things, see things. But I never bought into the rumors. I wanted to see it for myself, and I didn't believe in ghosts. It was a cold night when I decided to go. The air was thick and quiet, and the sky was overcast, so the whole place felt darker than it should have. I parked a little way down the road to avoid attention and walked up to the building, my flashlight in hand. The hospital loomed over me as I approached, a dark, hulking shape against the night. Windows were shattered, doors hung loosely on their frames, and vines crawled up the walls. The place was huge, a sprawling maze of rooms and hallways, all long abandoned. I squeezed through a broken window and stepped inside. The air was thick, musty, and cold, the kind of cold that felt out of place even in the middle of winter. The silence inside was overwhelming, almost pressing, like the building itself was holding its breath. I flicked on my flashlight and scanned the room. Dust particles floated in the beam of light, and the floor was covered in debris, broken tiles, pieces of furniture, and old papers scattered around like a forgotten mess. I moved slowly, carefully, my footsteps echoing in the silence. I passed old examination rooms, offices, a waiting area. Everything was left as it was, like the place had been abandoned in a hurry. The chairs were still arranged in rows, old medical equipment lay forgotten in the corners, and the walls were lined with faded posters warning about diseases that no one worried about anymore. As I went deeper into the hospital, the air seemed to grow colder and an uneasy feeling settled over me. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just nerves. But something about the silence felt wrong. It was too quiet, like the building itself was watching, waiting for me to make a wrong move. I made my way down a long hallway, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The walls were covered in peeling paint, and I could see old faded signs pointing to different wings of the hospital. I decided to head toward the surgical wing. I'd heard that was where most of the stories came from, and I was curious to see if it was any different from the rest of the building. As I walked, I thought I heard something, a faint shuffling sound, like footsteps. I stopped, holding my breath, listening. But there was nothing, just the silence and the sound of my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I brushed it off and kept moving, telling myself it was just the building settling, the wind, anything but what it felt like. Someone following me. The surgical wing was even darker, the windows covered in grime, barely letting any light in. I walked down another hallway, my footsteps echoing in the empty space. The rooms here were different, smaller, each one with a metal table in the center and cabinets lining the walls. Some of the tables were still covered with old, stained sheets, and I could see the faint outlines of tools left behind, rusted and dull. I entered one of the rooms, shining my flashlight around. The walls were lined with empty shelves, and a thick layer of dust covered everything. I moved the flashlight over to the metal table in the center, and that's when I saw it. A handprint, fresh, in the dust on the table. I froze, staring at it, my mind racing. It was small, like a child's, and it was smeared, like whoever had left it was dragging their fingers across the surface. My heart started pounding, and I felt a cold sweat break out on the back of my neck. I told myself it was probably an animal, something that had gotten in through one of the broken windows. But deep down I knew that didn't make sense. The handprint was too clear, too deliberate. I backed out of the room, shining my flashlight around, scanning the hallway. It was empty, silent, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I turned, ready to leave. But as I took a step, I heard it, a faint whispering sound coming from somewhere down the hall. It was barely audible, just a soft murmur, like someone talking under their breath. I couldn't make out any words, but the tone was urgent, insistent. I stood there, frozen, listening, trying to figure out where it was coming from. It sounded like it was just down the hall, around the corner. Against my better judgment, I moved toward the sound, my flashlight trembling in my hand. As I rounded the corner, the whispering stopped, replaced by a deep, heavy silence. I swept the beam of light across the hall, but there was no one there. Just empty rooms, open doors, and darkness. I felt a chill run down my spine and I started to back away, my instincts screaming at me to leave. But then I heard it again, the shuffling sound like footsteps coming from behind me. I spun around, shining my flashlight down the hallway, but it was empty. Just the same cold, silent corridor stretching out in front of me. I started walking faster, my footsteps quick and unsteady, echoing through the building. I felt like I was being followed, like there was something just out of sight watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down. My heart was pounding, my breathing shallow, and I could feel the fear building, threatening to take over. I reached the main hall, almost at the exit, when I heard something that made my blood run cold. A child's laugh, soft and distant, echoing through the empty hospital. I stopped, frozen in place, my mind racing. There was no way a child could be here. The place was abandoned, empty. The laugh came again, closer this time, like it was moving toward me. I started to back away, my flashlight shaking in my hand. I could feel the panic rising, my instincts screaming at me to run, to get out of there. But my feet felt heavy, like they were rooted to the floor. And then out of the corner of my eye, I saw it, a small figure standing at the end of the hall. It was barely visible in the darkness, just a shadowy outline, but I could make out the shape of a child, standing perfectly still, watching me. I took a step back, my heart pounding, my hands shaking. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just stood there staring at me, its head tilted to the side like it was curious, like it was waiting for me to do something. I turned and ran, my footsteps echoing through the empty hallways as I sprinted toward the exit. I didn't look back, didn't stop, just kept running, my heart pounding, my mind racing. I burst through the doors and out into the night, gasping for breath, the cold air stinging my lungs. I didn't stop until I reached my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the door open. I climbed in, started the engine, and drove away as fast as I could, not daring to look back. It's been days since I left that hospital, but I can't shake the feeling that I brought something back with me. Every time I close my eyes, I see that shadowy figure, standing at the end of the hall, watching me. And sometimes, late at night, I think I hear that same faint whispering echoing through the silence like a memory I can't escape. I decided to stay at a small bed and breakfast for the weekend, hoping for a quiet getaway from the city. The place was old, a large Victorian house with creaky wooden floors and an eerie charm that, in the daylight, seemed cozy. The owner, an elderly woman named Mrs. Langley, welcomed me with a warm smile and showed me to my room. She was kind but had this distant look in her eyes, like she was somewhere else entirely. I didn't think much of it. Old houses and old owners go together, and all I wanted was to relax, read a bit, and get some peace. My room was at the end of the hall on the second floor, facing a dense patch of woods that surrounded the property. The window was small, but it gave me a clear view of the trees swaying outside. I liked the room right away. It had character, an antique dresser, a small armchair in the corner, and a four-poster bed with blankets that looked older than I was. It was quiet, peaceful. The first night was uneventful. I read until late, enjoying the silence and the escape from city noise. Around midnight, I started to hear footsteps in the hallway. It was faint at first, just a soft creaking, like someone was pacing back and forth outside my door. I figured it was another guest or maybe Mrs. Langley herself. Old houses amplify sounds, and I wasn't surprised. I tried to ignore it, but the footsteps kept going. Steady and slow, never seeming to get closer or farther away. Just back and forth, over and over. I got up, opened the door, and peeked into the hallway. It was empty. The creaking stopped the second I looked out. I glanced down both ends of the hall, but there was no one there. I closed the door, shook off the weird feeling creeping up my spine, and went back to bed. The second night, the footsteps returned exactly the same as before. This time they started earlier, just after I'd turned off the light. I lay there listening, trying to tell myself it was nothing, that it was probably just the house settling or something innocent. but it felt too deliberate, like someone was standing right outside my door, pacing back and forth, waiting. I pulled the covers up, squeezing my eyes shut, hoping to fall asleep. But then, something strange happened. The doorknob turned just barely enough to make a faint clicking sound. My heart raced and I sat up, my eyes locked on the door. I waited, holding my breath, expecting it to open, expecting someone to come in. But it didn't. The knob just turned back, and the footsteps started up again right outside. My mind raced with explanations, but none of them made sense. I wanted to get up, open the door, confront whoever was out there, but I couldn't bring myself to move. I just sat there listening to the footsteps, feeling my heart pound in my chest. The next morning I went down for breakfast, hoping to see another guest or someone who could explain the strange noises. But the dining room was empty, except for Mrs. Langley. She greeted me with that same distant smile, asking if I'd slept well. I wanted to ask her if anyone else was staying there, if she'd heard anything strange, but I felt silly. I was a grown adult, spooked by a few creaks and footsteps. I forced a smile and told her everything was fine, that I was enjoying the stay. She nodded, her eyes drifting past me like she was looking at something far away. "It's an old house," she said quietly. "Sometimes it remembers things." I didn't know what to make of that, but I brushed it off. Maybe she was just a little eccentric. I'd met plenty of people like that. I spent the rest of the day trying to shake off the weird feeling, exploring the grounds, reading in the little parlor downstairs, anything to distract myself. But that night, the footsteps returned. This time, they were louder, heavier, like someone was deliberately stomping back and forth outside my door. I lay there tense, gripping the blankets, my eyes fixed on the door. The doorknob started to turn again, slowly, as if whoever was on the other side was testing it, seeing if it would open. I couldn't take it anymore. I jumped out of bed, rushed to the door, and flung it open. The hallway was empty. The footsteps stopped instantly, the silence almost deafening. I stepped out, looking down both ends of the hall, but there was nothing. Just the empty corridor stretching out in either direction, dimly lit by the small wall sconces. I stood there for a long moment, my heart racing, my hands shaking. I didn't know what to do. Didn't know if I should go back to bed or just leave, but I felt a strange pull, like something was keeping me there. I closed the door, climbed back into bed, and lay there, waiting, listening. The footsteps didn't return that night, but I barely slept. Every sound, every creak, every gust of wind outside made me jump, my mind racing with thoughts of what could be outside my door. In the morning, I decided to confront Mrs. Langley, to ask her if she knew what was going on. I found her in the kitchen, humming softly to herself as she prepared breakfast. I asked her, as casually as I could, if anyone else was staying in the house, if she'd heard anything strange at night. She looked at me with those faraway eyes, her expression unreadable. "You're the only guest," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "And I don't go up there at night." I felt a chill run down my spine, but I forced myself to stay calm. "Are you sure? Because I keep hearing footsteps outside my room. It's unsettling." She looked at me, her face serious. "This house is old. It has memories. Sometimes things linger." I didn't know what to say. I wanted to laugh, to tell her she was being ridiculous, but the look in her eyes made me hesitate. She wasn't joking. She believed it, every word. I left the kitchen, feeling more unsettled than ever. I thought about leaving, about cutting my trip short, but something kept me there. A strange curiosity mixed with fear. I wanted to know what was happening, wanted to see it through. That night I braced myself for the footsteps, for the doorknob turning. I lay there tense, every muscle in my body on edge, waiting. Midnight came and went, and there was nothing. Just silence. I started to relax, thinking maybe it was over, that whatever it was had stopped. But then I heard it, a soft whispering sound coming from right outside my door. My heart pounded as I strained to listen, trying to make out the words. It was faint, barely audible, but it sounded like someone was saying my name. I sat up, staring at the door, my hands shaking. The whispering continued, soft and insistent, like whoever was outside was trying to get my attention. I didn't know what to do, didn't know if I should open the door or stay where I was. But the curiosity was stronger than the fear. I had to know. I got out of bed, walked slowly to the door, and pressed my ear against it. The whispering stopped, replaced by a heavy silence. I reached for the doorknob, my hand trembling, and slowly turned it, pulling the door open. The hallway was empty, just like before, but the air felt different, thick, heavy, almost oppressive. I stepped out, my heart pounding, and looked around, half expecting to see someone standing there. But there was no one, just the empty hall stretching out in front of me. I took a step forward, feeling a strange pull, like something was drawing me down the hallway. I moved slowly, my footsteps echoing in the silence, my mind racing with questions. I didn't know where I was going, didn't know what I was looking for, but I couldn't stop. As I reached the end of the hall, I saw a door that I hadn't noticed before, tucked away in the shadows. It was old, the wood warped and cracked like it hadn't been opened in years. I felt a strange sense of dread as I reached for the handle, but I couldn't stop myself. I had to know. I turned the handle, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. The room was dark, the air stale and cold. I shone my flashlight around and my heart skipped a beat. The walls were covered in old photographs, all faded and yellowed with age. They were pictures of people, men, women, children, all staring straight ahead, their eyes dark and empty. In the center of the room was an old rocking chair, and as I stepped closer, I felt a chill run down my spine. There was a figure sitting in the chair, its back to me, motionless. I could see the outline of its head, its shoulders, the faint rise and fall of its breathing. I wanted to turn and run, but my feet wouldn't move. I just stood there staring, my heart pounding, my mind racing. Slowly the figure turned, its face coming into view. It was Mrs. Langley, but her eyes were different. Cold, empty, like she wasn't really there. She looked right at me, her mouth opening in a silent scream. I stumbled back, my heart racing, my mind screaming at me to get out. I turned and ran, bolting down the hallway, my footsteps echoing in the empty house. I didn't stop until I was outside gasping for breath, the cold night air stinging my lungs. I never went back. I took a job as a night security guard at an old office building on the edge of downtown. It wasn't glamorous, but I needed the money, and it seemed easy enough. Just sit in the lobby, make sure no one came in or messed around after hours. The building was old, but solid, with 10 floors and hallways that stretched on forever. I'd work from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., and usually it was dead quiet. Perfect, or so I thought. My first night was uneventful. I spent most of it at the desk, flipping through a magazine, checking the security cameras every now and then. The place was empty, quiet. The fluorescent lights hummed softly, and the only sound was the occasional click of a floorboard settling. I took a couple of rounds, walking through the hallways, checking the doors and peering into darkened rooms. Nothing strange, nothing out of the ordinary. By the end of that first shift, I figured the job would be a breeze. But as the nights went on, I started to notice little things I brushed off at first, but that began to nag at me. It started with the elevator. Every night, around 2 a.m., it would ding and open on the lobby level. I'd glance over from the desk, half expecting to see someone step out, but the elevator would always be empty. Just an open door, waiting. It would sit there, open for a minute or two, then close and go back up, like it was being called from somewhere above. I figured it was just a glitch, maybe a problem with the old wiring. But one night, curiosity got the better of me. When the elevator dinged, I walked over and stepped inside, planning to ride it up, see if there was something triggering it. I pressed the button for the top floor, but as soon as the doors closed, the elevator stopped, the lights flickered, and it dropped a couple of feet with a heavy jolt. I grabbed the rail, my stomach lurching, but the elevator didn't go any further. The lights flickered again and then it rose to the top floor. I stepped out feeling uneasy, the quiet pressing down on me. The hallway was dark, the only light coming from a small exit sign at the far end. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I took a quick look around, checking the empty offices, but everything was in its place. The rooms were dark and cold, and I felt like I was trespassing, like I shouldn't be there. I made my way back to the elevator, pressed the button, and waited. When the doors finally opened, I stepped inside, feeling a strange sense of relief. But just as the doors were about to close, I thought I saw something. A shadow at the end of the hall, a figure standing there just out of reach of the light. I blinked, and it was gone, but the image stayed with me, burned into my mind. The next few nights, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I kept telling myself it was nothing, just a trick of the light, my tired eyes playing games. But the elevator continued its strange behavior, dinging at 2 a.m. on the dot, always opening to an empty lobby. I tried to ignore it, but every time it happened, that sense of unease crept back, stronger than before. One night, I was doing my rounds on the 5th floor when I heard it, a faint sound, like footsteps. I stopped listening, my heart pounding. The hallway was empty, but the sound continued, steady, coming from somewhere above. I stood there, frozen, trying to pinpoint where it was coming from. It sounded like someone was walking back and forth, pacing in one of the empty offices. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to stay calm, and headed to the stairwell. The sound got louder as I climbed the stairs, each step feeling heavier, like something was pressing down on me. When I reached the 8th floor, I paused, my hand on the doorknob, listening. The footsteps had stopped. I pushed the door open, stepping into the dark hallway. The air was cold, colder than the other floors, and a chill ran down my spine. I took a few steps forward, peering into the empty offices, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. Everything was silent, still, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. As I turned to head back, I heard it again, footsteps, this time behind me. I spun around, shining my flashlight down the hallway, but there was nothing there, just an empty corridor stretching into darkness. I backed up, my hand gripping the flashlight tightly, my heart pounding in my chest. I made my way to the stairwell, moving quickly, my footsteps echoing off the walls. I didn't stop until I was back in the lobby, sitting behind the desk, trying to steady my breathing. I kept telling myself it was nothing, that I was just being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The next few nights, the footsteps continued, always on the upper floors, always faint, just loud enough to keep me on edge. I tried to ignore them, tried to focus on my job, but it was impossible. The building felt different, like it was watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake. One night, as I was doing my rounds on the 9th floor, I saw it, a shadow standing at the end of the hallway just outside the reach of my flashlight. I froze, my heart pounding, my mind racing. The figure was tall, its outline barely visible in the darkness, but I could feel its gaze, feel it watching me. I took a step back, my hand shaking, and the figure moved, taking a slow, deliberate step forward. I turned and ran, my footsteps echoing through the hallway as I bolted for the stairwell. I didn't look back, didn't stop until I was back in the lobby, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. I didn't know what to do, didn't know if I should tell anyone. Who would believe me? I was just a night guard working alone in an old building. I tried to convince myself it was all in my head, that I was just tired, but the fear wouldn't go away. The next night, I decided to stay in the lobby, refusing to do my rounds. I sat behind the desk, my eyes fixed on the security monitors, watching the empty hallways, waiting for any sign of movement. At 2 a.m., the elevator dinged, the doors sliding open to an empty lobby. I stared at it, my heart pounding, waiting for something to step out. But there was nothing, just the empty elevator, sitting there, waiting. And then on the monitor I saw it, the shadow standing in the hallway on the 10th floor, perfectly still, watching the camera. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead as I watched it, unable to look away. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just stood there, staring, its face hidden in the shadows. I sat there frozen, my hands shaking, my mind racing. I wanted to look away, wanted to turn off the monitor, but I couldn't. The figure took a step forward, moving closer to the camera. I felt a surge of fear, my heart pounding, my hands clenching into fists. I wanted to run, wanted to get out of the building, but I couldn't move. Finally, the figure stopped, its face inches from the camera, staring directly at me. I could see its eyes, dark and empty, filled with a cold, relentless hunger. I felt a chill run down my spine, and I knew, deep down, that it was coming for me. I bolted from my seat, grabbing my things, and ran for the door. I didn't stop, didn't look back, just kept running, my footsteps echoing through the empty lobby. I quit the next day. I agreed to house sit for a friend who had just bought a place out in the country. He and his wife were heading overseas for a couple of weeks, and they wanted someone to look after the property while they were gone. It sounded simple enough. Feed the cat, water the plants, and make sure no one tried to break in. I figured it would be a nice break from the city, a quiet escape. The house was big and old, the kind with creaky floors and winding hallways. It stood on a couple of acres surrounded by dense trees. From the outside, it had this almost haunted look, with ivy climbing up the walls and big, empty windows that seemed to watch you. But I didn't think much of it. I was more focused on getting inside, settling down, and making myself comfortable. The first day was uneventful. I spent most of it exploring the house, getting a feel for the place. There was a big living room with an old fireplace, a kitchen filled with old appliances, and a narrow staircase leading up to the bedrooms. My friend had left a note on the counter with instructions, listing all the things I needed to take care of, including feeding the cat, whose name was Max. Max was a big, fluffy tabby who spent most of his time either sleeping or staring out the window. He seemed friendly enough, always rubbing against my legs whenever I passed by. I figured he'd be my only company, which suited me just fine. The first night was quiet. I watched some TV, read a bit, and eventually headed to bed. But as I lay there in the dark, I started hearing things. It was subtle at first, just the usual creaks and groans you'd expect from an old house. But then, I heard something else. It was a soft tapping sound, like fingers drumming against a wooden surface. It seemed to be coming from somewhere down the hall. I told myself it was nothing, just the house settling, maybe a branch tapping against a window. But the sound continued, rhythmic and steady, like someone tapping in a slow, deliberate pattern. I got up, opened the door, and peered down the dark hallway. There was nothing there, just shadows stretching across the floor. I stood there for a moment, listening, but the sound had stopped. I went back to bed, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling creeping over me. But as I lay there, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that something was watching me. The next day, I tried to put it out of my mind. I spent the day wandering the property, checking out the surrounding woods, and getting a feel for the area. It was peaceful, quiet, the kind of place that should have been relaxing. But there was this strange atmosphere, this sense that the house didn't want me there. That night, the tapping returned. I was lying in bed, just starting to drift off when I heard it again. Soft, rhythmic, coming from somewhere down the hall. I tried to ignore it, pulling the covers up and closing my eyes. But then it got louder, more insistent, like whoever was making the noise was getting closer. I sat up, my heart pounding, listening to the steady tap, tap, tap echoing through the dark. I couldn't take it anymore. I got out of bed, grabbed my flashlight, and headed into the hallway, determined to find the source of the noise. The hallway was empty, silent, but the tapping continued, coming from somewhere below. I followed the sound, my footsteps echoing off the walls, until I reached the stairs. The sound was louder now, coming from the living room. I made my way down, one slow step at a time, the flashlight casting long shadows on the walls. When I reached the bottom, the tapping stopped. I stood there in the dark, my flashlight sweeping across the empty room. Everything was as I'd left it. The furniture, the fireplace, the windows looking out into the blackness of the night. There was no one there. No sign of anything that could have made the noise. I felt a chill run down my spine and I turned, heading back up the stairs as quickly as I could. I didn't stop until I was back in my room, the door closed tightly behind me. I climbed into bed, pulling the covers up, trying to ignore the pounding of my heart. The next morning, I checked the house from top to bottom, looking for anything that could explain the noise. I checked the windows, the doors, even the walls, looking for loose pipes or anything that might have caused the sound. But there was nothing. Just the empty, silent house. The days passed slowly, each one blending into the next. During the day, everything felt normal, almost peaceful. But at night, the atmosphere changed. The house felt different, colder, like something was watching, waiting for me to let my guard down. The tapping continued every night, always starting around midnight, always coming from somewhere just out of reach. I'd hear it in the hallway, in the living room, even outside my bedroom door. Every time I got up to investigate, the noise would stop, leaving me standing alone in the dark, wondering if I was losing my mind. One night, after days of sleepless nights and endless tapping, I decided to set up a camera in the hallway. I didn't really expect to find anything, but I needed proof, something to show that I wasn't just imagining things. I set up the camera, aimed it down the hallway, and hit record. That night, I lay in bed waiting, listening. The tapping started again, soft and steady, moving closer and closer. I stayed where I was, my heart pounding, my mind racing until the sound was right outside my door. And then, it stopped. I didn't sleep that night. I lay there, wide awake, waiting for the morning light. As soon as the sun came up, I grabbed the camera and checked the footage, my hands shaking as I scrolled through the video. At first, there was nothing, just the empty hallway, dimly lit by the nightlight I'd left on. But then, around midnight, the footage showed something strange. A shadow appeared at the end of the hallway, faint at first, but growing darker, more defined. It moved slowly like someone walking, but there was no one there, just the shadow stretching along the wall. I felt a chill run down my spine as I watched it move, inching closer and closer to my door. It stopped just outside, lingering there like it was waiting for something. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it faded away, leaving the hallway empty once more. I turned off the camera, my hands shaking, my mind racing. I didn't know what to make of it, didn't know if I should tell someone or just leave. But I felt trapped, caught between my curiosity and my fear. That night, the tapping was louder than ever, more insistent, like it was demanding my attention. I lay there, listening, feeling my heart pound in my chest, the cold sweat breaking out on my skin. I didn't want to get up, didn't want to face whatever was out there. But I couldn't ignore it any longer. I got out of bed, my flashlight in hand, and opened the door. The hallway was empty, but the tapping continued, coming from somewhere below. I made my way down the stairs, each step feeling heavier, my heart racing with each tap. When I reached the living room, the tapping stopped, replaced by a heavy silence. I stood there, shining my flashlight around the room, my eyes scanning the shadows. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it, a figure standing in the doorway, barely visible in the darkness. I turned, my flashlight shaking, my breath catching in my throat. The figure was gone, but I could still feel its presence, like it was watching me from the shadows. I backed up, my hands shaking, my mind racing with fear. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed awake, listening to the silence, waiting for the tapping to return. But it didn't. The house was quiet, almost peaceful, but the fear lingered, pressing down on me like a weight. When my friend returned, I didn't say anything. I didn't tell him about the tapping, the shadow, the nights of sleepless terror. I just handed him the keys, wished him well, and left, leaving the house and whatever was inside it far behind me. But sometimes late at night I can still hear it, the faint, rhythmic tap, tap, tap echoing through the silence, a reminder of the time I spent in that house and the presence that still haunts me. I was driving home late one night. The road stretched out in front of me, dark and empty. I'd just finished a long shift and all I wanted was to get home, take a shower, and sleep. The drive was usually uneventful, a straight shot through the back roads, with only the occasional car passing by. But that night felt different. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something in the air felt off, like a quiet tension hanging over everything. It was around midnight when I saw it. A hitchhiker standing by the side of the road, just barely visible in the glow of my headlights. He was wearing a dark hoodie with the hood pulled up, his face hidden in shadows. He had one hand up, thumb out, the universal signal. I hadn't seen another soul for miles, and part of me wanted to stop, to help. But something about him made me hesitate. I couldn't see his face, couldn't tell anything about him. I kept driving, my eyes on the road, trying to ignore the slight unease gnawing at me. But as I passed him, I glanced in the rearview mirror and I saw him standing there, watching me as I drove away. It gave me a chill, and I felt a strange pull, like maybe I'd made a mistake. But it was late and I was too tired to second-guess myself, so I kept going, my mind trying to push the encounter away. A few miles down the road, I started to relax, convincing myself that it was nothing, just a weird moment in the middle of the night. But then, out of nowhere, I saw him again. He was standing by the side of the road, the same hoodie, the same stance, thumb out, waiting. My stomach dropped. There was no way he could have gotten there ahead of me. I hadn't turned, hadn't slowed down, and there were no other cars. I drove past him again, not daring to look in the mirror this time. My heart was pounding, my mind racing with questions. I told myself it was just a coincidence, that it had to be someone else. But deep down, I knew it was the same person. I could feel it, this strange, unsettling certainty that whoever he was following me. I kept driving, my hands gripping the wheel tighter, my eyes scanning the road ahead. The night seemed darker, the trees lining the road casting long, twisted shadows that seemed to reach out toward the car. I tried to focus on the road, on getting home, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Another mile or two went by, and I started to relax again, telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But then, just as I rounded a bend, there he was again. This time, he was standing in the middle of the road, facing me, his arms at his sides, completely still. I slammed on the brakes, my heart racing, my hands shaking as the car screeched to a halt. I sat there staring at him through the windshield, the headlights illuminating his figure. He didn't move, didn't react, just stood there, his face still hidden in the shadows of his hood. I felt a surge of fear, my mind screaming at me to turn around, to get out of there. But I couldn't move, couldn't tear my eyes away from him. We sat there, locked in this strange, silent standoff. The only sound, the faint hum of the engine, and my own ragged breathing. Finally, he lifted his head and I caught a glimpse of his face. It was pale, almost ghostly, with dark eyes that seemed to bore into me, empty and cold. He didn't smile, didn't show any emotion, just stared at me with this intense, unsettling gaze. I didn't wait to see what he'd do next. I threw the car into reverse, my hands shaking as I backed up, the wheels skidding on the asphalt. I turned the wheel, swinging the car around, and sped off, my heart pounding in my chest. I drove as fast as I could, my eyes flicking to the rearview mirror, half expecting to see him standing there, watching me. But the road was empty, just the dark stretch of asphalt disappearing into the night. I didn't slow down until I saw the lights of my town up ahead, a small glow on the horizon. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, and I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. I told myself it was over, that he was gone, that I was safe. But as I pulled into my driveway, I felt that same unease creeping back. I glanced around, half expecting to see him standing there, waiting for me. But the street was empty, the night quiet, and I told myself I was just being paranoid. I went inside, locking the door behind me, and headed straight to the bathroom to wash up. The bright light and the familiar surroundings helped calm me down, and I started to convince myself that it was all in my head, that I'd just imagined it. But as I was drying my face, I heard it, a faint tapping sound coming from the front door. I froze, my heart pounding, my mind racing. The tapping continued, soft and rhythmic, like someone was knocking, but not with their knuckles, more like the tips of their fingers. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, and walked to the door. I peered through the peephole, my stomach twisting with fear. But there was no one there, just the empty porch bathed in the glow of the porch light. I stood there for a moment listening, but the tapping had stopped. I told myself it was nothing, maybe just the wind or some branch brushing against the door. But as I turned to go back to the bathroom, I heard it again, this time louder, more insistent. I spun around, my heart racing, and yanked open the door, expecting to see him standing there. But the porch was empty, the street quiet, the night air still. I stepped outside, looking around, but there was no sign of anyone. I went back inside, locking the door behind me, and tried to shake off the feeling of dread creeping over me. I sat down on the couch, turning on the TV, trying to distract myself. But the feeling didn't go away. Every little sound, every creak and groan of the house made me jump, my mind racing with thoughts of him, of his pale face and those dark, empty eyes. After a while, I managed to drift off, the exhaustion finally taking over. But my sleep was restless, filled with strange, unsettling dreams. I kept seeing his face, those eyes staring at me, unblinking, like he was trying to tell me something. I woke up in the middle of the night, my heart pounding, the room dark and silent. I lay there listening, my eyes scanning the shadows. And then, just as I was about to close my eyes, I heard it again. The tapping, soft and rhythmic, coming from somewhere inside the house. I sat up, my heart racing, my hands shaking. The tapping continued, steady and relentless, like a clock ticking down to something. I got up, moving slowly, my feet barely making a sound as I crept through the house, trying to find the source. The tapping led me to the living room, where the sound seemed to be coming from the window. I approached it slowly, my heart pounding, my mind racing with fear. I reached out, pulling back the curtain, and looked outside. He was standing there right outside the window, his face inches from the glass, staring at me with those same cold, empty eyes. His hand was pressed against the window, his fingers tapping softly, rhythmically, like he was trying to get my attention. I stumbled back, my heart racing, my mind screaming at me to run, but I couldn't look away, couldn't tear my eyes from his face. He didn't move, didn't make a sound, just kept tapping, his eyes locked on mine, filled with something I couldn't understand. I backed up, my hands shaking, my mind racing with fear. I turned and ran, bolting down the hallway, locking myself in the bedroom. I sat there in the dark, my back against the door, listening to the silence, waiting for him to come. But the house was silent, the tapping gone, and I sat there, alone in the dark, wondering if he was still out there, waiting for me. The next morning I checked every window, every door, looking for any sign that he'd been there, but there was nothing. No footprints, no handprints, no sign that anyone had been there at all. But I know what I saw, and sometimes late at night, I still hear it, the soft rhythmic tapping echoing through the silence, a reminder that he's still out there, waiting for me. I was invited to a cabin by some friends. They'd rented it out for the weekend, planning to get away from the city, unwind, maybe do some hiking. I was looking forward to it. The cabin was deep in the woods, miles away from the nearest town, and as soon as I got there, I felt the change. It was quiet, isolated, and the kind of place where you could hear every little noise. It felt like a different world. There were 4 of us in total. Me, Jamie, Mark, and Lisa. We all worked together, so it felt natural, easy. No one had to make small talk, and we could just relax. The first day was perfect. We spent it hanging out, grilling, sharing drinks, and talking about random things. By the time it got dark, we were all tired but happy. That night, as we sat around the fire, Jamie started telling us about the history of the cabin. "Did you know," he said, grinning, "that this cabin was abandoned for years? The owner just left one day. People say he vanished without a trace." We all laughed, rolling our eyes at him. Jamie loved trying to freak us out. He always had some weird story up his sleeve. But this time he looked serious. "No, I'm telling you," he continued, his voice low. "Some folks around here say the place is haunted. They hear things at night, weird noises. People have gone missing." "Yeah, right," Mark laughed, rolling his eyes. But Lisa didn't look convinced. She shivered, pulling her jacket tighter. "Can we not talk about creepy stuff while we're out in the middle of nowhere?" she said, glancing around nervously. We all laughed it off and changed the topic, but I could tell Lisa was still uneasy. I didn't really believe Jamie, but the woods at night had a way of making you feel like you weren't alone. Eventually, we all called it a night. The cabin had 2 bedrooms, so Mark and I shared one, and Jamie and Lisa took the other. I fell asleep almost as soon as I hit the pillow, the exhaustion from the day finally catching up with me. But sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me. The room was pitch black, and the only sound was Mark's soft snoring from the bed across the room. I lay there, staring up at the ceiling, trying to shake off the drowsiness. Then, I heard it, a faint tapping sound coming from outside the window. Tap, tap, tap. I froze, listening, my heart starting to pound. It was soft, almost like someone was lightly tapping their fingernails against the glass. I glanced over at Mark, but he was still asleep, completely unaware. I tried to convince myself it was just a branch, maybe something swaying in the wind. But the sound was too regular, too deliberate. Tap, tap, tap. It was slow, steady, like whoever was outside knew we were in there. I lay there listening, trying to make sense of it, but I couldn't bring myself to move. After a few minutes, the tapping stopped, and I let out a shaky breath, relieved. I told myself it was nothing, just my imagination. But as I closed my eyes, trying to get back to sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us. The next morning, I mentioned it to the others over breakfast. Jamie, of course, jumped at the chance to scare us. "See? I told you this place was creepy," he said, grinning. But Lisa looked genuinely freaked out, her face pale. "You're not serious, right?" she asked, looking at me. I shrugged, trying to play it cool. "I don't know. It was probably nothing. Just a branch or something." But Lisa didn't seem convinced. The rest of the day, she stayed close to the cabin, refusing to go too far into the woods. I felt bad for mentioning it, but part of me couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. That night, we went to bed a bit earlier. We were all a little on edge, though we didn't talk about it. I lay there in the dark, listening to the silence, half expecting to hear the tapping again. And then, around midnight, it started. Tap, tap, tap. My eyes flew open and I lay there frozen, my heart pounding in my chest. The sound was exactly the same as the night before. Soft, deliberate, coming from outside the window. I glanced over at Mark, but he was still asleep, completely oblivious. I lay there trying to convince myself it was nothing, just my imagination. But then I heard something else. A faint whispering, so soft I could barely make it out. It sounded like someone was talking, murmuring in a low, hushed voice. I couldn't make out the words, but it sent a chill down my spine. I wanted to wake Mark up to tell him what I was hearing, but I was too scared to move. I just lay there, listening to the tapping and the whispering, my body tense, every muscle on edge. The sounds continued for what felt like hours, but eventually they stopped. I didn't move, didn't close my eyes, just lay there in the dark, waiting, listening. But the cabin was silent again, and slowly, I drifted off to sleep, my mind racing with questions. The next morning, I told Jamie and Lisa about the noises. Lisa looked terrified, her face pale, her hands shaking. "This isn't funny," she said, her voice trembling. "If this is some kind of prank, it's not funny." Jamie shook his head, looking genuinely concerned. "I swear it's not a prank," he said, glancing around nervously. I didn't hear anything last night. We spent the day on edge, jumpy at every little sound. Even Jamie, who usually loved scaring us, seemed uneasy. We stayed close to the cabin, refusing to venture too far into the woods. The whole place felt different, like there was something lurking just out of sight watching us. That night, none of us wanted to go to bed. We stayed up late, talking quietly, keeping the lights on, as if that would keep whatever it was away. But eventually, we couldn't avoid it anymore. We said goodnight, heading to our rooms, each of us tense, waiting for something to happen. I lay there in the dark, listening, my heart pounding, every muscle in my body tense. And then, right on cue, the tapping started. Tap, tap, tap. It was louder this time, more insistent, like whoever, or whatever, was outside was getting impatient. I sat up, my breath coming in short gasps, my mind racing with fear. I glanced over at Mark, who was awake now, his eyes wide, staring at me. He'd heard it too. "What the hell is that?" he whispered, his voice shaky. I shook my head, too scared to speak. The tapping continued, steady and relentless, filling the room with this horrible, rhythmic sound. And then, we heard the whispering. It was louder now, clearer, like someone was right outside the window, murmuring in a low, raspy voice. I couldn't make out the words, but it sounded like they were calling our names, drawing us closer. I felt a chill run down my spine, and I knew we had to get out of there. I grabbed Mark's arm, pulling him toward the door. We ran down the hallway, bursting into Jamie and Lisa's room. They were both awake, their faces pale, their eyes wide with fear. "We need to leave," I said, my voice barely more than a whisper. "Now." They didn't argue. We grabbed our things, threw on our coats, and bolted out of the cabin, not daring to look back. The night was dark, the trees looming over us. But I didn't care. I just wanted to get as far away from that cabin as possible. As we drove away, the tapping and the whispering faded into the distance, but the fear stayed with us. None of us spoke, each of us lost in our thoughts, the horror of what we'd experienced hanging over us like a dark cloud. We never went back to that cabin. I was always skeptical of ghost stories, but that changed when I spent a night at my grandparents' old farmhouse. The place was tucked away in the countryside, isolated, surrounded by fields and trees. I hadn't been there in years, not since I was a kid. But after my grandparents passed away, the house sat empty. My mom wanted someone to check on it every once in a while, make sure everything was intact, no break-ins or weather damage. So one night, I volunteered to go. I thought it would be simple enough. A quick drive, a night spent in the quiet, and then I'd head back the next day. I figured I'd feel some nostalgia, maybe remember a few old memories. The house wasn't in bad shape, just old, with its own creaks and quirks. I arrived just as the sun was setting, painting the fields in shades of orange and pink. The place looked as if it had been frozen in time. My grandparents' things exactly as they left them. The same worn furniture, the same old photographs on the walls. As I stepped inside, the familiar scent of the house hit me, a mix of dust and wood, the kind of smell that only old places have. The floor creaked under my weight, and the air was thick like it hadn't been disturbed in ages. I felt a chill, but I brushed it off as nerves. After all, it was just an empty house. I set my bag down in the living room and looked around. Everything felt strange, like I was trespassing even though it had been my family's home. The silence was heavy, pressing down on me, broken only by the faint ticking of an old grandfather clock in the corner. I walked through each room, flicking on lights, trying to make the place feel more alive, less eerie. I told myself it was just an old house, that I was being ridiculous. By the time I'd checked all the rooms, it was completely dark outside. I'd planned to spend the night in my mom's old bedroom, upstairs at the end of the hall. It was a small room, with an old bed covered in a faded quilt, a dresser against the wall, and a window that looked out over the fields. As I settled in, I heard the wind picking up outside, whistling through the trees. I lay down, trying to relax, but I couldn't shake the strange feeling that I was being watched, I told myself it was just the quiet, the isolation, but the feeling grew stronger as the night went on. I closed my eyes, willing myself to sleep, but every little sound seemed amplified. The creak of the floorboards, the rustle of the trees outside, the faint ticking of the clock downstairs. And then, I heard it. A soft, shuffling sound, like footsteps. I sat up, my heart pounding, straining to listen. The sound was faint, but it was there, coming from somewhere downstairs. I held my breath, trying to convince myself it was just the house settling, maybe a raccoon outside. But the footsteps were steady, deliberate, moving through the house. I got out of bed, my hands shaking as I grabbed my phone, the flashlight casting a weak glow in the darkness. I crept to the door, opening it just a crack, peering down the hallway. It was empty, silent, but I could still hear the footsteps below, moving slowly like someone was pacing. I wanted to call out, but something stopped me. The air felt thick, heavy, like I was being suffocated. I couldn't bring myself to make a sound. Instead, I stepped out into the hall, moving as quietly as I could, my heart pounding with every step. I reached the top of the stairs, peering down into the darkness. The footsteps had stopped, leaving only the faint ticking of the clock. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to go down, one step at a time, gripping the railing to steady myself. When I reached the bottom, the silence was overwhelming. I stood there, my flashlight casting long shadows across the walls. Everything looked the same, just as I'd left it, but the feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. I felt a chill run down my spine, and I turned, shining the light around the room. And then I saw it. A shadow, standing in the doorway to the kitchen. It was faint, barely there, but unmistakable, like a dark figure lingering just out of reach. I froze, my heart racing, my mind scrambling to make sense of what I was seeing. I took a step back, but the shadow didn't move, didn't react. It just stood there watching me. I wanted to run, to get out of the house, but my legs wouldn't move. I just stood there, paralyzed, staring at the figure in the doorway. After what felt like an eternity, the shadow slowly faded, disappearing into the darkness. I let out a shaky breath, my hands trembling as I clutched my phone. I backed up, inching toward the stairs, my heart pounding in my chest. I turned and bolted up the stairs, slamming the door to the bedroom shut behind me. I spent the rest of the night sitting on the bed, my back against the wall, my eyes fixed on the door. Every creak, every whisper of wind outside made me jump, my mind racing with fear. I told myself it was nothing, just a trick of the light, a shadow cast by the trees. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. I didn't sleep that night. I just sat there, waiting for the morning light, too scared to close my eyes. When the first rays of sunlight finally crept through the window, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I grabbed my things, practically running down the stairs, refusing to look around. As I stepped outside, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders, like I was leaving something behind. I got into my car, my hands still shaking as I started the engine, and drove away without looking back. I never told my mom about what happened that night, and I never went back to the farmhouse again. I agreed to cover the night shift at a small isolated gas station on the edge of town. It wasn't exactly my ideal job, but I needed the money, and it was supposed to be an easy gig. Just sit there, keep an eye on the place, and help the occasional customer. How hard could it be? The previous guy warned me it could get weird sometimes, but I didn't take him seriously. I figured he was just trying to mess with me. My shift started at 10 p.m., and for the first few hours, everything was fine. The place was quiet, almost dead. Occasionally a car would pull in, someone would buy a soda or pay for gas, and that was it. Most of the time, I just sat behind the counter, reading a magazine and glancing at the security cameras out of habit. Around 1 a.m., things started to feel different. The air felt heavy, almost like the quiet was pressing down on me. I brushed it off as nerves. After all, it was just an empty gas station at night. But then the weirdness began. The bell above the door dinged, signaling someone had come in. I looked up, expecting to see a customer, but the store was empty. The door was shut, and there was no one there. I frowned, thinking maybe it was a glitch or something, but a few minutes later it happened again. Ding. This time I felt a chill run down my spine. I got up and walked around the counter, looking around the store, but there was no one there. The aisles were empty, the shelves silent. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was just a faulty bell, and went back to my spot behind the counter. A few minutes later, I heard a soft scraping sound coming from one of the aisles. I looked over, trying to see where it was coming from, but I couldn't spot anything unusual. It sounded like something dragging along the floor, a steady, rhythmic scraping that seemed to echo through the store. I grabbed a flashlight from under the counter and walked over to the aisle, my heart pounding a little faster. I turned the corner, shining the light down the rows of snacks and drinks, but everything looked normal. The sound had stopped, leaving only the hum of the refrigerators and the faint buzz of the lights overhead. As I walked back to the counter, I glanced at the security monitors. They showed different angles of the store and the parking lot, but something caught my eye. One of the monitors showed the back of the store, where we kept the dumpster and a few storage bins. Standing there, just barely visible in the shadows, was a figure. I blinked, staring at the screen, trying to make out who or what it was. The figure was still, completely motionless, just standing there. I thought it might be a homeless person, or maybe some kid trying to mess around, so I decided to go check it out. I grabbed the flashlight again and went to the back door, stepping out into the cold night air. The lot was empty. The only sound was the faint rustle of leaves in the wind. I looked around, shining the light toward the dumpster, but there was no one there. I felt a chill creep down my spine, the kind of instinctive fear you get when something doesn't feel right. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, and went back inside, locking the door behind me. Back at the counter, I watched the monitors, hoping the figure wouldn't appear again. But as I sat there, my mind started playing tricks on me. I kept hearing faint sounds, little creaks and whispers that seemed to come from nowhere. Every time I looked up, the store was empty, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Then, around 3 a.m., the bell dinged again. I looked up, half expecting to see an empty store, but this time there was someone standing at the counter. He was tall, wearing a dark coat and a hood that covered most of his face. His hands were resting on the counter, his fingers long and thin, almost skeletal. "Can I help you?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He didn't respond. He just stood there, staring at me from under his hood. I couldn't see his eyes, but I could feel them on me, cold and unblinking. The silence stretched on, heavy and uncomfortable, and I felt a knot of fear tightening in my stomach. "Do you need something?" I asked again, my voice coming out as a whisper. Slowly, he lifted one hand, pointing toward the back of the store. I glanced over my shoulder, but there was nothing there, just rows of shelves and aisles filled with snacks. When I turned back, he was gone. The store was empty, the door shut, and the bell hadn't rung. I felt a surge of panic, my hands shaking as I scanned the store, looking for any sign of him. But he'd vanished, like he'd never been there at all. I checked the monitors, but there was no sign of him, no sign that anyone had been in the store. I sat back down, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I wanted to leave, to get out of there, but I couldn't just abandon the place. I told myself it was just some guy trying to mess with me, maybe a prank or something, but deep down I knew it was more than that. The rest of the night passed in a blur. Every little sound made me jump, every shadow made my heart race. I kept glancing at the monitors, half expecting to see that figure standing there watching me, but the store stayed empty, silent, until my shift finally ended at 6 a.m. When the morning clerk came in, I practically ran out of there, not even bothering to explain why I looked so shaken. I got in my car, my hands still trembling as I gripped the wheel, and drove home, my mind replaying everything that had happened. I told myself I wouldn't go back, that I'd find another job, something safer, somewhere less strange. But the money was good, and I needed it. So a week later, I found myself back at that gas station, sitting behind the counter, dreading the hours that stretched out ahead of me. This time, I came prepared. I'd brought a small radio, hoping the music would help keep my mind off things, make the place feel less creepy. I kept it on low, the soft sound of a classic rock station filling the silence. For the first few hours, everything was quiet, normal. I almost convinced myself that I'd imagined the whole thing, that it was just a combination of fatigue and nerves. But around 2 a.m., the bell dinged again. I looked up, my heart skipping a beat, but there was no one there. The door was shut, the store empty. I forced myself to relax, taking a deep breath, telling myself it was just the bell acting up again. But then, the scraping sound started, coming from one of the aisles. I froze, listening, my heart pounding as the sound grew louder, closer. It was slow, deliberate, like someone was dragging something heavy across the floor. I got up, grabbing the flashlight, and made my way down the aisle, my hands shaking. The sound stopped as I reached the end of the aisle, leaving only silence. I scanned the shelves, the floor, looking for any sign of movement, but there was nothing. Just the empty shelves and the faint buzz of the lights overhead. As I turned to head back, I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck, like someone was standing right behind me. I spun around, my heart racing, but the aisle was empty. I backed up, my hands shaking, my mind screaming at me to get out. I rushed back to the counter, my breath coming in short gasps, and sat down, my eyes glued to the monitors. And then, on the screen showing the back of the store, I saw it. The figure standing there, watching me, his face hidden in shadow. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I grabbed my things, bolted out of the store, and didn't look back. I quit the next day. I was stuck in a cramped airport terminal late at night, waiting for a delayed flight. It was past midnight, and most people around looked dead tired. I was tired too, but I still had enough energy to notice things. That's when I first saw him. A guy in his mid-40s, pacing back and forth a few rows of seats away. He looked exhausted, like he'd been on the road a long time, just like me. Eventually, he sat down across from me and gave me a polite smile. I nodded back, not thinking much of it. I've had plenty of strange encounters in airports over the years, but nothing too weird. He seemed normal enough. I didn't mind a little conversation, so when he asked if he could sit closer, I shrugged. Sure. Why not? He introduced himself as Mike, and I gave him my name, barely listening. We talked a bit, just surface-level stuff at first. He asked where I was headed, and I told him I was flying home. He nodded, said he was going to some city I'd never heard of. He kept asking questions, a little more than I was comfortable with, but I figured he was just trying to pass the time, same as me. I tried to keep my answers short, hoping he'd get the hint, but he kept pushing. After a while, he started talking about his life. He was a truck driver, always on the road, always moving. He mentioned having kids, but said they didn't keep in touch. I could tell he was lonely. I felt a little sorry for him, so I let him talk, figuring it wouldn't hurt to listen for a while. But then something changed. His questions got more personal, more specific. He started asking about my routine, my family, where I lived. Stuff that didn't seem relevant to casual conversation. I tried to steer the conversation away, but he kept circling back to me, his eyes locked on my face, watching every expression. I started feeling uncomfortable, but I told myself it was nothing. Just a lonely guy, maybe a little socially awkward. Finally, the announcement came over the speakers that our flight was ready for boarding. Relief washed over me. I stood up, said something about needing to grab my things, hoping he'd stay behind. But he stood up too, a little too close behind me. As I moved toward the boarding line, I glanced back, hoping he'd get the message and back off. But he was right there, practically breathing down my neck. I told myself it was just a coincidence that he was probably eager to board like everyone else. But then he didn't fall back. When I got to the front of the line, the attendant asked for my boarding pass. I handed it over, trying not to look at him, hoping he'd move on. But instead, he stepped right up beside me, his face serious, and said to the attendant, "I'm with her. We're together." My stomach dropped. I turned to look at him, my mouth open, trying to say something, but he just kept insisting, telling the attendant we were a couple, that we'd been sitting together the whole time. I could see the attendant looking back and forth between us, unsure of what to believe. "No, we're not," I managed to stammer. "I don't know him." The attendant frowned, still looking between us, as Mike kept insisting. He was calm, persistent, like he'd rehearsed this or done it before. I felt my heart pounding in my chest, the blood rushing to my ears. I was ready to ask for security when he finally backed off, giving me a hard, unreadable look. "All right," he said, his voice cold, almost disappointed. "If that's how it is." He turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd. I felt a wave of relief, but I still couldn't shake the feeling that he was watching me. I boarded the plane, trying to convince myself it was over, that he was just some random creep. But then as I buckled in and looked down the aisle, there he was again, standing at the entrance to the plane, talking to one of the flight attendants. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but I saw him glance down the aisle, looking right at me. I sank into my seat, hoping he wouldn't come any closer. He didn't, though. After a minute, the attendants shook their heads and he was forced to leave. But that look he gave me stayed with me for the whole flight, cold and angry, like I'd wronged him somehow. When we landed, I grabbed my bags and rushed off the plane, practically running through the airport, glancing over my shoulder every few seconds. I kept expecting to see him, to feel his eyes on me, but he wasn't there. I told myself it was just a bad encounter, a weird guy who got too attached and tried to let it go, but the feeling never quite left. For weeks, every time I was out in public, I'd catch myself looking around, checking for him. It's been months now, but sometimes, late at night, I still feel that cold, intense stare, as if he's somewhere close, waiting for the right moment. And I wonder if, the next time I fly, he'll be there too, ready to pick up where he left off. It was a little past midnight. The rain was coming down in heavy sheets and the empty highway stretched out ahead, dark and slick. I was driving back home, and I couldn't wait to get out of the storm. My hands were tight on the wheel, gripping it a bit too hard. I could barely see 10 feet in front of me, the wipers working overtime but barely keeping up. Every now and then a flash of lightning lit up the sky, but otherwise it was just the dim glow of my headlights against the endless dark road. It was one of those nights where every sound felt louder, sharper. The rain slamming against the car, the squeak of the wipers, the hum of the engine. It all felt overwhelming. The drive had already been long, and the weather was only making it worse. There wasn't a single other car on the road, just me and the storm. But then, out of nowhere, a pair of headlights appeared in my rearview mirror, coming up fast. For a second, I felt a weird sense of relief. Another car meant I wasn't completely alone out here. But as it got closer, the feeling shifted. The headlights stayed behind me, too close, almost tailgating. My hands tightened on the wheel even more, and I tried to focus on the road ahead. I figured they'd pass me soon enough. But they didn't. I tapped my brakes lightly, a signal for them to back off a bit. They didn't. If anything, they got closer. My heart started pounding a little harder, and I took a slow breath, trying to keep calm. I was in the middle of nowhere, in a storm, with someone practically breathing down my neck on the road. It didn't feel right. Not one bit. I decided to speed up a bit just to put some distance between us. The car behind me matched my speed. I could see it in the mirror, creeping along, headlights glaring into my eyes. My gut tightened, and I felt my chest get heavy. I wasn't exactly sure what was going on, but I didn't want to stick around to find out. The road stretched out in front of me, empty and dark. But now it felt like a trap. I pressed harder on the gas, speeding up more than I normally would on a night like this. But whoever was behind me just kept up, keeping the same distance, their headlights still beaming straight into my rear view. A part of me wanted to pull over and let them pass, but another part of me didn't trust that idea. Out here, in the middle of a storm, with a stranger acting weird? No way. I wasn't going to stop. Instead, I decided to just keep going and ignore them. Maybe they'd get bored and back off. But they didn't. I noticed an old run-down gas station up ahead, its sign barely lit and flickering in the rain. I figured it was my best shot. I slowed down, signaling to turn off the highway. The car behind me followed. My pulse quickened, and I felt a cold sweat prickling on the back of my neck. This was getting stranger by the minute. I pulled into the gas station, parking under the lone streetlight that seemed to be working. The car followed, parking a few spaces away but staying close enough to make me nervous. I took a deep breath, telling myself to stay calm. Maybe they just needed gas like me, but I wasn't buying it. I watched them in my mirror. They hadn't gotten out. I couldn't see much through the rain-splattered glass, but it looked like two people were in the car, both just sitting there, facing my direction. The longer I looked, the heavier my chest felt. Something was off. I kept the engine running, thinking about leaving, but the gas light on my dashboard was flashing. I wouldn't make it much farther without refueling. I had to get out, but I didn't want to give them a chance to come closer. I grabbed my wallet and phone, tucking them into my pocket before stepping out of the car. The rain hit me hard, cold, and unrelenting. I hurried to the pump, swiping my card and starting to fill the tank as quickly as possible. I kept my head down, but my eyes were constantly darting toward the other car. The driver's window was rolled down a crack, and I thought I saw movement. It made my skin crawl. The gas pump clicked, signaling the tank was full. I replaced the nozzle and got back in the car, breathing a sigh of relief as I locked the doors. I didn't look over at the other car again. I just wanted to get out of there. But as I put the car in drive, my headlights caught a figure stepping out of the other car. A man. He was tall, wearing a dark rain jacket with the hood pulled up, and he was looking straight at me. My heart pounded in my chest, and I tightened my grip on the wheel, forcing myself to stay calm. I pulled out of the gas station and back onto the highway, hoping he wouldn't follow. But as I glanced in the rearview mirror, I saw the headlights again. He was right behind me, closer than ever. I swallowed, trying to focus on the road, but my mind was racing. Why was he following me? What did he want? I tried to lose him, pushing the car faster than I normally would on a wet road. The tires skidded slightly, but I kept control, my heart racing with every turn. No matter how fast I went, he kept up, his headlights glaring in the mirror, never backing off. The tension in my chest grew, pressing down like a weight, and my hands were starting to cramp from gripping the wheel so hard. A few miles down, I saw a small rest area up ahead. I didn't want to stop, but I needed a plan. I pulled into the rest area, parking as far back in the lot as I could. Maybe if I parked in the dark, he wouldn't see me. I turned off my lights and watched him drive past. Relief flooded me, but I knew it was only temporary. I waited a few minutes, then pulled back onto the road, hoping he'd given up. But within minutes, his headlights appeared in the rearview mirror again, coming up fast. My heart dropped. He hadn't lost me. He'd just been waiting. I didn't have many options left. The road stretched on ahead, dark and empty, and I was running out of places to go. I needed to get to a town, somewhere with people, lights, maybe even a police station. But out here, there was nothing but road and rain. The car behind me sped up, getting even closer. I could feel the heat of his headlights, the pressure of his presence right on my tail. I was on the edge, panic clawing at me, every instinct telling me to get out, to run, but there was nowhere to go. Then, out of nowhere, he swerved around me, pulling up beside my car, just close enough that I could see him through the rain-streaked window. His face was hidden in shadows, but I could see the outline of his jaw, the glint of his eyes staring straight at me. He didn't say anything, didn't gesture. He just stared, keeping pace with me, his car riding dangerously close. I kept my eyes forward, my pulse pounding in my ears, trying not to react. If I just ignored him, maybe he'd leave. But he didn't. He swerved back behind me, flashing his high beams, filling the car with blinding light. My stomach twisted and I gripped the wheel, forcing myself to keep driving. Finally, I saw the lights of a town up ahead. It was small, barely more than a cluster of buildings and a few streetlights, but it was something. I pushed the car as fast as it would go, desperate to reach the safety of the lights. But just as I got close, he sped up, pulling in front of me and blocking the road. I hit the brakes, skidding to a stop, my heart racing. He didn't move, just sat there, his car blocking my path, his headlights glaring. I felt trapped, the weight of his stare pressing down on me, the fear crawling up my spine. I didn't know what he wanted, but I knew it wasn't good. I kept my doors locked, my phone clutched in my hand, but I didn't have any signal out here. The rain kept pounding on the roof, the sound filling the silence as we sat there facing off. I was out of options, trapped on this dark, empty road with a stranger who wouldn't back down. Finally, he started moving, slowly pulling his car to the side, letting me pass. I didn't wait. I drove past him, my heart in my throat, not daring to look back. I just kept going, the lights of the town growing closer, the tension slowly easing as I left him behind. But as I glanced in the mirror, I saw his headlights again, far off but still following. He was letting me go, but he wasn't done yet. It was close to midnight and the storm had been raging for hours. The rain hammered against my windows, loud and unrelenting. Thunder cracked every few minutes, rattling the walls, making the lights flicker. I was alone in my apartment, just trying to ride out the storm. I had some candles lit on the table in front of me, a flashlight nearby, just in case the power went out for good. Outside, the streets were empty, and everything looked drowned in shadows. I'd tried watching TV to pass the time, but the sound of the rain was so loud I could barely hear it. Eventually, I gave up and just sat there, staring at the flickering candles, listening to the rain batter the building. I don't know what time it was when I first heard the scratching. It was faint at first, almost drowned out by the rain. I thought I imagined it, but then I heard it again, a light, persistent scraping against the wood of my front door. I froze, straining to listen. The rain pounded on, the sound of it almost deafening, but there it was, the scraping, a slow, deliberate sound, like fingernails on wood. I glanced at the door, my heart starting to pound. I wasn't expecting anyone, especially not at this hour and in this weather. I told myself it was probably just the wind. Maybe something outside was getting blown against the door. But as I sat there, the scratching continued, growing louder, more insistent. It didn't sound like the wind. It sounded like someone, or something, was right on the other side of the door. I swallowed, feeling a cold sweat starting to prickle along my back. I didn't want to get up, didn't want to go near that door, but I knew I had to. I grabbed the flashlight, switching it on, the beam of light cutting through the darkness. My hand was shaking as I stood up, taking slow, cautious steps toward the door. The scratching stopped as I got closer, replaced by a heavy silence. I held my breath, waiting, listening. The only sound was the rain beating down outside, and for a moment I thought maybe it had just been my imagination. Maybe I was hearing things. But then there was a thud. A dull, solid thud, like someone knocking, followed by the scratching again, harder this time. I flinched, my heart pounding in my chest, every instinct telling me to back away. But I forced myself to move closer, peering through the peephole. I couldn't see anything, just darkness, the rain blurring my view. But the scratching continued, steady, relentless. I felt a wave of fear, cold and sharp, settling in the pit of my stomach. I didn't know who or what was out there, but it was clear they weren't going away. I took a step back, gripping the flashlight like a weapon, my mind racing, trying to figure out what to do. I considered calling the police, but I didn't want to turn my back on the door. It felt like as soon as I did, whatever was on the other side would force its way in. I took a shaky breath, forcing myself to calm down. It was just a storm. Maybe someone was stranded, maybe they needed help. But the thought didn't make me feel any better. Something about this didn't feel right. Then, out of nowhere, there was a voice. A man's voice, muffled by the door, but clear enough to send a chill down my spine. "Let me in," he said, his voice low, almost a whisper. "Please, I need help." I didn't respond. I just stood there, frozen, my heart racing. The man knocked again, louder this time. "Please," he said, his voice sounding more desperate. "I can't stay out here. I'm scared." I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to open the door, to see if he really needed help. But another part of me, a bigger part, felt a deep, instinctual fear telling me to stay away, to keep the door locked. I could feel my palms sweating, the flashlight slipping in my grip. "I'm not going to hurt you," he said, his voice turning soft, almost pleading. "I just need to come in." I swallowed, trying to steady my breathing, trying to think. The rain was still pounding outside, drowning out everything else. I was alone, and there was no one nearby to help if things went wrong. I took a step back, my mind screaming at me to stay away from the door. Then there was a loud bang. The door shook and I flinched, nearly dropping the flashlight. He was trying to force his way in. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I stumbled back, feeling the wall at my back, feeling trapped. There was nowhere to go. "Let me in," he shouted, his voice filled with anger now, desperation gone. "You have to let me in." I didn't respond. I could barely breathe, my whole body tense, my fingers gripping the flashlight so hard it hurt. He banged on the door again, harder this time, each thud echoing through the empty apartment. I thought about running, about getting to the bedroom and locking myself in. But as I took a step toward the hallway, I heard the sound of the lock jiggling. My blood ran cold. He was trying to pick the lock. I backed away, my mind racing, trying to think of what to do. The only thing I could think of was to block the door somehow, to keep him out. I grabbed a small table from the hallway, shoving it against the door, my hands shaking as I did it. The scratching stopped, and for a second, I thought maybe he'd given up. But then I heard a laugh, a low, dark chuckle that made my skin crawl. "You can't keep me out," he said, his voice dripping with menace. "I'll get in eventually." I didn't respond. I just stood there, my back pressed against the wall, my heart pounding in my chest. The rain was still coming down hard, the wind howling outside, but all I could hear was his voice taunting me, daring me to open the door. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. I needed to call for help. I fumbled for my phone, my hands shaking so bad I could barely hold it. I dialed 911, pressing the phone to my ear, praying someone would answer. But all I heard was silence. The storm must have knocked out the signal. I was completely cut off, alone with no way to call for help. The man banged on the door again, harder this time, the sound echoing through the apartment. I could feel the table starting to give way, the wood creaking under the pressure. I backed up, grabbing a kitchen knife from the counter, holding it in front of me like a weapon. "Open the door," he shouted, his voice filled with fury. "I won't ask again." I felt a surge of panic, my mind racing, trying to think of a way out. I could run, try to get to the fire escape, but that would mean getting close to the door, close to him. I didn't want to risk it. Then everything went quiet. The banging stopped, the scratching stopped, and there was nothing but the sound of the rain outside pounding against the windows. I held my breath, waiting, listening, my heart racing. And then I heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps, moving away from the door, down the hallway. I let out a shaky breath, relief flooding through me. Maybe he'd finally given up. Maybe he was leaving. I waited a few minutes, listening to make sure he was gone. The apartment was silent, the only sound the rain outside. I started to relax, lowering the knife, feeling my heartbeat start to slow. But then I heard it, a faint scratching, this time coming from one of the windows. My blood ran cold, and I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. I didn't want to look, didn't want to see what was out there, but I couldn't stop myself. I turned, my eyes fixed on the window, and there he was. His face was pressed against the glass, his eyes wide, staring right at me. He was smiling, a cold, twisted smile that sent a chill down my spine. I stumbled back, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what was happening. He shouldn't have been able to get to the window. My apartment was on the 3rd floor. There was no way he could have climbed up there, but there he was, staring at me, his smile growing wider, his eyes filled with something dark and unexplainable. I backed up, my heart racing, the knife slipping from my hand and clattering to the floor. I felt trapped, like there was nowhere to go, no way to escape. He tapped on the window, the sound sharp and deliberate. Then he mouthed something, his lips moving slowly, forming words I couldn't hear but could understand. "I'm coming in." I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I turned and ran, grabbing my phone, my keys, anything I could reach. I didn't care about the storm, didn't care about anything except getting out of that apartment. I bolted for the door, flinging it open and running down the hallway, my footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. I could feel him behind me, feel his eyes on me, but I didn't look back. I just kept running, my heart pounding, my breath coming in short, desperate gasps. I didn't stop until I was outside, the rain hitting me like a wall, soaking me instantly. I stumbled down the steps, my mind racing, my whole body shaking with fear. I don't know how long I stood there, drenched and terrified, before I finally calmed down enough to call for help. When the police arrived, they searched the apartment, but there was no sign of him. No footprints, no evidence that anyone had been there at all. But I know what I saw. I know he was there, right outside my door, scratching, waiting. And I know that wherever he is now, he's still waiting, still watching, still ready to come in. It was supposed to be a simple shortcut. My girlfriend Emma and I were driving back late at night after visiting her parents. We were tired. The rain had been coming down for hours, and taking the forest road seemed like the quickest way home. The GPS showed a clear route, and we figured we'd shave off at least 30 minutes. It wasn't the most well-lit road, and it was narrow, but we'd taken it before during the day, so it didn't seem like a big deal. The rain was relentless, hitting the windshield so hard that even the wipers on full speed weren't doing much. The road ahead was dark, except for the thin line of headlights stretching forward, illuminating trees that seemed to close in around us. Emma was dozing off, leaning against the window. I kept one hand on the wheel, my other tapping on my knee, feeling that edgy exhaustion that creeps in after a long drive. The only sound was the rain and the hum of the engine. About halfway down the road, the rain started coming down even harder, like sheets. I slowed down to be safe, barely able to see past the hood of the car. That's when Emma stirred, sitting up and rubbing her eyes. "Where are we?" she mumbled, glancing around. "On that forest shortcut," I said. "It's just taking longer than usual with this rain." She nodded, squinting out the window. "I don't remember it being this dark." I shrugged, but I could feel it too, a sense of unease creeping in. It wasn't just the rain or the dark. Something felt off. But I brushed it off. We were both tired, and the rain had us on edge. We kept driving, both of us now wide awake, when I noticed a light up ahead. At first I thought it was a street light, maybe a gas station, but as we got closer it became clear. It was an old wooden house, sitting just off the road. It looked abandoned, with one dim, flickering light glowing in the front window. Emma leaned forward, her eyebrows furrowing. "Has that house always been there?" I shook my head, a chill creeping up my spine. "Not that I remember." I considered driving past, but then Emma nudged my arm. "Pull over," she said. "I need a quick break. Maybe we can see if there's anyone inside who can tell us how far this road goes." I didn't love the idea, but I could see she was serious, and there weren't exactly any other options. I pulled over to the side of the road, parking a few feet from the house. The car lights barely reached the edges of the porch, casting shadows that seemed to shift with the rain. We sat there in silence for a moment, just staring at the house. It was small, probably one of those old hunting cabins. with peeling paint and wooden shutters hanging crooked. The porch was empty and there was no car or sign of anyone nearby. The dim light flickered, casting strange shadows in the window. "You sure about this?" I asked, glancing at Emma. She shrugged, but I could see the curiosity in her eyes. "Come on, just a quick look." We stepped out of the car, the rain immediately soaking us as we hurried across the muddy yard. My boots sank into the ground with each step, and Emma kept close to my side, clutching my arm. The air was cold and everything felt heavier, the sounds of the rain swallowing up any other noise. We climbed the creaky steps to the porch, and I could feel the boards sagging under my weight. I glanced over my shoulder at the car, a part of me wanting to just turn back and leave, but Emma was already reaching for the door, her hand hovering over the handle. She knocked first, a soft, hesitant knock that barely echoed over the rain. We waited, but there was no answer. She knocked again, louder this time. Still nothing. I could feel the hair on the back of my neck standing up, a sense of dread settling in. I grabbed her arm. "Emma, let's just go. No one's here." But she shook her head, pushing the door open. It creaked, swinging inward, revealing a dark hallway beyond. The dim light from the window barely illuminated the room, casting everything in a sickly, yellow glow. "Hello?" she called out, her voice echoing off the empty walls. Silence. We took a step inside, and immediately a musty smell hit us, thick and stale, like the place hadn't been aired out in years. I wanted to turn back, but Emma kept moving forward, drawn in by curiosity. The inside of the house was even more run down than the outside. The walls were cracked, peeling, and there was old furniture covered in dust and cobwebs. A single bulb hung from the ceiling, flickering as it swung slightly, casting strange shadows that made it hard to see clearly. As we moved deeper into the house, the silence grew heavier, pressing down on us. Every step we took echoed, the old floorboards creaking and groaning beneath our feet. There was something about the place that felt wrong, like we were intruding. Emma stopped in front of a closed door on the left, her hand resting on the doorknob. She glanced at me, her face tense. "Should we check?" I shook my head, feeling a strong urge to get out of there. "I think we should go. This place gives me the creeps." But she ignored me, slowly turning the knob and pushing the door open. Inside was a small, dimly lit room with an old table and 2 chairs. The walls were bare, and the only thing in the room was a single photograph, hung slightly crooked on the wall. We stepped inside, both of us staring at the photo. It was an old black and white picture of a man standing in front of the same house, staring at the camera with a blank expression. There was something unsettling about his eyes, the way they seemed to follow you, even in the stillness of the photograph. Emma stepped closer, studying the picture. "Who do you think he is?" I shrugged, keeping my distance. "Probably the guy who used to live here." But I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't supposed to be there, that something was watching us. I turned, glancing back toward the hallway, and that's when I saw it, a shadow just at the edge of my vision, standing near the front door. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The figure was tall, dark, its outline barely visible in the dim light. I blinked and it was gone, the doorway empty again. "Let's go," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "Emma, we need to go now." She turned, seeing the look on my face, and for once, she didn't argue. We backed out of the room, moving quickly down the hallway, every instinct screaming at me to get out of there. But as we reached the front door, it suddenly slammed shut in front of us, the sound echoing through the house. Emma gasped, grabbing my arm, her face pale. "Did you see that?" I nodded, swallowing hard, my heart pounding. "Let's just get out. We'll find another way." We turned, hurrying down the hallway, but the house felt like a maze, twisting and turning in ways that didn't make sense. Every door we tried was locked. Every hallway seemed to lead back to the same place. It was like the house was alive, shifting around us, trapping us inside. Finally, we found a staircase leading down to a basement. I hesitated, staring into the darkness below, but it felt like our only option. We started down the stairs, our footsteps echoing, the air growing colder and heavier with each step. At the bottom, the basement was pitch black, the only light coming from the faint glow of Emma's phone. We moved slowly, every sound amplified in the silence, every creak and groan of the house sending chills down my spine. And then we saw it. A door, slightly ajar, with a faint light coming from the other side. Emma moved toward it, her hand reaching out to push it open, but I grabbed her arm, pulling her back. "Wait," I whispered, my voice shaking. "We don't know what's in there." She nodded, but her curiosity got the better of her. She pushed the door open and we stepped inside. The room was small and empty, except for a single chair in the center. On it sat the man from the photograph, his eyes wide, staring at us with a cold, empty gaze. His skin was pale, almost ghostly, and his hands were folded neatly in his lap. Emma let out a choked gasp, backing away, her hand over her mouth. But I couldn't move, frozen in place, locked in his gaze. He didn't blink, didn't move, just sat there staring. I felt a cold sweat breaking out, my heart racing, every instinct telling me to run. I grabbed Emma's arm, pulling her back, and we stumbled out of the room, slamming the door behind us. We ran up the stairs, not looking back, desperate to escape. As we reached the top, the front door was open, the rain pouring in. Without thinking, we bolted for it, bursting out into the night, the cold rain hitting us like a slap to the face. We ran to the car, jumping in and locking the doors, our breaths coming in short, panicked gasps. I started the engine, my hands shaking as I gripped the wheel, peeling out of there as fast as I could. We didn't look back. We just drove, the house disappearing into the darkness, the rain washing away the fear but not the memory of what we'd seen. And even now, I can still feel those eyes, watching, waiting, knowing that somewhere out there, that house and its occupant are still waiting for the next curious visitors. It was supposed to be a fun camping trip. Just me and my friend Alex, 2 days out in the forest to unwind, get away from the noise. We'd planned everything, packed the tents, food, flashlights, even a few beers to keep it relaxed. We'd been out camping plenty of times, so this was nothing new. The first day was perfect. We found a nice spot in a clearing surrounded by trees, not too far from the trail, but secluded enough that we didn't expect to run into anyone. We set up the tents, built a small fire, and by sunset, we were settled in. Just the two of us sitting around the fire, talking about work, life, all the stuff you never get around to in the city. As the night went on, the forest around us grew quieter. The fire crackled, casting a warm glow on our faces while the cold started creeping in. We both sat back, drinking, laughing, relaxed. The only sounds were the wind rustling through the trees and the occasional owl hooting in the distance. It was just what we'd hoped for, a peaceful escape. Then, just past midnight, we heard it. A laugh, faint but clear, cutting through the silence like a knife. Alex and I froze, our eyes meeting across the fire. I could see the same unease in his face that I was feeling. The laugh didn't sound friendly. It was this strange, unnatural sound, almost like it was mocking us. "You hear that?" I asked, my voice low, trying not to sound too freaked out. Alex nodded, glancing over his shoulder, his face tense. "Maybe someone's camping nearby?" I wanted to believe that, but something didn't feel right. We hadn't seen anyone on the trail all day, and we were pretty far out. I told myself it was probably nothing, just someone else having fun like us. But a few minutes later, we heard it again. This time it was louder, closer. It echoed through the trees, and I felt a chill run down my spine. It didn't sound like any laugh I'd heard before. It was almost hollow, like whoever was laughing didn't have any real joy in it. We put out the fire, deciding it was better to keep a low profile. Sitting there in the dark, the forest around us felt different, more menacing. Every little sound seemed amplified. The crunch of leaves, the rustle of branches, the faint echo of the laugh drifting in and out. After a while, the laughing stopped and we let out a breath, hoping that was the end of it. But then we heard footsteps, soft, slow, moving around the camp. I strained to see through the darkness, but the moon was hidden by clouds, and everything was pitch black. I could feel Alex next to me, his body tense, both of us barely breathing. The footsteps grew louder, circling our tents. Whoever it was, they were moving deliberately, like they knew we were there, like they were toying with us. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I gripped my flashlight, resisting the urge to turn it on. The last thing I wanted was to let them know exactly where we were. The footsteps stopped, and for a moment, there was silence. Then, without warning, someone, or something, started rummaging through our bags, tossing things around, making a mess. I could hear cans clinking, fabric rustling, the sound of zippers opening. I could feel Alex beside me, holding his breath, just as freaked out as I was. After what felt like an eternity, the sounds stopped. Silence settled over the camp again, but neither of us dared to move. We sat there, frozen, waiting. I kept my grip tight on the flashlight, ready to use it if I had to. I could feel the sweat on my forehead, my body tense, every muscle on edge. Then, we heard the laugh again. This time it was right behind us. I couldn't take it anymore. I flicked on the flashlight, swinging it around, searching the darkness. But there was nothing. Just trees, shadows, the empty clearing. The laugh echoed again, this time from the other side of the camp, as if it was moving around us, taunting us. "Let's get out of here," I whispered to Alex, my voice shaking. He didn't argue. We grabbed our bags, barely stopping to check if we had everything. I didn't care. I just wanted to get as far away from that place as possible. We started down the trail, moving fast, our flashlights cutting through the dark. The only sounds were our footsteps and the pounding of my heart in my ears. But as we walked, I kept hearing things behind us, branches snapping, leaves rustling, that damned laugh following us. Every now and then I'd glance over my shoulder, convinced I'd see someone there, but there was never anything. Just shadows dancing in the flashlight's beam. Alex was quiet, his face pale, focused on moving forward. I could tell he was just as scared as I was. After about an hour, we reached a small clearing and decided to rest, both of us out of breath, drenched in sweat. I kept my flashlight pointed at the trees, my hands shaking. I didn't trust the silence around us. It felt wrong, too heavy, like the forest itself was holding its breath. Suddenly we heard footsteps again, coming from the direction we'd just come from. Slow, deliberate, like whoever it was knew we'd stop. I saw Alex's eyes widen, and we both stood up, backing away, our flashlights shaking as we aimed them at the trees. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice barely steady. No answer, just the footsteps getting closer, closing in. My mind was racing, every instinct screaming at me to run, but I couldn't move. I was frozen, rooted to the spot, staring into the darkness, waiting for something to appear. And then we saw it, a figure, just at the edge of the clearing. Tall, shadowy, its face hidden in the darkness. It stood there, watching us, not moving, just standing there. I felt a chill go down my spine, my blood running cold. I couldn't see its face, couldn't make out any features, but I could feel its eyes on me, feel it watching, waiting. Alex grabbed my arm, snapping me out of it. "Run," he whispered, his voice shaking. We turned and ran, not looking back, our footsteps pounding against the ground, our breaths coming in short, panicked gasps. I didn't care where we were going, didn't care if we got lost. I just wanted to get away from whatever was out there. We ran for what felt like hours, the forest blurring around us, shadows closing in. I could still hear the footsteps behind us, steady, relentless, following us no matter how fast we went. The laughter came again, echoing through the trees, closer than ever. Finally, we stumbled onto a familiar part of the trail, a small marker we'd passed on the way in. I felt a surge of relief, knowing we were close to the parking lot, close to safety. We pushed ourselves harder, our legs burning, lungs aching, but we didn't stop. When we finally reached the parking lot, we bolted for the car, fumbling with the keys, our hands shaking so badly it took 3 tries to get the door open. We jumped in, slamming the doors, locking them, and I turned the engine on, peeling out of there as fast as I could. As we drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing at the edge of the lot, watching us. But there was nothing. Just darkness, the empty forest, silent once more. We didn't say a word the entire drive back. We just sat there, staring straight ahead, each of us lost in our own thoughts. I didn't know what we'd seen. Didn't want to think about it. All I knew was that something out there had been watching us, following us, playing with us. And as much as I tried to push it from my mind, I knew that laugh, that hollow, mocking laugh, would haunt me for a long, long time. It was late, and I was miles away from anywhere when my car decided to break down. The rain was coming down hard, hammering against the roof as I sat there, trying to figure out what to do. I'd been driving for hours, just wanting to get home. The dashboard lights flickered, and the engine had coughed one last time before everything went silent. Just my luck. I sat back in my seat, staring at the rain pouring down, feeling the chill from the cold creeping into the car. There were no streetlights, no other cars, just the endless stretch of road and the forest on either side. I tried my phone, but of course there was no signal out here. Typical. I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. I could probably walk back to the last gas station I'd seen, though it had to be a few miles back. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw headlights coming down the road. A single pair of headlights cutting through the rain, growing closer. My heart lifted for a second. Maybe they'd be able to help me out, or at least give me a lift to the gas station. I got out of the car, waving as the vehicle slowed down and pulled up behind me. It was an old truck, the kind that had seen better days. The driver rolled down the window and I could see a man inside, probably in his 40s, with a heavy beard and a worn cap pulled low over his eyes. He looked at me, and I felt a twinge of something, maybe unease, but I brushed it off. "Need a hand?" he asked, his voice a low rumble over the rain. "Yeah, my car just died," I said. "I think it's the battery. Do you happen to have cables or something?" He nodded slowly, glancing at my car. "I might have something in the back. Mind if I take a look?" "Sure, go ahead," I said, stepping back. He got out, moving slowly, his boots crunching against the gravel as he walked over to my car. He leaned in, peering under the hood, not saying a word. The rain poured down, soaking us both, but he didn't seem to mind. I watched him, feeling a bit of relief. Maybe this guy would actually get me out of this mess. But then he straightened up, looking back at me with an odd expression. "Looks like more than just the battery," he said, his voice still that same low tone. "Might take a while to fix." My stomach sank. "Oh, well, do you think you could give me a ride to the nearest gas station?" He paused, then nodded slowly. "Yeah. Hop in." I hesitated for a moment, that little twinge of unease creeping back. But it was late, cold, and wet, and I didn't have many options. I climbed into the passenger seat, pulling the door shut behind me as he got back behind the wheel. The inside of the truck was old and smelled faintly of tobacco and something else I couldn't quite place. The man started driving, the engine growling as we rolled down the road. For a few minutes, neither of us said anything, just listening to the rain beating against the windows. "So, how far is the gas station?" I asked, trying to break the silence. He didn't answer right away, just kept his eyes on the road, his hands gripping the wheel. "Not too far," he said finally. I nodded, but something about his tone made me uneasy. I shifted in my seat, glancing out the window. The rain was coming down so hard I could barely see anything, just dark shapes rushing by in the night. After a few more minutes of silence, he spoke again, his voice quieter this time. "You're lucky I came by. Not many people on this road at night." "Yeah, lucky," I said, forcing a smile. He glanced over at me, his eyes dark and unreadable. "Where you headed anyway?" "Just home," I replied, keeping my answer short. I didn't want to give away too much. He nodded, but didn't say anything else. The silence stretched on, heavy and uncomfortable. I could feel the tension building, my heart starting to beat faster. Something about this guy felt off. I didn't know what it was, but I couldn't shake the feeling. As we kept driving, I realized we'd been on the road longer than I expected. I glanced at the clock on the dashboard, but it wasn't working. I had no idea how much time had passed. Are we almost there?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He didn't answer right away, just kept driving, his gaze fixed on the road. Finally, he spoke, his tone colder than before. "Not much farther now." A chill ran down my spine. I glanced out the window again, but I couldn't see anything familiar. The road was still dark, lined with trees, stretching endlessly into the night. My pulse quickened, a sense of panic starting to creep in. I didn't recognize this part of the road. It didn't look like we were anywhere near a gas station. I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. "Are you sure we're going the right way? I don't remember it being this far." He glanced at me, his eyes narrowing. "Don't worry about it. I know this road." Something in his tone made my skin crawl. I shifted in my seat, glancing at the door, my hand inching toward the handle. The rain was still coming down hard, but I'd rather take my chances out there than stay in the truck with this guy. But before I could do anything, he slowed down, pulling off onto a narrow dirt path leading into the woods. My heart started pounding, a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. "Why are we stopping here?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He looked at me, a strange smile creeping onto his face. "Just a quick detour. Won't take long." My instincts were screaming at me to get out, to run, but I forced myself to stay calm. I had to be smart about this. I reached for my phone, but of course there was still no signal. I was on my own. He parked the truck and turned off the engine, the silence pressing down on us. I could hear the rain pounding on the roof, the sound somehow louder in the stillness. He just sat there, staring at me, that unsettling smile still on his face. "All right," he said, his voice low and cold. "Let's go." I didn't move, my hand still on the door handle. "Go where?" He leaned in, his smile widening. "Come on, I don't bite." That was it. I couldn't take it anymore. I threw open the door, jumping out into the rain, my heart racing. I didn't look back, just started running, my feet slipping in the mud as I stumbled into the darkness. Behind me, I heard him shout, his voice echoing through the trees. "Where do you think you're going?" I didn't answer, didn't stop. I just kept running, the rain blinding me, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps heavy and fast, getting closer. My legs were burning, my lungs aching, but I pushed myself harder, refusing to look back. I didn't know where I was going, just that I had to keep moving, had to get as far away from him as possible. The trees closed in around me, the branches scratching at my skin, the mud pulling at my feet. But I didn't care. I'd rather face the forest than whatever he had planned. Finally, I saw a faint light up ahead, cutting through the darkness. I stumbled toward it, my heart pounding, hoping it was a house, a cabin, anything with people. As I got closer, I realized it was a small, run-down cabin. The windows dark, the door slightly open. I didn't have a choice. I ran inside, slamming the door behind me, my back pressed against the wood as I tried to catch my breath. The cabin was empty, silent, but at least it was shelter. At least I was away from him. I heard footsteps outside, slow, deliberate, circling the cabin. My heart raced, my hands shaking as I pressed myself against the wall, trying to stay quiet. The footsteps stopped right outside the door, and I held my breath, waiting, praying he wouldn't come in. But then the door creaked, and I saw his silhouette in the doorway, his figure blocking out the rain. He stepped inside, his eyes scanning the room, a twisted smile on his face. "There you are," he said, his voice low and menacing. "I told you there's nowhere to run." I backed away, my hands searching for anything I could use as a weapon. My fingers closed around a heavy, rusted wrench on the table, and I gripped it tight, ready to fight if I had to. He took a step closer, his eyes fixed on me, his smile widening. "You really thought you could get away?" I didn't answer, my breath coming in short gasps, my heart pounding. He took another step and I swung the wrench, hitting him square in the shoulder. He stumbled back, his face contorted in pain, but he didn't fall. He just looked at me, his eyes dark and angry. "You're going to regret that," he growled, lunging at me. I swung the wrench again, hitting him in the side, but he barely flinched. His hand closed around my arm, his grip tight, crushing, and I felt a surge of panic. I struggled, trying to break free, but he was too strong. In a last-ditch effort, I kicked him in the shin, throwing him off balance just enough for me to slip out of his grip. I bolted for the door, barely making it outside before he was after me again, his footsteps pounding behind me. I didn't stop, didn't look back. I just kept running, the rain blinding me, my lungs burning. I could hear him shouting, his voice filled with rage, but I didn't care. I just kept going, my only thought to get as far away as possible. Finally, after what felt like hours, I saw headlights in the distance. I stumbled toward the road, waving my arms, praying the driver would stop. The car pulled over and a woman rolled down the window, her eyes wide with concern. "Are you all right?" I didn't have time to explain. I just climbed in, slamming the door behind me. "Please, just drive, now." She didn't ask questions. She just hit the gas and we sped down the road, leaving the forest and him far behind. As we drove, I glanced back, half expecting to see him standing on the side of the road, watching us. But there was nothing, just darkness and rain, the nightmare finally over.